Hey, beautiful.
This is the game we're all about. My heart wrote it, light it up. The beat don't stop when the bass gets rough. Gaming, smoking, vibing through. Mile high stunner, we coming for you. Joystick moves like a rocket blast. Pixels burn fast while the hours don't last. Smoke in the air with the neon glow. Where this game ends, nobody knows. Boom, 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 that bassline hits. Level up life with no regrets. Puff, puff, pass in the virtual haze. We're chasing the night in electric blaze. My heart wrote it, light it up. The beat don't stop when the bass gets rough. Gaming, smoking, vibing through. Mile high stunner, we coming for you. That bassline hits, level up life with no regrets. Puff, puff, pass in the virtual haze. We're chasing the night in electric blaze. My heart wrote it, light it up. The beat don't stop when the bass gets rough. Gaming, smoking, vibing through. Mile high stunner, we coming for you.
Game on, lights, wild, high score, and smile. Focus, sharp in the zone. Controllers speak in the code. Eyes wide, tips see high. World spins, colors fly. Pulse beats, double time. Victory tastes so fine. We rise, no stopping. Game on feet, stopping. High score, keep topping. Sky's the limit, no dropping. Lights flash, beats drop. Level up, never stop. Headphones, all I need.
What up, YouTube? What up, Twitch?
Night falls, stars collide. Screens glow, hearts abide. Dreams merge, reality lost in virtual sea. Buzz, loud, adrenaline. Digits flash, number spin. Team up, let's make a run. Under the midnight sun. We rise, no stopping. game on feet stopping. High score, keep topping. Sky's the limit, no dropping. Night flash, beats drop. Level up, never stop. Headphones, all I need. Step, rhythm, lead. Nightfall, stars collide. Screens glow, hearts abide. Dreams merge reality. Lost in virtual sea. Loud adrenaline. Flash, never spin. Team up, let's make a run. Under the midnight sun.
What's going on? Hope y'all doing well in Stony out there. Here, I don't know. No clue. Got a couple new games I could check out. I haven't tried yet. Not sure what I'm feeling yet. But let's get this bong ripper to start the day out. Cheers out there. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's see here. Ooh, Absolute Bane. Let's go. Let's go look at some UFO videos. Fuck it. Here, we'll open up a few of these here. Some of these are definitely fake, I can already tell. But we will check them out anyways. Just to tell people. Okay, let's see here. Let's go like this. Yeah, I don't know about that. That seems kind of fake. Not even gonna lie. There's like, what is this in the back or front? Who knows what that is? Side. That seems kind of fucking sus. Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks cool. Don't get me wrong, but this is most likely AI. I mean, it's tough because I feel like the clouds would look a little bit different too. But this could easily be CGI. I don't know. Let me see here. Because, I mean, it lights up these clouds. The only thing I don't see is a shadow Because if it's coming from the backside, it would there would still be a shadow somewhere, I feel. Unless it's higher up into those clouds than it looks like. But I don't know about that. Alright, let's see here. Is this a Tic Tac? I see it right there. Hold on. It's on a mountain, so that could easily be a guard tower with windows, and the light is just hitting it just right because the way that the sun's looking, it's coming from up over this way over the mountain because you can still see the shadow of the mountain ridge right here. So, I mean, if it's hidden at the right angle, it could be glaring off the glass panels. That doesn't seem like anything. Could be, but probably not. I mean, it doesn't even move. It just stays in that one spot. Let's see if people say anything. Okay.
You see the most recent one? There was a woman who was a model who was on a plane. Did you see that, Jamie? It just got released today. She got what they're calling some of the most compelling UFO video ever. She's flying in a plane in this silver thing. They freeze framed it. It looks like a flying disc.
A model saw this?
A model. She's just in a plane and filming out the window. And they had seen this thing apparently, and she's trying to film it, and it shoots by the plane. You see the most recent one? There was a woman, and they had seen this thing apparently.
This one is interesting because meatballs or meatloaf this week. Okay, we can do that. Meatloaf sounds good as fuck right now. So I'd seen this, and if you listen to Bob Lazar and the things he says about how these saucers move, essentially, like, they turn their belly, the bottom, like, forward, and they'll go off that way. Gotta use up that ground turkey. I don't like ground turkey. Turkey is so gross. But it's wild that if this chick caught this on her private plane, you know what I mean?
And she's trying to film it, and it shoots by the plane and filming out the window. And they had seen this thing apparently. And
see, now my main question is, she was already filming out there. How come? Because in my brain, you're a model, first off. And anything that increases your popularity in any way is always good. Now, if you decided, ooh, I'm going to do this and it'll blow up my page and people will start seeing my other stuff, I could see that as a reasonable thing, and this is just CGI. Like, added in. No, there's definitely been footage outside of plane. It just seems, if you're trying to poke holes in something, the main thing I'm thinking of is the fact that she's a model. Being a model or some sort of figure that could gain from the popularity that would surge to their paper or their pages. I mean, I don't know, I said paper. Their pages. Any social media that they got, then that's a lot of extra traffic. I'd be like, oh, what else do they got? Oh, she's a model. Is she good looking? Oh, she's good looking. I'm gonna follow her now. And now you've got an increase in that. Could have just posted one single video. Now there are some of these small YouTubes you come across, like YouTube channels that they've only got a handful of uploads. Most of it's just like family shit. But then they'll have like some weird experience, whether it be a ghost or Bigfoot or UFO, and it's only one video, and they go back to doing their normal shit, but they're like, what the fuck is this? Those ones I find a little bit more credible because they don't really have anything to gain. If you got less than 100 followers, you know what I mean? It's not like they're making content like that, like for any reason like that. I don't know. Never know. It is a nice clean shot though if you pay attention to how it comes into frame. Like
she's just in a plane and filming out the window, and they had seen this thing apparently. Plane and filming out the window,
it comes from
and
over
they
there.
had seen this thing apparently, and she's trying to film it, and it shoots by the plane. You see the most
Fun fact, a UFO, or an identified flying object, refers to any aerial phenomenon that cannot be immediately identified or explained, often associated with extraterrestrial theories. Fun fact, a UFO, or an identified flying
This is fake.
Holy shit! Oh my god!
It's cool. But if you watch the AI people, like this guy,
Holy shit! Oh my god!
on top of that, what is this? I don't even know that rank. What's this badge? See, what is this symbol? You know, like there's a lot of things that stand out. You're like, no. All right, let's check some more of these out here.
Just heard about the UFO
That'd
crash
be
in
some shit.
Poland, and my spiritual community asked me to tap into it, and so this is what I got. I tapped into the energy a little bit, and then I Googled it so I could see a picture of it. So I used the picture that PBS posted about 8 hours ago. It's 5:30 Eastern right now as I'm making this video. So about 8 hours ago, that picture was posted. So I just skimmed the article, but I really was tapping into the energy of the picture so I could come about it from like a different angle too.
She's an energy tapper.
And what I got was, this is a craft that was, I'm gonna try to use the words of my guides. That's what I'm thinking. This is a craft that was created from a mixture of human designed parts and extraterrestrial designed parts, and the extraterrestrial parts were appropriated, that's like a very specific word that my guides are using, appropriated from other sources that were holding extraterrestrial parts from like other crashes from like a while ago, and also just some other and some found pieces, like very
I just sent you kitties. Oh, I said kittles. Cannot today, man. Trying to talk about people's pages, like social media pages, and I say papers. I'm like, what's wrong with my brain? Kitties. Let's go look at the kitties really quick. Hold on. Oh, so cute. Which one is that again? Let's see what else this lady's spiritual guides have told her. Wait, are they? Oh yeah, the other one has more orange on the head. This one has more brown on the head or black, whatever. I was not even paying attention to that shit. Not even gonna lie. Didn't even see it. Because it was laying like that on the first one, I thought it was the same one. That's fucking funny. One is fluffy and the other one isn't. One is fat, the other one isn't. See, again, in my brain, I attribute it to just the angle. Because they're so similar, like the colors are so similar. And it's just subtle pattern mismatch. I didn't even bother to look fucking deeper. They think they're sisters. Hey, that's cool. Gotta love keeping the family together.
Very small found pieces, but mostly appropriated from other government-esque type agencies or whatever, more like secret agencies that hold this kind of stuff. It was a mixture together, and so it wasn't a super stable craft. It was driven by humans, I guess. Humans did this. It wasn't actually extraterrestrials, but it wasn't super stable because you can't really mix those two technologies. They don't really go together. So anyway, I'm curious to see what more is going to come out about it, and I think it's really fascinating. Let me know if you tapped into anything. Did you get it?
I think you need to take your crazy pills. She had used the word that sounds like a human word, not something from another world.
What is that? It's being called the clearest UFO footage ever, and online AI detectors are confirming it's not AI generated.
Confidence is 98.98%.
With over 99% accuracy. A triangular shaped craft with no visible propulsion system, flashing strange sparks of
I can't do it like that, damn.
propulsion system. Flashing strange sparks of blue light in the sky. Some are calling it extraterrestrial technology, but others believe this is what is known as a TR-3B, or Black Manta, a rumored anti-gravity aircraft made under top-secret government black budget programs. Technology beyond our imagination they'll never admit exists, using
Yeah, no, it totally could be a TR-3B. I mean, I've seen the ideas of the TR-3B, like what they're worked on supposedly, but that looks
engineered
different.
crashed alien spacecraft propulsion systems operated by the US Navy and Air Force, which the United States, of course, denies, even though there are confirmed government-owned patents for triangular spacecraft that were filed in 2004 and abandoned after '06, whose description just so happens to sound almost exactly like what we're looking at over here. The same craft that has been spotted numerous times around the world over the decades, only to get swept aside as a hoax or nothing to see here. But no, please Google this so you can read all about how it's 100% debunked, and don't you dare question it any further. Good boy. You can scroll to the next video now.
Interesting. Hold on one second. totally not fake. What the fuck is this? The hubcap is doing whatever the editing software directs it to. It's your mother. What the fuck? That's funny. No, it doesn't look real at all. It definitely looks CG. It's probably something that fell out of orbit, because if you're looking to see where she's zooming in, or they, I should say, I don't know. It's way out there, and normally they make satellites crash down out here in this super empty area. That like there's not normally fishing or boats or anything that are over here. Because this looks like Antarctica down here. I'm trying to think what island would that be? That could be Africa right there. I can't. I'd have to look on Google Maps myself to find it. But yeah, most likely it's just going to be debris from something that was orbiting. Let's see. There was one that I did see. I don't want to see a game. Sorry.
UFO and jets in the same video? Check it out.
What is this? Fake?
UFO and jets in the same video? Check it out.
God, it's so fake. That thing was not going super fast. These guys go super fast. They would have already been caught up with that thing. Sorry. That's so stupid looking. This is one that I don't know. I saw this one. Right there. It's super fast. I think they slow it down. Yeah. Hell yeah, buddy. Give them chicken sandwiches. See now, arguably it could be a bird or something, or a bug, but look how fast it gets there. He throws it. This is a matter of seconds. Come on. Where the fuck did it go? Hold on. That that barely left where it was. The thing was fast as shit. I don't know. Oh, 1 second.
Just grab my ears while you
Fuck
my butt. Yup.
I was lurking in your stream earlier. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Not much, man. Not much. Sorry, little one called. Let's get this here. Way too loud right now. Block. All right. But yeah, how you doing, Retro man? I'm trying to remember what I fucking was watching you play. It was either today or last night. Pretty sure. Pretty sure it was today. I could be wrong. Resident Evil? No. That was what Matt was playing. Yeah, I can't remember. My brain just isn't computing today. This is an interesting one. Don't know what it is. Could be a bird, could be a bug.
That's pretty cool.
Oh.
Pretty cool though.
Tipo, es que debe ser.
That's pretty cool.
Weird. So I don't know why I muted that.
Pretty cool though.
I don't know about that though. Alright. Let's see.
What looks to be a triangle UFO with a pulsating core was recorded over Ontario in Canada.
See, now this...
It's just hovering.
This reminds me more of a TR-3B. That makes me think man-made.
It's just hovering in place. What is that? Look at the lights all around it. It's just hovering in place.
Likely after noticing the object. What follows is, in my opinion, some of the closest detailed footage we've had of this craft.
Oh shit. I just realized something. I'm a dumbass. I didn't switch this. Well, I gotta cut that out. Oops. Here, actually, we'll go like this. Yeah, that way you can see their name. We'll give them a subscribe too. So far, they've got some cool ones. Give them a like as well. Make sure you do the same. That's wild. Am I sensitive? No. I don't really care about politics too much. Crazy everywhere. But what's going on? Are you talking about it out there? Where you were? Over here in the Caribbean, 4,000 troops deployed. 4,000 of your guys' troops or of U.S. troops? Seven destroyers from the U.S.? Damn. That's wild. I don't know why I always forget what the name of that island is. I can't fucking. It kills me because every time I hear, I'm like, oh, that's where Raz lives. But when I try to think of the island on my own, dude, it totally escapes me every fucking time. I feel like it starts with an H, but then I'm like, no, that's wrong. That's the only letter that comes to my brain. I need you to write a pardon so I can get a weapon with 400 rounds. Oh my gosh. That's wild. That's wild. Trinidad. T. See, that's... As soon as I saw the T, I didn't even look at the last part, but as soon as I saw the T, I was like, oh. Dude, like my brain. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with it. I should know this. Yeah, my brain was thinking like Haiti or Honduras or something. Like, I'm like, no, these are all wrong. Why do I keep going to H? Yeah, no, I know they're between there. I know where it's at. I could look it on a map and point it out, but my brain just like is thinking different names. And I'm like, no, that's not it. That's not it. Yeah, 7 U.S. destroyers. I don't know what they're deploying here, you know? Let's see. Let's see.
Now, there are 3 guided missile destroyers deploying off the coast of Venezuela. It's all part of President Trump's plan to help combat drug cartels in Latin America. For more now, we are joined by national security correspondent Liz Landers, who's been tracking all of this. And Liz, what is the U.S. plan in Venezuela?
Yeah, Andrew, well, while the world has been focused on these peace talks that President Trump is attempting to broker between Russia and Ukraine, the U.S. has slowly been building up a large military presence in the Caribbean near Venezuela. A source familiar told Scripps News that the move is part of President Donald Trump's effort to combat those threats from Latin American drug cartels. The source confirming to Scripps News that 3 U.S. guided missile destroyers, the USS Gravely, USS Jason Dunham, and the USS Samson, are being deployed in these efforts, with some news outlets also reporting that the ships should arrive there imminently off the coast of Venezuela. So this will bring the military posture to about 4,000 sailors and Marines. And the broader region will also have several P-8 spy planes, warships, and at least 1 attack submarine, that according to Reuters. Now, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was asked about the U.S. military going after drug traffickers late last week. Listen to what he said.
There are designated narco-terrorist groups operating in the region, some of them utilizing international airspace, international waters to transit poison into the United States. And those groups will be confronted. The president's made that clear from the time he operated.
Okay. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro announcing on Monday that his country will mobilize more than 4 million militia members, saying that the militias will be, quote, prepared, activated, and armed throughout Venezuela.
Man's been on it, I tell you. So.
He said in this televised address on Monday that we will, quote, defend our seas, our skies, and our lands. We liberated them, we guard and patrol them. No empire will touch the sacred soil of Venezuela, nor should it touch the sacred soil of South America, Andrew. So really some military tension building up in the region there.
All right, national security correspondent Liz Landers for us. Liz, we will check back with you as this.
That's wild. No, I mean, joining a cartel fight to stop them. Like, I'm all for taking out drug dealers. Yeah, see, it says 3. Let me look. A nuclear submarine is one. 4,000 Marines and sailors. Na, 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 na. I'm just trying to figure out where you're seeing 7. Well, see, like, okay, so as an adult, who am I to say what you put in your body? But when you are doing drugs and becoming and violent and doing things that you shouldn't be doing, or, succumbing to addiction and now, bringing that problem onto the streets, I feel like there's a problem. Drug abuse is, I feel, one of the larger contributors to homelessness. And you have a lot of U.S. vets that are homeless, and a lot of them fell into addiction because they never got treated for PTSD or any other shit that they had went through. And so there's a bigger problem. And it feels like if you got drugs that are addictive and harmful like that out of, younger hands, for sure it would help. But I feel like they need to be stronger on their mental support, their mental health facilities. See, and I could see gambling in some places. You go to Vegas, it's definitely, you see a lot of homeless people because they're broke. But a lot of people go there because people go gamble, and so they can get money, and then they can go gamble it to hopefully win money to go buy their drugs, So it's like, it's a vicious circle. Addiction, period, is a vicious circle. Living in a place that allows you to succumb to those things easier, I feel, causes a bigger problem. Now, if you were to limit it, let's say, they did it with weed. You had to have a medical card to consume or to have it on you. If you didn't, then you got charged, Having something like that I could see working, but at the same time, you'd have to figure out a way to make sure it's enforced in a way where you're not impeding on people's rights as well. Yeah, there's some people, they go straight into the coke game right there. They're like, we're going skiing this year. I just won $100,000. You know what I mean? Like they gambled and they won big, and then it's like just a downward spiral. There's so many things that cause it. And again, mental health advocacy of any kind needs to be better, because addiction requires therapy to help get through shit. Anytime you are dealing with a lot of these issues that are prominent for people that become homeless, it's mental health issues. I have no mental health. I have mental hate. You're dumb. See, I'm a big advocate for people going to therapy. I should be better. I should go to therapy myself. Granted, and with all the shit I've been going through, it would definitely help. But I'm stubborn. And so until my brain is like, okay, dude, what the fuck you doing? I don't know how to press myself to just do it. But I will tell people, yo, man, you're having a tough time. Go see someone. It'll help. I've gone through therapy in the past. The therapist would need therapy if I go see them. You're a dumb ass. Some people are a lot more equipped to handle some insane shit, I tell you. And the more insane place you live, you find a lot more of those people that are able to handle the crazy shit. That's wild. I'm not seeing anything where it's saying that. I saw nuclear sub sent. This one's still showing 3. Not Guam, North Sea. Now, it could be Destroyer Squadron 7. But no, that's Singapore. That's a Singapore one. Oh no. U.S. Gravely, U.S. Iwo Jima, U.S. San Antonio, U.S. Fort Lauderdale, USS Sampson, USS Jason Dunham, along with nuclear kills submarine. See, that's on Facebook though, so it's hard to take that as a source. Times Caribbean. Because in another thing, because the was it U.S. San Antonio? No, what was it? See, trying to find where these guys are is tough. Hey, no worries. Well, no, it listed 7, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, so 6 and a thing. But still, I'm trying to find the thing where it shows where all of our warships are currently. Oh shit! I got called. Hold on 1 second. Alright, sorry guys. What up, poop tart? Whoop. Oh Lord. Alright. Let's get back to this shit. What the fuck? Why you sending bits? What the fuck you doing? I don't need your bitties. Just show me your titties. No, just joking. Rick James. What are you doing, poop dirt? This man ain't even gonna answer the fuck. Alright, guess this is full. Let that sit for a memento. Just want a little in there. Not much. I just gotta vape for a second here. Give me a moment. Hello, friend. Give me a minute. I'm vaping. Sounds good, friend. We will figure something out. Let's get back to this shit here. And it's rotated. That's really nice detail. Phoenix lights are one of those things that you had the mayor of the town or the governor, whatever it is, say, make a joke out of it, bringing out a guy in an alien outfit. Very poor taste, but then later on saying that he had seen it himself. Dude, I'd like to think so. And it's been amping up sightings and videos. Granted, the other thing that's amped up is AI. And so it's picking through this shit. I feel like it's pretty easy to tell when it's AI, though. It just has a very specific look. Being used to making videos and seeing so many different things that people have shot and captured and all that stuff, you can definitely tell the difference. I've seen stuff that I can't explain either. I'm pretty sure I've talked about it before a few times. But yeah, it was actually a couple years after this happened. Because I was, like 10 when this happened? Maybe 11? 10. It was 97. I was like 12 when I saw what I saw. So yeah, it was only a couple years after this. Yeah, you were saying something about like a pterodactyl looking thing. Remember you telling me about that? Ah, shit. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh. Something's fucked up in my neck. During the Amazon wildfires. See it? Wildfires in the Amazon happen all the time. There's just times where it's a lot worse, obviously. But just like other places, they've got fires. It's part of that. Let's see though. Let me Google something here. No, a few years ago, like 20.
Does this crazy fish really have the nickname Machine Gun Fish, as viewer Jerry R asks? Or is some real live pterosaur caught on camera? Is
Okay, here, let's see. This was 7 years ago. Yeah, that's what you were telling me about too. I got threes. Fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking awesome.
didn't even include the big story this week, which is a video that claims to show a real live pterosaur caught on camera. Is there any way this could be real? Hey guys, Bill here. You know, it's pretty much common knowledge that dinosaurs and other species related to them, like pterosaurs, in Myanmar not long ago. There was even the Javan elephant that most thought were gone, but were just hanging out in the jungles of Borneo where nobody was looking for them. And that's why when this video came in claiming to show a live pterosaur flying across the sky, I had to give it a second look. The video was sent in by Chris Junos, John Spencer, Koopa Kode, and a whole bunch of other people who all want to know, Bill, is this video real or fake? Well, Chris, when it comes to stuff like this, I always think of Jeff Goldblum in Jurassic Park.
There's one thing the history of evolution.
The picture it's going to show is probably the one that you
contained.
saw,
Life
if you saw
breaks
something.
Free, it expands to new territories and it crashes through barriers painfully, maybe even dangerously, but life finds a way.
That's right, life always finds a way, so we're going to take a look and see if life did find some way in this video. The video is titled Real Pterosaur Spotted Over Idaho, USA, question
See, that's why it's Idaho.
mark, and was posted on the popular Rumble Viral channel on YouTube. According to the video description, it says this is amateur footage showing a supposed pterosaur recently flying over Boise, Idaho, USA. I have to say, you know, at least on the surface, this supposed video looks pretty authentic. There is no music, just ambient sounds, and the flying creature flaps its wings in a very natural way as it crosses the sky. A few seconds later, we see an instant replay of the footage, but this time it's zoomed in. And now we can see very clearly that this is no ordinary bird. But is it a pterosaur? Taking an image from the video, I compared it to a number of illustrations, including this one from the American Museum of Natural History in New York. Now, I'm no expert, and I know there's a lot of variations on pterosaurs, but, you know, when I added it all up, I mean, definitely looks like it comes from that species. Pterosaurs, according to a video posted
See, there's this one right here where it has a tail.
by the museum are not really birds, and they are not really dinosaurs either.
They're an extinct group of flying reptiles that are more closely related to dinosaurs and birds than they are to any other kind of reptile.
Okay, well, there you have it. I mean, he's the expert, but I do have one question. Did they really go extinct? Not according to this video, which, despite the question mark in the title, wants us to believe it's real. Okay, so at this point, I gotta tell you, to be honest, I think things are pointing to the fact that this video is gonna turn out to be a fake. But, on the other hand, we don't have any smoking gun type evidence to rely on, which means this video could turn out to be a, yeah, that's right, one of those dreaded unknowns. And you know how much I hate those things. So we're gonna have to do something special. And you know what I always say, when the going gets tough at Bill's channel, the tough go to the A-team, which in this case happens to be our resident special effects expert, Mr. Peter Butler from the Bubblegum Monsters channel. Now, what I did was send the video over to Peter, and what he sent me back was this, the official answer. But if you watch this show regularly, you know not even the threat of 65 million years of extinction could force me to open up this before you open up what's in there, okay? Now, when I say go, what I want you to do is yell out as loud as you can, either real.
See, all the illustrations they have of dinosaurs with skin and colors, they don't know. They don't know shit. They guess based off of examples that are alive today that are somewhat related in the line. But yeah, definitely interesting. So let's go down here.
I think what we're going to do today is, we sent the video to Peter and Peter came up with the answer. So why don't we just let Peter give us the answer?
Hey Bill, thanks for sending over this awesome video of a supposedly real pterosaur. Now, I'd love these guys to be real, flying overhead, although you may want to keep your pets indoors for that. However, I have to say, I think this is a fake, and this is how I would go about doing that.
First, I shot some footage of the sky, making sure to move the camera as if following the pterosaur. We now need a 3D model, so I've just grabbed one from online. I now need to rig the model so that I can get its wings to flap. I added the animated pterosaur to the footage, but at the moment it goes in front of the trees, so now I need to add a mask so that it appears to go behind these objects. And a bit of colour correction so it looks like it's far away, and that's it.
Now, this is just one way that you could fake this, although I have to say I'm not 100% sure that this is actually CG. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it was some kind of model, remote controlled in some way. Just look at the way it tilts at about halfway through the video. It looks really, really unnatural. And just having a look at YouTube, there's a lot of videos out there of other remote controlled flying dinosaurs.
Yeah, that
so it's
doesn't
not
look
really
anything
stretched
like it.
to imagine that this could have been faked in that way. But one thing's for sure, and that is, this is definitely a big fat fake. I mean, after all,
Big fat fake. So yeah, that one looked fake, not gonna lie. This is talking in a different place. Okay. I honestly was thinking parrot, nah, too big. Eagle, nah, eagles ain't green and they don't have a tail like that. Dragon, no, it had a beak, so pterodactyl, but nah, too big. Quetzal, am I high? No. Yeah, with the Quetzal, like a long green tail. That's... So these don't look like they're that big. Like, they've got long tails. They're pretty fucking green. I know, that's what I'm saying. It's like, these look too small. Let's see. I didn't even spell that right. No, I get you. You're saying it was up there, I remember. Thing's creepy looking. Can't say that I have. Yeah, I responded. I said, yeah, we'll figure it out, man. Whatever. Get your food on. All I'm doing is watching UFO videos and shit, and then people keep saying different things, so we keep on looking at different things. So. See, and again, all these colors that they've got are literally guessing. They don't know what the fuck they look like. Hell yeah. No, I know you said huge. This weird little game. The fuck? What the fuck is that? I'm gonna have to look that guy up. Jesus. Those are 3 feet, 5 feet. These are small still. See, these guys are bigger. 14 feet, 10 feet, 8 feet. It's a big boy right there. $13 33 feet, bro. I'm assuming they're they're talking about their wingspans. See, I was thinking it was something like this that you may have misidentified, but if it's during the day and you saw the color, it's definitely not that. Because herons are not green. Yeah, some of these things are just people making stuff up. So original showing no crest. And then you have the reconstruction with small fleshy crest. And then a reconstruction with no crest at all. Now there's a there's a possibility that maybe there is a fleshy crest or, like growth of some sort, that maybe it's soft tissue so it decomposes and doesn't get fossilized. There's definitely that. Papua New Guinea. Yeah, I don't know. Oh. Oh, gosh, my arm. Yeah, and that makes sense. But the tail is one that would be on a dinosaur because that's part of it. That's a bony structure. So that's the tough part. It was a manta ray. The manta ray jumped up there. Dude, these shoe bill storks are fucking creepy as shit looking. Giant fucking dinosaurs. They get like 5 feet fucking tall. They're huge. Ugly motherfuckers. See a lot of these fake ones. Be wild. I would have to have a more defined search of what I'm looking for. What would I say here? Trinidad, red eye, being, I don't know. It happened globally. Where would it? Where would it? What do you mean global? How long ago? I guess is a better. How am I supposed to see if it happened? How can I see if it happened? I need a better descriptor. Where were you? Age, or year, location. Because if you're saying it was globally, that would mean that if it happened where you are, more people would have had sightings, most likely, if it was something that was seen. 26 years ago. What are we in? So 1999? Oh, hell, the chair isn't out here by itself, you jackass. It says accounts of a being or creature with glowing red eyes sighted in Trinidad in 1999 are not widely documented or recognized as part of its official folklore or prominent news reports from that year. However, Trinidad and Tobago has a rich tradition of urban legends and folklore that include a variety of mythical beings and spirits, hardware in general. According to TNTisland.com, these might sometimes feature characteristics like unusual or glowing eyes in their description, depending on the specific tale and the way it is recounted. For example, appreciate the biddies. For example, La Diablesse, I don't know, a seductive female spirit. I'm assuming it's like Diablo, but female. Is sometimes described with fiery red eyes. Similarly, some accounts of the rolling calf, a half-man, half-cow creature, mentioned its blood-red eyes. The Lagahu, a shape-shifting creature, may also have red eyes depending on its form. While there might not be a specific well-known tale of a glowing red-eye being from 1989, the possibility of individual or localized sightings cannot be completely ruled out, especially within the context of oral traditions and personal experiences. It is important to remember that such accounts, particularly to those not widely reported, often fall within the realm of personal encounters and local storytelling rather than established folklore or verifiable events. Okay. I was about 7 years old. I too was about 7 years old. So all related. No, all answers. I tell people all the time I saw today it's not bright but deep red and glowy, I guess. It's a good description of the more like backlit. Anyway, I would see these eyes during both day and night, and on a couple occasions invited other neighbor kids to look at them. Very terrifying. Like the earlier story shared into my soul, I would always describe the shape of them as just like the old Fox Kids Batman cartoon. They were shaped with Batman's eyes, but very deep, deep red, no shine, just glowy. To this day, I suffer from sleep paralysis, and on more than one occasion, I encountered the same eyes. Had no body face, no body shape or face. I experienced that too. I was about 7. It is such a trauma that I still remember even the PJs I was wearing. Me and my parents fell asleep in the living room. Our balcony was connected to the living room, and we were on the first floor. While I woke up, saw it just outside the window of the balcony or inside. Thank God it was the only detail I don't remember. A pair of eye-shaped, blood red, glowy lights looking directly at me. No, I haven't ever seen hallucinations ever, nor was it a dream. I've been telling myself it was a cat. It was a cat this whole time, trying to ignore what kind of cat would have whole of its eyes glowing red. I tried to wake up my parents who were sleeping on another couch. My mother woke up, not so sober, and I told her. She said it was light on our TV and just brushed it off. It made sense to me at the moment, and trembling, I got to the couch again, covered myself in blankets, and tried to sleep. I succeeded. After so much time, I still remember how the red eyes were, and they weren't bright or dull, but they were glowy. They were silent and motionless, but could still follow me, and how our TV's light was actually green. I don't know if it was real, but like I've said, I haven't experienced anything like this before. I still haven't, and finding the same story experience by different people, I'm sharing it. Thank you. See, and part of me wonders because of such a young age, there being a reasonable explanation, and it's just not being able to be seen from your own memories. It's tough to say. I've never experienced anything like that I can remember. If I did, I must have blocked it out, but I don't remember anything like that. Yeah, that's wild. Oh, excuse me. Interesting. That's weird. Interesting. All right, back to this. For her to tell me exactly what I saw, what she saw, and not one of our parents would wake. I had a lot of truth to it. On top of the entire school was on about it the next day before we got there. It roamed the playground and classrooms. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say because you have kids who can take a story, try to make it their own to sound cool, and the story gets altered in some way from someone actually reporting something, and so it'll seem like a lot more people have seen something, all because they all want to have that 5 minutes of fame. You know what I mean? And it's understandable psychology wise, especially as a kid. It's just interesting. I wonder what it was. I wonder what's in a wonder ball? You guys remember that shit? My lord. This is fucking old.
Deadly wonderful!
Oh, I wonder whom I do, what's in my wonder ball? Who knows what surprises a wonder ball can hide? Yummy nutty chocolate with candy shapes inside. Oh, I wonder what's in my wonder ball?
Toy Story. I got Lion King. Mine's Dalmatians. Lots of candy surprises, plus a sticker. Nestle Wonder Ball. It's candy and
A
chocolate
sticker!
in a box.
What's in your wonder ball?
What is this?
I want to show you something amazing. What you're looking at is the first ever simulated black hole in history. Created in 1979, the simulation was run on an IBM 7040 computer. Using punch cards, the image was hand plotted by the French astrophysicist Jean-Pierre Luminet. And then 40 years later, astronomers from around the world came together and assembled an Earth-sized telescope, giving us the first real image of a black hole, showing just how accurate Luminet's simulation really was. You can see that one side of the accretion disk is much brighter than the other due to the Einstein effect and Doppler shift. And the craziest part is, many electric toothbrushes today are more powerful than the computer that was used to generate this simulation. I want to show you something amazing.
Definitely
what you're
wild.
looking at is the first ever simulated.
That's pretty wild. We definitely got off topic here a little bit, but always enjoy it because hearing people's stories is what I love, man. Everybody's got different shit that they've seen or encountered, and you never know what it could be. And people that I know more like, and you know, I find them more interesting, more credible. Let me switch this out because I am tired of not being able to vape with a good tasting coil. bad boy down. Wonder what's in a wonder ball? Okay. There we go there. Okay.
Low-quality cameras weren't able to pick up anything more than the lights on the object. The U.S. military would later claim the lights were simply flares dropped during a routine training exercise at the Barry Goldwater Range. But for many who saw the craft with their
Except
own
that they denied
eyes,
anything.
the explanation never quite fit.
And then
a
they
common
said
argument
this.
made is that the flares came after the initial.
Let's go look at it. Okay, that's the one with Luis Elizondo. Okay, so nothing. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. All right, so all right. So it's saying common observable behaviors and characteristics of UAP UFO shapes observed in defense human data set. And I was like, what's that? Human intelligence or human is information collected through interpersonal contact, included overt sources like military attaches and strategic debriefers, as well as clandestine sources. This is the DIA's arm dedicated to clandestine human intelligence operations, meaning they gather intelligence through human sources and covert methods. So while DCS engages, so DCS is Defense Clandestine Services. Focus on providing actual intelligence to warfighters and decision makers in the Department of Defense. This includes everything from identifying threats to supporting military operations. Not law enforcement. While DCS engages in counterintelligence, it does not have law enforcement authority. Okay. Let's back at it. So, sphere orb size ranges from small objects to those several meters in diameter, capable of stationary hovering to rapid acceleration speeds surpassing conventional aircraft have been noted. Often lack conventional signatures such as heat trails, electromagnetic effects on military electronics reported. Colors varied from gray metallic, grayish blue, white yellow, and red orange red being prevalent. Surface details ranges from completely smooth to reflective to having visible protuberances, appendages, concavities, and openings. Behaviors: high maneuverability, including abrupt direction changes and the ability to hover, often observed to fly in complex geometrical formations to operate in tandem. Atmospheric phenomena: occasional disturbances in cloud formations and heat wave contrails have been reported. Biological effect: close observers reported feeling unease and of electronic device malfunctions. You got the discs and saucer shapes. Size generally range from a few meters to over 20 meters in diameter. Speed exhibits capabilities for both hovering and high speed flight, often making sudden sprints. Radar detection varies. Visual sightings are more common. Some reports include a humming sound. Colors: metal, silver, or gray is common, though some have been reported as emitting light or changing colors. Variations include smooth, featureless surfaces to those with visible domes or segmented panels. Sudden vertical ascents, hovering, and silent operations. Some reports indicate the ability to become invisible or blend into the sky. Unique emissions: instances of electromagnetic interference in nearby devices and vehicles. Atmospheric phenomena: visual disturbance such as shimmering air or sudden fog formation. The oval/tic-tac kind. Lengths typically 6 to 40 meters, maintaining proportional width and height. High-speed travel and instant acceleration have been frequently reported with no sonic boom. Visual identification often notes a lack of contrail. It's either white or silver. Uniformly smooth surface with occasional reports of protuberances that could be sensors, proportional elements, weapons, or unknown technology. Behaviors: observed ability to hover then accelerate suddenly. Some encounters describe them maintaining stable positions despite high winds. You got triangular, medium to large sized, ranging from F-16 to football field size, capable of slow, precise movement as well as rapid acceleration to speeds beyond conventional aircraft. Signatures: often reported to emit a soft humming sound, may affect electronic devices within a certain proximity. Colors: black or dark gray, sometimes with white lights at the corners of a central red light. Reports of twinkling stars across surface. See, I've seen something that was more triangular looking. Let's see what's this one. Doesn't have a thing. Oh, sorry, it's still with the triangles. Surface details: some have been described with visible surface textures like panels or ridges and occasionally stabilizers. Hovering is common, as is silent flight. Ability to silently vanish or accelerate rapidly is frequently reported. Triangular UAPs often emit focused beams of light. Toroidal light patterns are sometimes observed to emanate from a central point, leading to rapid acceleration or disappearance. Long-term psychological effects such as anxiety or insomnia have been noted, alongside the feeling of being watched or shared awareness of the triangle UAP. Interesting. Wonder if that explains my insomnia. Boomerang arrowhead shaped. Wingspans can exceed 30 meters, especially for boomerang-shaped UAPs. Arrowheads typically range from F-16 size or slightly larger. Exhibits both gliding at low speeds and the capacity for high-speed flight. Visual sightings often note a slow, silent flight profile. Typically dark, blending in with the night sky, though some reports include glowing edges or tips. Smooth surfaces with notable aerodynamic design. The arrowhead types show more angular features. Known for silent operation and the ability to execute tight turns. Seen to emit a spherical ball of light from the center line, which partially envelops the UAP during maneuvers, causing electromagnetic interference with local technologies. And you have irregular organic, highly variable from small compact forms to larger, more sprawling structures. Moving range from slow drifting to rapid acceleration, often unpredictable. Some reports include unusual sounds or absence of expected aerodynamic noise. Electromagnetic effects are common, often described with bioluminescent qualities or shifting colors, particularly for floating brain or jellyfish types. Weird. Descriptions vary widely from smooth, fluid-like surfaces to complex, articulated structures. Demonstrate a wide range of behaviors from controlled maneuvering to erratic patterns of movement. Shape-shifting abilities have been reported. Biological effects observations include physical sensations of warmth or cold, unexplained smells like ozone, and psychological distress. The floating brain jellyfish UAPs occasionally exhibit patterned luminescence or fluctuating lights, colors, typically only visible in the higher end of the electromagnetic spectrum. Sudden temperature drops and the appearance of clouds have been reported. So that's their explanation of like all the different sighting types. And this is all off of house.gov right here. Yeah, because they had that on congress.gov as well. Same thing. Interesting though, to say the least.
On unidentified anomalous phenomena. The story gained traction this week when Matthew exposed a lot of information related to the project.
You've worked in secret programs. You've got clearances. You've made oaths that you would keep secrets. Shouldn't it be secret to some degree? I mean, we have, there's a race for the technology to try to understand it. We have adversary nations who'd love to get it ahead of us. Why not keep this stuff secret?
This isn't just technology. This isn't something somebody came up with in a lab. Fundamentally, this comes from, in a secondary...
2008, England. A couple capture a black triangle hovering in the skies over a road.
It's not even there.
Don't lie.
I'm not chatting.
You obviously got it in the wrong place.
No, it's not there. Is that it? What the f is that?
Everyone's looking at it.
And if you stabilize it, this thing is slowly turning too.
Who's that? Have you got it on there?
Yeah.
Maybe it might be like a satellite, or...
No.
Stabilizing the footage, we can see the object appear to rotate in place.
Fucking AIDS, bro.
A V-shaped craft flies silently over Los Angeles. A very short video here, only 3 seconds in total, but great footage. The witness testimony goes as follows. I was laying down on my back at night messing with my camera exposure. I wanted to see if I could find the North Star in the nasty smog-lit sky of LA. I barely saw the stars as usual. Eventually I got the star exposure just right. Then out of the corner of my eye, I saw something zipping by super fast out of frame. Not exactly a triangle, but I thought it was close enough and far too interesting not to add. This
Chevron
footage is
is,
believed to show the Telos, a rumored government black project aircraft that officially doesn't exist.
That would make sense. How big is it? That's the question I got here. What was it? Let's make it bigger here. It's hard to say if that's 51 feet. It's hard to tell what it says. I forget how to zoom the fucking plus button. Yep, control plus. There we go. Yeah, 51 feet. And that's wild if that's what it is. I mean, that looks pretty
Virtually
fucking close.
nothing concrete is known about it, so most of what you'll hear is pure speculation. According to claims, it is capable of vertical takeoff, can reportedly operate in outer space, and features a unique underbelly that mimics the night sky to help it blend in as camouflage. An aircraft that often gets mentioned when triangular UFOs are brought
I've seen
up
one
is
of
the
these
B-2
fuckers.
stealth bomber.
I've seen one
it
of these in
probably does
person.
account for some of the UFO cases we hear about.
They
and
do.
you can kind of see why. Whilst it's
When it's coming at you and you see it on the horizon, it looks like a disc almost because of its profile. It looks wild. And they're fucking huge.
shape is very distinctive. In certain situations, say maybe at night, and from a distance, it could quite easily look a little more mysterious. That said, it's not hard to separate B-2 sightings from genuinely unexplained cases. Despite its
Try to find one at a approaching level. This is kind of these views don't give you the best perspective of it. I mean, this kind of does. I mean, you don't really see these as it's approaching initially. You just see this shape that looks like a saucer. It's fucking wild. Oh, here's a better. It's a B-21, it says. Yeah, I mean, thing looks like a legit fucking saucer, man. It's cool as fuck. One of my favorite planes. Okay, sorry guys. Alright, let's get back to it.
Stealth design. The B-2 is still a noisy aircraft. It lacks lights on the underside, apart from a few dim ones used during landing. And it can't hover. All of these characteristics make it a poor match for any of the UFOs featured in this compilation.
Very true.
If you're enjoying the video so far, you may wish to check additional sites and could take a as we try to do on this channel is separate the legitimate sightings from the fakes.
Yep.
That's not to say we
Sounds
always
good.
get it right, but we do our best to feature only what we believe could be genuine. As technology advances and new methods of image manipulation emerge, fake content becomes more widespread and increasingly harder to spot. Take this sighting, for example. I'll let you watch it first before we break it down. See if you can notice the slip-up.
Hey, listen, yo, check this out, yo. I see something in the sky, yo. I'm telling you. Hold on. Yo, check this out. No BS, man. This is right here in the middle of the road. Like, I'm driving down the road here. Look, this is my car right here. No BS, yo. No BS. This thing is in the road, in the sky right there, in front of me. The car probably see it too. No BS, yo. That thing is in the sky. Look, look. Look, y'all. I want to know if the car see it. Is this thing turning? Listen, I'm telling y'all. I'm in my car now. I got on my blinking lights. I want to know if that car see it. Or that car probably don't know what's going on. This thing is right there. Am I tripping and I'm the only one seeing this thing? This thing is in the sky just sitting there turning.
It's wild.
That's a pyramid. Listen, y'all can't see it like I can see it. It look like a pyramid. For real. Let me zoom in. That thing is, hold on, how could I zoom in? Let me see what it is.
At first glance, it seems incredibly convincing. The man's seemingly authentic reaction, the rough, spontaneous footage, the appearance of the UFO, everything pointed toward it being real. But then, an eagle-eyed viewer noticed something odd around the 105 mark in the video. If you look closely as the object nears the top of the screen, you can see it clip out of frame. This glitch is a known issue of an app called UFO Camera, which allows users to overlay UFOs into live footage. This, mixed with people's thirst for TikTok views, led to the trend going pretty viral a couple of years back, with many less convincing iterations popping up all over the place. For those of us who are genuinely interested in real UFO footage, it can be pretty annoying, but it just means we have to be extra vigilant when looking at sightings and be aware of the ways hoaxers will try and fool us.
Ray! What? I got it on my phone. I got it on my phone. I got it on my phone. I got it on my phone.
She got it on the phone.
Oh my god, is that video?
Yeah.
Ray,
Needs to be
zoom in.
stabilized.
Like, use your fingers.
Oh, no way.
Oh.
No way, Kayla!
Like, use your fingers.
Oh, no way. No way, Kayla!
This next triangle is a reoccurring
wild.
sighting that appears over the city of Shanghai whenever it is cloudy or foggy.
Hey, beautiful. Definitely interesting. Miss you too. It's weird, it's just a giant.
But as exciting as it looks,
triangle.
all is not as it seems. What's actually happening is a shadow from the triangular shape.
See, and I was wondering if it was
is
something
being
from down
passed
below.
up into the sky. The The building has strong spotlights around its edges, and whenever the conditions are right, its outline can be seen
what
in
I
the
was
mist,
thinking about too.
giving
That's
the
funny.
illusion that something is ominously sitting up there. Ever so often, a passerby will
Josh.
notice it and post it online thinking they've caught something big. The channel Burbex actually made a great video
next door
on the whole
neighbor.
thing. He went around the area it was sighted and even interviewed some of the locals in an attempt to get to the bottom of it. I recommend you go and check out his video if you'd like to see the full investigation, but essentially, they figured out what we just went over. One of the locals that is familiar with the occurrence explains it all and has some pictures on his phone of the building in question. Here's a close-up showing what happens on a cloudy night. Only one side's lighting is turned on, and that's why you don't see the full triangle. Here's the same phenomenon happening on some different buildings, and an example of it happening on the Statue of Liberty.
It's cool looking.
The reason I'm sharing with you these sightings that have been proven to be fake is because I want you to see some of the cases I've investigated and ruled out, along with the evidence behind why I have determined this. I like to be as transparent as possible with my vetting process. I feel it's better to do this than just not include them at all and leave the viewer wondering why a certain sighting wasn't in here, and then potentially seeing the sighting in the future and thinking it's real. Back in 2006, Belgrade, Serbia. It happened at somewhere around midnight. There were 3 of us lying on kind of improvised deck chairs. We were on the flat rooftop of his home. We were just lying on our backs and talking, inadvertently looking at the sky. At some point, a black triangular shape started to appear to my left, over the neighboring house roof. I remember vividly how slow it was. It took a second or two until the entire craft was visible. It was approximately the size of an average house in length and 10 to 15 meters above our heads by my rough estimate. I had trouble estimating the actual height, but it took up a fairly large field of view. I did not say a word. I don't know why. I guess it was because I was so transfixed. I remember thinking I should be telling them, but I didn't. One of my friends then yelled, "Look at that! Look at that!" It was only then that I responded with, "Yes, I see it." My other friend was pretty confused, until he saw it as well. We all then jumped out of our seats, and by this point it was virtually
I
above
bet,
us.
love.
We stood and watched in absolute shock. It moved so slowly, no sound and no details on it. I remember trying my best to pick up any details on its surface, but nothing. Just a dark silhouette. Perhaps the only reason we saw it in the first place was because the night sky was dark blue and brighter than the object itself. Its surface was so dark, no reflection, no nothing. No lights on it, just a dark triangle. It went in a straight line, same slow speed, until we lost sight of it. I didn't notice any height in its shape once it started distancing itself. I don't know if it was completely flat, I'm just saying I couldn't notice it. Here's a 3D rendering I did recently. It is very close to how we saw it that night. The only difference is that the sky was darker. A triangular-shaped object flies silently over a location in Canada in the early evening. The flashing aviation lights indicate that the object is highly likely to be terrestrial in origin.
From here,
See, it looks like another one of those TR3Bs.
it looks like a triangle.
It is a triangle with a red light in the middle.
Wow, that's a weird looking craft.
It is. The red light is right in the center of the triangle. Now this is where you need to zoom in.
There's something right beside us here. There's stuff moving in the bushes beside us.
That is amazing.
Most likely, it is U.S. government
No.
shit.
Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video and would like to see more like it, please consider supporting my work on Patreon.
Interesting, to say the least, though, for those. Yeah. Guys like that, we'll look at some more shit later on. Still waiting for BMG. I don't know. Let's see. He said he was making dinner an hour ago, so he should be getting close to done. Let me see here.
Right. You guys keep going. I'll watch 6.
Oh, I gotta heal. I'm one tick away from death.
Yeah, I probably should too.
Alright.
When we reach Honecker, we're gonna have to ID by his blood or by his teeth. I got a pool ready.
It's a hunting shotgun. Totally legal.
Somebody actually paid for safety rails. Got some big internal leaks. Never a good sign in space.
Yeah, you don't want to be leaking in space. That doesn't sound fun. Spacesuit gets real messy real fast.
Space leaks.
Space leaks. I don't know. Oh, God.
Oh, get him up!
I just pulled open neighbor shit.
The box.
That's the lift. Entrance on the far side.
I bet there'll be a box in here. Oh, there's medkits.
Okay.
There's definitely gonna be a box in here. Oh, I'm throwing a sentry on it right now.
Same deal as the generator. Expect little
Prepare for
to
battle.
pop out all over when this turns on. Elevator 17 decks up. Take a while to show. Set up a perimeter.
I know. I wasn't pulling them up on my stream. Wasn't doing anything right this second.
Gen Alpha is beyond. Cooked? What is this? Group of 12-year-olds approach an OnlyFans girl and let her know that they goon to her? What? What the fuck?
These are the ones who Gucci. These are the ones who Gucci.
Yo.
Here, let's go, let's go.
All of them?
No! All of them. All of them. All 3 of them.
Are you Gunter?
Oh, shit.
Wait, you Gunter before?
That is fucking
Winning session. I'm 12, but when I stand on my money, I'm 6. I'm 5'4", but whenever I'm standing on my money, I'm 6'6".
6'7".
I gotta admit, that was funny. And this is one of the things that if any of these people that do like any of these like online content type stuff, all of it is consumed by minors. There are kids that are watching all of this stuff. And I don't know why they want to deny this or act like it's not happening or whatever reason.
I want bad stuff like flying around my name. I don't want people thinking that I advertise to kids because that is the last thing.
But yes, it is happening constantly. It is happening all the time.
So yeah, it's very disturbing. I think so too. Yeah.
Wait, how old are you guys for real?
Oh, 15.
Oh, like I'm
You're not 15.
I literally don't condone any of this.
Yeah, you do, bro. You literally have an account.
Yo.
Dude, that kid called her ass out.
AI advertising is going crazy now. It's big. A lot of creators are against AI advertising because it takes them out of the economy. Welcome to the future, bitch. Welcome to reality. You want cat girls? It's not going to be pretty. The road to progress is not always an easy ride. That's the way it goes. Study engineering, you'll be fine. No, nobody will be safe.
AI ads. It's something I've talked about a little bit.
right.
A couple months
That's
ago,
right.
I even made a video on the AI dog ads that everyone was getting
Dog?
served. We ended up ordering a couple. Of course, didn't resemble anything even close to what the ads were.
Are these robot dogs a scam? No, it looks like a dog. I would type amen for one prayer for this dog on Facebook.
Claiming, because obviously it was never going to, the ads were fake. And unsurprisingly, the problem has only gotten worse.
Yeah.
I am now inundated with AI ads,
That's right.
and it's been basically sweeping through like a plague.
Ooh.
AI ads are the new wave, usually to sell products that are just drop-shipped AliExpress garbage, but
Yeah.
they use AI ads to try and sell the consumer...
AliExpress is like the Chinese one that's bad, right? Like, I don't even know what AliExpress is. I've just heard about this. It's Temu? Yeah, okay. Chinese Amazon? Okay.
On a fantasy
Chinese
that just
Amazon.
isn't real. A big one going on right now is Pandy. That's become like the new AI dog. It's an AI plush panda,
Yeah.
a pocket panda, basically.
Ooh.
There's a YouTuber who just made a
Pocket
video covering
panda.
the whole thing. I'll just go ahead and play a couple clips from that. But this isn't the main one I want to focus on. This is just another example of it.
You
know the one looks like a cute little panda moving like a real animal.
Wow.
But it's actually a robot. So you don't have to feed it, clean up after it, or worry about it.
That's nice.
And hey, if it's on Facebook and YouTube, it must be legit,
It
right?
is, yeah, of
Looks
course.
The
fake
photos
as
of the
fuck.
toy look different from the one in the ad. Scroll further, and they have celebrity posts from Twitter, but they're just static images, no
Right.
links to actual accounts.
That's-
And if you reverse image search them,
Nothing comes
surprise, they show up on other scammy toy websites
Oh,
selling the
even
exact
worse.
same thing under different names.
Yeah.
Advanced AI plush for $29.99.
The world's first plush toy that hugs you back? There's no way.
That's wild.
They probably did one of those in like 1990.
And if you take one of the more realistic images and run it through an image search, you can find the exact same plush on AliExpress for anywhere
What a
from
surprise.
$1 to $10.
This is the new
Oh,
big
that's good.
scam. This is the hotness, the meta. They take
Wait, this is like those guys selling those Eiffel Towers at the Eiffel Tower for $20, but they were $1. This is the same thing.
very cheap dog shit
Yeah.
product from AliExpress or wherever else, and then they make an AI commercial for it where it has all of this footage that obviously isn't real and the toy doesn't actually do, but it's convincing enough to some people that aren't paying enough attention or just
No.
don't know AI commercials exist. These have been
Well, they're just stupid. I mean, that's the thing is you're farming dumbasses. I mean, that's literally like who's your market?
Are you gonna
Who
call
do you
Love? I didn't
imagine
know
your
when.
target audience is? A moron. Okay, well there you go. Now you're a billionaire.
very effective, pretty successful from everything I've been able to tell. Because just imagine, you're like
Yeah.
in your late 60s, you're scrolling Facebook,
Yep.
reading about 5G blasting your nutsack
Oh,
with
yeah.
alien juices,
Yep.
but then all of a sudden the Pandy ad plays, and you're like, oh, that's cute, maybe my grandkids would like it. Then they make a purchase, and then what shows up is basically the shit that you get at the kiosks in the mall in the late 90s. It's
Just a piece of shit, bro.
nothing impressive, but it's very smart, deceptive marketing tactics.
Yeah, it is.
And they
It's a
are
good idea.
everywhere. It doesn't seem like there's like a real vetting process for the advertisements that play on most major websites. So
Well, so the reason he's right about this, and actually the problem with this lies with Google. Google is the problem here. And the reason why is because Google does almost no proactive quality control for any degree of what they're doing. Like they have no issue. Like you can just put an ad out on Google and it can be an ad for anything that you want. So that's it. Yeah, the vetting process is money. Yeah, exactly. That's why you have all kinds of scam. Oh, yeah, this is a supplement, and it's like a Joe Rogan AI ad, and he says, wow, Jamie, can you pull up the supplement that I really like that helps me with my testosterone? Oh, wow, look at this. And then Elon Musk is like, oh, I use that too. It's so good. And then they're trying to say, and this is the ad. No, straight up. It's an ad. Like you're fucking scrolling, and that's it. Penis pills, exactly. Joe takes those 100%. Maybe he does, but he didn't take that one specifically. And yeah, that's the difference.
They are getting swarmed by AI ads right now. And the one that Matt just put on my radar is one called Baker's Semen Booster or something like that.
Ironic.
That Semen X, fucking Weapon X of semen enhancement.
Yeah.
And their big marketing push right now is AI generated ads for it. Also, there's like 5 different websites that get tied to it somehow. I've been all over the place. And when Matt told me about it today and showed me one of the ads, I came home and immediately got served one as well. So, like,
that's
I
crazy.
must have been listening. Fucking Baker's,
right.
They've tapped into the mainframe here. But yeah, it's a pill that improves your seed volume
So
as
does it
well
work?
as a flavor
Does it
booster.
work?
So they cooked up the Manhattan Project of nut. And
There's no way that changing the flavor, there's no way that's good for you. Like, what happens if you have a kid with flavored semen? Does it, like, automatically spawn in with an accent? Like, I don't know.
And they're making AI pushes. Let me go ahead and show you one. Apparently this is the one that's been running all over Reddit.
Wow. That's an ad?
Ad's so good I ordered 12 bottles. I was
That's
losing
it?
money not spending it on Baker's Semen Booster. It's just such a baffling ad. So it's AI women here, as well as an AI voiceover that just says, Baker.
No, wait a minute. If you're a 62-year-old guy and you're fat and you need glasses, you are the target audience. And I bet there's a lot of people that are doing it from that. Yep.
And then like some
dirty
moaning.
old man. That's right.
But like the sound effects that they have playing, which I guess are supposed to be like dripping sperm, it just sounds like piss. Like it's just actual pee-pee droplets. It like that's not like that doesn't you don't hear that sound and immediately think of like semen. You hear that and you think someone is taking a leak.
Yeah.
But maybe that's the whole thing. Like you order Baker's and it turns your semen into piss.
Yeah, delicious.
Like Jesus turning water to wine. This right here is the ad that's playing on a bunch of YouTube videos. It's good, better. This right here is the ad that's
I love how they just make her more attractive.
playing on a bunch of YouTube videos. It's good, better.
They give her more cleavage.
Baker's, and it's
Oh,
an
wow.
AI image of a woman who's wearing more and more pearl necklaces as it approaches.
Oh, that's clever. I didn't think of that. I didn't even notice that. That's a good one.
Baker. And then you go to one of their websites, and it's a bunch of mumbo jumbo on here. And then towards the bottom,
Oh
they
my
start once
God.
again leaning on AI to generate images, and then just slap Baker's on top of it. So it's very clear that their whole marketing is just using AI to somehow deceive people into
What the
buying the
fuck?
semen and flavor booster for their nut. Then I don't
By
know.
the way, I think this is what's going to be the norm. Is that you're losing out. There are going to be massive amounts of people that are like actors and models that are just going to be totally replaced.
All right, let's
it's the
see this.
same as voice act.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for having us here today.
Good to see you.
So you had quite an eventful morning
We did.
over at Union Station, as we saw in that clip. Tell us about how you decided to go over there. You know, a lot of us D.C. residents and former D.C. residents know it well.
Those were the protesters that were crashing out, obviously.
It's been the site of a lot of crime in recent years. Of
course.
And you decided to pay a visit. What happened?
Well, so a couple things. So first of all, I had heard from a couple of friends who used to avoid Union Station because there were vagrants and there were crazy people screaming at kids that they avoided Union Station. But over the past 9 days, since the president did this emergency order, it looks a lot better. It feels a lot safer. So I was talking with Stephen Miller and with Pete Hegseth about this in the Oval Office yesterday. And I was like, we should just go over there and say hello to people.
Yeah.
And you've got a lot of National Guardsmen over there, some D.C. cops who have been heckled by some of the protesters. So I thought, what a good show of moral support to have the vice president and some of the senior team at the White House show up. We bought him some burgers, hang out with him a little bit. And actually, the most interesting thing, Laura, was after the cameras left, Pete and Steve and I stayed and, had lunch with these troops and just learned a lot about what they're seeing, about how much the city has changed in just the past 9 days. So crazy statistic, violent crime has dropped in D.C. 35% in 9 days.
So they arrested 500 people and the crime went down by 35%.
That's wild.
Gentlemen, the 2% rule seems to be undefeated. Who could have expected that arresting the people that commit crime makes crime stop happening? How are you right again? Because anybody who didn't think this was happening was retarded. The only way to be right is there's only one prerequisite. Don't be retarded.
In D.C. have dropped 55% in 9 days.
Wow.
And it highlights the fact that this living with lawlessness and disorder, that's fundamentally a question of political will. If you've got the political will to enforce the law, you can make even cities like D.C. safe again, and that's what we're demonstrating. And I hope that the American people take an important lesson from this, because obviously D.C. is a federal city, New York, L.A., these places are not. I hope the American people just recognize that you don't have to live with lawlessness. You don't have to live with third world murder rates. If you
This is one thing that, I really think that he needs to push more, and they need to push more, is that this expectation of crime and problematic behavior in cities and certain public spaces is completely artificial. Nobody actually has to deal with this bullshit at all. There's no reason to deal with it. There's no... Why would anybody have to deal with this ever?
Take control of these cities, you can make them safe places to live in.
So your pal Gavin Newsom calls this an abuse of power, that this is just a power grab, and this is all stunt for show, and that you all are going to roll through other cities.
In my opinion, I think it's an abuse of power to not do this. Because you're effectively, by not doing it, you're allowing everybody who's in the area to be abused by these criminals. So it's like you're choosing between abusing the criminals or abusing the law-abiding citizens. I don't really see, there's not really a third option here, is there?
You've heard things about, it's martial law is going to be declared. And to that you say?
Well, first of all, how is it a power grab or how is it a stunt when we've already declined murders by 35% in 9 days?
It's clearly
how
happening.
Many people are living and breathing?
Did you break it, friend?
God damn it.
Did you break it?
It's only 1,700. Oh! Did you break it, Flynn? Oh! Did you break it? Oh! What about you? What about you?
Yes,
you
I
break
did.
it?
I
you
did.
break it?
I did.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck me! Fucking gold.
Today because Donald Trump had the willpower to say, you know what, we're sick of D.C. being a home to lawlessness.
PvP zone.
We're going to bring some public order back to the nation's capital.
Oh, yeah.
So what I would say to Gavin Newsom or to anybody else in some of these big blue states or big blue cities is you can have law and order, you can have common decency, you can have public spaces that young families can go to again. I'll tell you a story, Laura. A couple of years ago, the last time I was in Union Station, I took my little kids there to get lunch, and they were being screamed at by homeless people, not compatible.
He just says it. He just fucking says it. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, nobody wants to deal with the fucking Nevron. You go out, you want to have a nice day with the family. You just want to have a nice day by yourself. No, nobody wants to deal with this.
Compassionate to the homeless people to let them just fester when they clearly have mental health problems. Not compassionate to young families to not be able to go into one of America's great public spaces without being screamed at by a person clearly suffering
Why are
from a
Democrats
mental
doing
illness.
this?
I don't know.
Why is this
I
a
don't
political
know.
strategy for
Laura, I have thought about this.
Because they view any sort of crackdown on crime as fundamentally racist. That's the reason why. And they view crime as an outcome of socioeconomic factors and not a personal choice. So it's effectively the removal of individualism from a person's, autonomy. And now this person is a robot that's just simply compelled to steal things out of the CVS. They're lost. That's the reason why. And then also, like, there's this, and like, insane asylums back in the day, they had their own problems too. It's not like they were perfect. So I think that people know that. And so they're like, okay, well, it's better to have them out on the street. Like, in my opinion, I think insane asylums are the lesser of two evils. But, they're both evil.
So often and so many times, I don't know why Democrats seem to love public disorder and chaos almost as a political ideology. And I think that part of what's going on is Democrats have got
anti-Western destructive ideology. Is that they fetishize third world countries and the concept of them, but they never go there. These are people that these are like white people that live in gated communities that, get anxiety if they hear a police siren, but they have like some longing for living in like the slums of India. Why is that? It's because they're not living in the slums of India. It's that simple.
Yeah. So divorced from the communities that they allegedly serve that they don't realize the gross majority of residents in D.C., they want to walk through Union Station and just have a bite to eat or enjoy
Exactly. Most people don't want to be screamed at by a homeless Nevron. That's absolutely correct.
Space with their families. They don't realize that so many people have been absolutely terrorized by Democrat crime policy.
This Christian nationalist fundamentalist Peter Thiel puppet clown tells you they arrested 500 criminals and crimed them down 95% in 9 days. Do you actually trust this clown? Yeah. Yeah, I believe that instantly, for sure. Yeah, like 1% of the population commits, was it like 60-something% of violent crimes? Yeah, instantly. Of course I believe that. Definitely.
And so maybe they just don't make the connection between what Gavin Newsom says and the fact that places like D.C. or Los Angeles have some of the highest murder rates in the world.
And the D.C. police
there's been a pretty big movement to delegitimize J.D. Vance because people don't like the fact that he has an Indian wife. They also don't like the fact that he's been funded by Peter Thiel, who's the owner of Palantir. And they feel like he's a plant, effectively, and a Trojan horse for, some sort of like technocratic rule Jewish thing. That's a Manchurian Candidate. Like that's, and by the way, like I'm not making a judgment on this. I'm just explaining what are people talking about? That's what they're talking about.
Investigated for potentially manipulating their crime data. I've heard this from other police forces across the country. Great cops, beat cops in places like Chicago have said, some of the crimes are reclassified to make a burglary something that's more of a disturbance, and that kind of stuff happens. But is this a federal issue at this point, if this is a manipulation of data and if it's widespread?
Well, it's certainly something that's being investigated, and I hope that we'll
If you're reporting data incorrectly, there's a reason for it. And if you're doing it systematically in a way that downplays what's happening, you're doing it because you know that what's happening is bad. Because if you didn't think that it was bad, you wouldn't need to downplay it. It's just logic.
What's going on, but even aside from any manipulation of data, when you have 911 wait times that are so long, a lot of crime doesn't even get reported. And we heard this all the time.
Somebody says, why don't you use your brain and stop simping for Vance without educating yourself? I'm going to ban you because you're not making an argument. Yeah, you're not making an argument. I know this is hard for people to understand, but telling somebody that they're stupid and they need to educate themselves because they're wrong, this isn't an argument at all. Like it's not worth explaining to you and trying to like fight. No, if you have something that he's saying that you disagree with, then okay, fine. But these like abstractions, these like vague criticisms, I don't really care about that. I don't want to hear that. It's fucking annoying. So yeah, it's emotional gibberish. Yeah, and so that's it. Ad hominems are low tier. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that at all.
People would say,
just letting you know,
well, my home's being robbed. I'm not even going to call the police because it's going to be 45 minutes before they show up. And that's not an indictment of the beat cop, by the way. They're so overwhelmed by how much violent crime there is that they're unable to actually bring public safety to these communities. So what we're doing is just changing the balance a little bit. We're putting more good guys on the streets and we're taking more bad guys off the streets. And we think that's
a good way to say it. Yep. That's a good way to communicate with the Walmart American. We're getting more good guys and less bad guys. All right.
Sort of thing that's going to bring public safety back to D.C. Again, it's already working in a very big way.
Now, on to Ukraine. Your February meeting with Zelensky and the president, that was quite something.
That was funny. It was good.
How did you all break the ice this time? Take us into the room, because we're all dying to know that.
Well, I think when President Zelensky walked into the Oval Office, I was chatting with him, with the president, with some of the senior Ukrainian delegation. I said, Mr. President, so long as you behave, I won't say anything. And he just chuckled a little bit. It was a good little icebreaker. Sure. I mean, what the president's trying to do, meaning our president is trying to do, is bring a 3.5-year very brutal conflict to a stop. It's killed way too many Ukrainians, way too many Russians. It's completely transformed the economy of Europe and of big parts of Asia. We just got to get back to peace. And I really do think you heard Vladimir Putin say this, that if Donald Trump had been president in 2022, this war would have never started. And now the president is really spending a lot of time, a lot of effort to stop Joe Biden's war, because I think it is Joe Biden's war. Without him being weak and provocative, I don't think that Russia would have invaded Ukraine. And now we have a situation where the president is trying to be strong and bold and trying to bring this thing to a close.
Now,
it's impossible to know. Putin could have just been saying that to make Trump positive towards him.
To the room when the president said, I'm going to call Putin now. And you got the Western leaders, they've all come to Washington. Now, what was their facial expression at that point? Did they anticipate that this was going to happen? Because it was, 8 hours ahead, Moscow time?
Yeah, it was like 1 a.m. Moscow time, and they had no anticipation. So we're actually in the eastern wing of the White House, and the president says, we've had a pretty good meeting. I'm going to go call Vladimir Putin and see what he says about it. And everybody's like,
we could run some repo or something for a little bit.
What time is it in Moscow? Let's call him right now.
I got about an hour and a half, almost 2 hours.
One of the things I realized about President Trump's leadership is he cuts through the BS of some of these diplomatic protocols and just says, I'm going to get things done. If I want to talk to somebody, I'm going to talk to somebody. You had a lot of the Europeans who were saying, no, there needs to be proper, vetting, and the teams have to prepare.
Yeah, that's the reason why nothing ever gets done there, is that they have people that insulate themselves with endless amounts of red tape that prevent any action from really occurring, so they can maintain their power structure. That's what's happening.
Call and blah, 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 blah. And the president was like, no. I want to talk to the guy. I'm going to talk to the guy. And I think that kind of no holds barred, no BS diplomacy is part of the reason why we've made the progress we have. And we've made a lot of progress, Laura. Look, who knows what's going to happen? The president tells me this all the time. You can never say with certainty what the outcome in this situation is going to be. But we now have the Russians talking to the Ukrainians. They're talking details about what would be necessary on each side to stop the fighting and stop the killing. We've made more progress in 3 months than the country had made in 3 years in stopping this conflict. And I think it's because sometimes you just need a president who will pick up the phone and call somebody.
When Vladimir Putin meets with Volodymyr Zelensky, can we assume that all the big details will have been discussed and generally agreed upon, namely the security agreement and land swap?
It's a good question. I think that if you go through the
I love how they say land swap as if Ukraine is going to get any land. I don't think Ukraine's going to be getting any land. I could be wrong, but I wouldn't be expecting it.
Process, then the answer is yes. But I think the president's preference and my preference would be, let's have them meet regardless.
Swap, guys.
You don't have to figure out every issue. And sometimes leaders sitting down face to face can break the logjam that their teams don't necessarily have the ability to do.
Yeah, sure.
There really are 2 big questions lingering out there. And in some ways it's very simple, but in some ways it's very complicated. Number one is Ukraine wants to know that it's not going to get invaded again by Russia. It wants to know that it's got territorial integrity long into the future. The Russians want certain pieces of territory, most of which they've occupied, but some of which they haven't. So that is really where the meat of the negotiation is. The Ukrainians want security guarantees. The Russians want a certain amount of territory. Again, we finally got the details. We're working on them, but we haven't figured everything out. And I don't think that we should force, we shouldn't say that they can't sit down until you've figured out every little detail. Sometimes them sitting down is what facilitates figuring out those details.
You have been so strong.
Hey, Gwen. I'm in Discord too.
Hi, Flan.
Hi, Gwen. Hi, Gwen.
Hi, Flan.
I will be high, Gwen.
I am about to do. I'm about to be the same way because I haven't really smoked since I got home.
Well, let's get fucking blazed together, my dude.
Because, like, fucking, I got, what was it? I, got home, started cooking dinner, and then dinner took a long time.
What'd you guys have?
So I was like, fuck. Pancakes, bacon, and eggs.
Nice.
And then I didn't realize how much pancakes I'd have to make.
Dude, sometimes that's how it be, though, because, like, I'll start out with a base amount to get everybody a good handful of pancakes, like 3-4 each.
Yeah.
But then you always got fat asses like me, though. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna have another 4.
It's like, I'm gonna have a stack, you know?
No, legit though. Like, I'm a fat boy when it comes to like certain foods, like especially breakfast foods. You give me fucking French toast. Ooh, I will eat the whole loaf. Just give me a loaf of French toast, and I am set.
Like, bruh. Like, I mean, I like making the pancakes, but I didn't know, like, me sitting there making pancakes for 5 people would result in me making 50 pancakes. No.
I mean, should expect it.
Yeah, I didn't know.
It's funny.
I forgot my vape in the kitchen. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Let's go. Oh God,
Bro, I did something to my neck. I don't know if I slept weird or whatever, but I cannot turn it to the right for shit.
Oh, I fucked my fucking tailbone up, dude.
Ooh, that's a shitty one to fuck up.
Yeah.
Been there
Like,
a few times.
well, like, I was playing with my cat, and like me and her, how she knows that I'm playing is that like I'll scooch my feet across the floor, or across the carpet, and then that's how she knows I'm playing with her.
Yeah.
Well, like, she was underneath like a stool, and I fucking sat there and I was like messing with her with my hand and everything like that, and I jumped up, like, to like come back down at her.
Yeah.
And my fucking tailbone smacked the fucking edge of a little wooden kid's chair.
Oh, dude.
And I was like,
That's funny.
Because when I say I jumped, I mean I'm talking about like I jumped like way up and said, "Kunk." I was like, "Ugh." I fell on the ground. I was sitting there nearly crying. What'd you say, babe?
She said you're a pussy.
Yeah. No, I didn't cry.
I just joke. She said you almost cried, so I was just like, pussy.
I almost did, but I did not.
I was close. I was close.
And I got right up and I started making pancakes. While my fucking ass was hurting.
Fucking ass hurt, son of a bitch.
God damn. What?
You heard it here first, boys. He was butt hurt.
I was. Very, very, very.
Cheers out there, buddy.
Cheers, cheers. Let me see here. I'm gonna see how that short's doing.
It's got a couple hundred views.
Not bad. It's at 506.
But you also haven't been posting regularly.
Yeah, like I said, it ain't too bad though. For the last one I posted was way back in 64 days.
Right. And that one,
So it's not bad.
that one was.
That one's at 1.5. Yeah, that's the one where I was playing with Lila.
Oh, there's the one that we were playing too, and I was singing.
Yep, that one was. That's like the best performing one. I think that one's at like viewers. That one. Content. Where's my shorts?
Well, hopefully they're on your on your butt.
I'm not wearing shorts. I'm wearing pants.
Oh my God! You heard it. He's not wearing anything, you guys.
Did you break it, friend?
Yeah, I gotta let him. I gotta let him. You know the Yancey Street danglers dangle.
Dangle, dangle.
But yeah, it's at 18K.
Yeah, I just was looking.
But the one that has the most likes though is the one where it was me and Lila. That one's sitting at 9 likes. The Stong is sitting at 5.
Which one was Lila? How do we deal with AFKers? No, that wasn't it.
No, I was so scared. That's the one.
Oh, that's the one.
Yep.
Oh, fuck. Did you break it, friend?
See how he plays it up?
I'm so we for fun.
Wait, Lila was next to you in this?
Yeah, that was her.
It was her that died? Oh my
Yeah.
God, that's funny. I couldn't tell. That's funny.
Yeah, because she looked up and then the fucking blind man shot her. And then I started running and then he shot at me and I was like, ah! and then at the end of it is when like I'm singing and then I was like, and I was like, except for Elmer Fudd, and he falls because of the steps and goes, But I ain't gonna lie to you, my favorite one is the one where it's like my very first one, where like you got f***ed up. You're like, oh no, like,
oh, I didn't.
So I don't know what's happening to me, bro. Poof.
Let me see.
That was our first time playing Repo, and it was with Ophelia and Jared.
Oh no, Repo. Oh my God. Okay, let's see.
Ah!
Oh God! Oh! Oh no! That's funny.
That's like my favorite one. That's my favorite one.
Is it safe to
Because
come
it's just
out?
like we were like, oh. You're like, oh,
there's
no! It's like your character's pupils look directly into my soul. It's like it's staring right at me while you were talking. You're like,
Oh, fuck. Did you break it, friend?
God damn it.
Did you break it?
Did you break it, friend? 1,700. Oh! Did you break it?
Did you break it, friend?
Just this shit's so funny. Uh-oh. He's still not in Discord, so I don't even. Oh yeah, you are. Hello? You the game closed. Good sir. Hello? Hello there? Hello? Oh, look at there's some like. What the fuck, friend? What the fuck? What the fuck?
I don't know what happened. Like, cause then even when I reloaded it, it wouldn't even let me choose like west, east, or any of that. It let me choose like U.S. West, but that was like the only thing besides fucking like.
This is not U.S. West. I'm at 110 ping.
I mean, not west, but east. It was only east because like all the rest was like Central America, not Central America, but fucking South America, and all this other shit. It was different countries. So this was the only one in the U.S. that they allowed.
That's fucking weird because I have never come across that yet.
Like for real, like, and I didn't even do nothing to end. It just was like it timed out. Like, how are you gonna fucking time out?
It's all your fault.
It's your fault.
It's your fault. I'm telling your mom.
It's your fault. You're echoing. It's your fault.
Oh, it's because I didn't mute in Discord. That's why.
Yep. Your fault. You said it.
Your fault.
Your fault.
It's your fault I shit my mouth.
Oh my god. No.
That was a mouth shit. Don't you know about mouth
Yeah,
shit?
What is it? I can't wait to get those pops in, bro.
Oh,
I was so mad yesterday because when I was thinking about getting them, I looked and they were sold out, and I was so pissed. And then I woke up this morning to get ready for work, and I had a notification that said that they restocked, and I was like, and then yeah, I got it.
Fuck you. I
Like,
want
there's one
a
that
chase, damn it. Those things are dope looking.
There's one that you got to look up because it's really, really cool, and it is a flocked glow chase Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta.
I don't like
And
flocks, though.
It is smexy. I'm not even gonna lie. Him doing the final flash. Yep. Or I think part of the final flash when he's charging it up. But it's a flocked glow chase, which is like rare to have.
What, Super Saiyan?
Super Saiyan 4.
Okay, it is Super Saiyan.
Yep.
Okay, so that must be the one I'm looking at. It just was hard to tell because it's a small picture. Yeah, I see.
It's dope. But that bitch goes for like 140.
I wonder if it's just his fur that's flocked then, because the rest of it doesn't look flocked.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That it's his, the fur on him.
Yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense. There's flocked.
The flock glow is like pink and red, or not pink and red, but pink and black, like the sticker is. But it's pretty dope though.
Yeah.
Like the flock glow chase is like $140, but like the regular flock version is just fucking 14. But I got the Super Saiyan 4 Goku doing the Dragon Fist.
I don't see the Super Saiyan.
The which one?
I just didn't see that one.
That's weird. Not showing it on here, but it's on the Funko website.
Well, I was looking at the details. It just doesn't show the chase version of it.
Oh, are you talking about on Funko?
Yeah.
It's because that Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta is a different one. The one that has a flock glow chase is the flock Vegeta. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta.
I know, but I just don't see that when I'm scrolling through.
Yeah, they took it off. They cycle it out every now and then.
That Dragon Fist Super Saiyan 4 Goku is pretty dope, though.
Yeah, bro, I had to get that, bro. I had to. I was like, that shit's dope.
Hold on. The Super Saiyan 4 Cheetah has a chance of chase. What's that chance of chase gonna be then?
Yep, that's why I got it. Yep, it's the glow chase.
Okay.
And he's doing the times 100 Big Bang Kamehameha.
Yeah, that one's dope.
And I got three of them. So hopefully I can get a chance. Because it's a 1 in 6. So right now it's a 50-50 chance. But everything on here is for sale because of their anniversaries. So. Like everything, except for pre-orders.
So what is Gogeta? Oh, there's just a Super Saiyan chase.
Yeah. Just a Super Saiyan one. Oh god.
I haven't seen Lunch in a minute.
What,
oh, but a yellow-haired Lunch.
Oh,
no, from original Dragon Ball.
Yeah, okay. Cause isn't like her blue hair is when she's like a sweet one, and when she turns blonde, she's like a hard ass.
Kind of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, I think, but I don't remember her with blonde hair specifically. It's been a minute.
I think it's like when she changes into her alter ego, she gets blonde hair.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking it might maybe the Jekyll and Hyde kind of deal, but like I said, it's been so long, I cannot for the life of me remember.
And then I got the new Demon Slayer pops. I haven't got them, but I got them to notify me, so when they get in stock, I can go ahead and cop one. So.
Nice.
Especially that Tanjiro Dragon Flash.
Dude, that shit is dope. I want one.
Like, that shit is clean. Oh yeah, how could I forget to smoke? How?
Because you're dumb? I don't know.
Because I'm old.
Dumb, same difference.
And if I'm old, then you're ancient.
See, you're dumb up to a certain age, and then you got wisdom. I'm at the wisdom age. But yeah, you get old and dumb, and then you get to a certain age, and then you have wisdom. I'm at the age of wisdom. Catch up.
No, you're at the age of being senile.
No, that's after wisdom.
Well, some comes before others. I think yours is coming first.
I always come first.
Oh, that's a bad thing, man.
I joke. You might not. It was just perfect.
Oh god.
Fuck me.
Woo. You know what I thought? You know what I figured out?
No, I don't know
about
what you
that repo
thought.
Clip? That like I figured out about that repo clip, like the newest one that I made. If I would have stayed right where I was at, instead of like moving forward and turning around, I would have gotten snatched by the Invisible Man.
In the last repo clip, you said?
Yeah, when you're just like, oh, what about you? What about you? Oh, fuck me. Like.
Oh, you're talking about the. You're talking about the Shadow dude.
Yeah. Like,
Because
and like, I was just
Invisible Man is actually invisible and will pick your ass up and run. I was like, I didn't see no.
Oh, I
Invisible
thought
Man
that I thought that the Invisible Man got you. I didn't know the Shadow thing got you.
No, there was no Invisible Man in that one. It was, yeah. Well, because there was the Shadow Dude, and then there was another one in that lobby. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Didn't we quit that one? So we didn't.
We did, because we weren't gonna restart over some bullshit at the beginning.
Yep. And that's what we're going to do here. You ready?
You are.
It's very rare that I can pull for $19,000.
Well, dude, we had the fucking. Aw, damn it! That was what we were gonna leave off on. Fuck me. Come on.
Alright, I'm gonna finish smoking. The only reason why
this game just
God.
And I
know I had one of these.
Yeah, I had one of these.
And then I had one of the both of these are mine.
Yeah, because I bought one just because I needed some health.
Yeah, because I didn't know that I didn't have enough space because I have because I have my gun, the 50 pack, and then the 25, and I was like, we'll just keep this one on the truck.
You said you're smoking though.
Yep. I'm just hitting it a few times.
All right. Well, while you hit it a few times, I'm gonna hit the vape a couple times in the bathroom really quick.
Okay. Did you want this done? Oh God. Oh God. What is this?
Oh, it's about
Damn, why yours, bro? Conservatorship? Where is it conservative?
Yeah, but actually he was like it's like one of the British spirits like
And that's basically BAM.
yeah, but instead of being those that guardianship was given
To him?
yeah.
Why?
Bam, because she was supposed to help him. So she was given guardianship. This virtual reality. But
Go Power Rangers.
Be careful, friend. The shadow baby thing just got you.
Okay.
It was right in front of you.
I heard it when I was in the bathroom vaping, and I was like,
yeah.
fuck. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Let me look the other way so I don't die.
Good look. I was about to start blasting.
Start blasting.
Yeah, with my pistol.
Should have.
I start blasting. I was gonna be like Danny DeVito. So, anyways, I just started blasting.
Just start blasting. Shit's so fucking funny.
You ready, Flame?
Yeah, let me close this. Oh, I'm lifting this bitch.
Oh no, it's gonna have holes and floors and all that other shit.
Yay.
Don't drop down there, you're gonna die.
You don't drop down there, you're gonna die.
I'll do it on purpose.
You're not my dad.
You're not my dad.
I'm jumping, fuck you!
And it just keeps going.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
And going. Okay. I'm at the top. There's nothing up here.
What?
There's nothing up here but a toilet. If I had to take that many stairs to take a shit, I'd be mad.
Wait, hold on. Going down the other side.
Okay.
Oh, it leads to a door. Oh, there's a cup. Is that it? All that for a fucking cup?
Like, what?
For a fucking cup? When I think about your fucking cup, fuck you! Fucking bitch. Fuck your cup.
Said too much work for a goddamn cup.
Fuck your cup. $600 fucking dollars. Fuck you.
The hell you're from the other side.
I just trying to recharge.
Nothing.
This door don't open? Oh, what the fuck?
Nope.
Yeah, nothing.
Whole lot of nada. That's fucked up.
What the
What's
fuck?
up with this place? That's what I'm saying.
Walk in, there's a bunch of monsters. I'd be like, nah, fuck this shit. End it.
Alright, restart.
Oh, look, there's a big statue. You could probably lift that to... Oh, look, there's something. There's something.
Holy shit! Look at this. There's a big old fossil.
Oh, bro, how much is that shit?
22,000.
Okay. 19,000. Okay. Okay, hold on. Can we safe? Yeah, we should be able to safely put that in there. Let me double check. Oh, fuck me.
You okay, Frank?
No.
What happened? I'm about to have to start blasting.
Fucking A, man. Oh, what was that? What shut the door? Did you shut the door?
No.
What the fuck's in there then? What the fuck's in
I
there?
don't fucking know. And I don't know. I don't see anything.
Is it Invisible Man?
I don't hear the little wet footsteps. You close the door.
There's a monster in the first room we went into.
That room?
It was in here.
What was it?
A scary monster. I don't like that sound.
I don't like that sound either.
Here, I'm gonna move this over here. I'm gonna see if I can get the dinosaur. Fuck me!
Oh, Jesus. Get up. Where you at? Come back here. Don't you run away, motherfucker. Where'd you go? Come here. Where'd you go?
Get
You
that
pussy.
black.
1v1 you pussy!
Give him that black.
Ran away.
Oh shit. Shadow person.
Fuck you up. Is it like the shadow with the white mask?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
What a weird place to have shit. I've never seen this. There's a place over there. Let's see if I can get to it. Oh god. Okay. There's it. Oh fuck. Fuck me. Alright, I have to go back over. Damn it. Shit. Fuck. Okay. It's just easier to go that way. Wait, can you climb up this? No, you can't. I thought that would be cool. Had like a little ladder looking thing.
That would be.
Oh, fell. Stop fucking around. Come on, Stoner. Stop fucking around. Fuck. God damn it. Okay, what's in here? Nothing. Nothing. Oh, 2 crowns. Hey, that's why I said stay open. Means you stay the fuck open. We got something else up there. What else? Oh, motherfucker.
I'm fine.
Lissai.
Gonna shut this door, so if you see this door open again, then that's the creature.
Okay. Nothing in that. Why is there shit even up here? Okay. You can't get any. Okay, so there's literally only those 2 crowns.
Why are they doing this to us?
Dude, I'm telling you right now. It's probably because there's the big value items.
I got this gun. I'm underneath this bed. I'm waiting to just go pop, 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 pop.
Oh, and then there What is this thing? I forgot. Fuck me.
Hi, Flint.
Okay.
How you doing?
That's gotta... Where the fuck they go? They get stuck on the bed above? Motherfucker.
I seen one drop down. That like had a lot of missing money on it. Yeah, one's over here.
Oh, right here. Here's the other one. Yeah.
It is the shadow person.
Okay, let me see here.
Daily, yeah. Then we can take that statue and just drag it back. Think.
Yeah. I'm gonna put these other things in here really quick. Since, I tried, you guys. It's not flat enough.
Oh, Jesus.
Shit. Shoot her! Did you shoot her, friend? Friend? I don't know how to shoot that without dying. That should be good enough, right? Yo, bro, chill. Come on, rotate. There we go. Whatever. Back where we started from. Fuck you, bitch! Fuck me. Fuck you. Just reset it. Oh my god. Oh, damn. That was such a good fucking haul right there. Donkey doo-doos. So salty. So fucking salty.
I bet.
Oh my god, that bitch hit it.
I got fucking, bro, she fucking sat there and stuck me in that corner and I could not shoot her. I fucking couldn't. I was like, ah!
I was like, shoot her from the other room.
Yeah, and I was trying. I was like sitting there fucking trying to get it to where it was, but every time she knocked me, she knocked my fucking gun out of the fucking way.
Mother.
And I didn't want to waste fucking bullets. Like,
bro. Son of a bitch, dude.
Yep.
So I said that on YouTube. If I get 100 subs, I'll do a scary game of Chat's Choice all the way through.
A scary what?
A scary game of Chat's Choice.
Oh, okay. There's one going around that I actually downloaded. That's actually going off the rails right now.
You sent me one already. Well, you sent me a couple.
Let me see. It's this one. I'll put it in your chat. Don't really look
What's
too crazy, but Vigil.
Oh, I've heard
and
that.
it's free. It's free.
Well, let me see if I got that in my library still.
It just came out
Maybe
August
it's
15th.
something. No, I'm thinking a different game.
Yeah, this one just came out.
No, after I looked, I was like, no, that was something. It was some. It might have been the Veil. Might have been the Veil. Is what I'm thinking of.
It's like a short narrative horror game that takes place in an unsettling underground facility. Your job is to dispose of boxes. However, you're not alone. A terrifying automaton roams the facility, moving only when you look away or when you blink in real life. Like it actually gets studded to your
Whoa. So
yeah.
it goes to yours? Hold on.
Yeah. Like you can
Game is
sit
best
there...
experienced with a webcam. Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Nuh-uh.
Because it's literally bro. It's
I'm
just
downloading
there,
this right
and
now.
It tracks your you set it up and you calibrate it and it tracks your movements. So every time that you blink in real life, you blink in the game.
No, 100%. I'm downloading
It's
it right
fucking
now.
crazy. I've watched people play it and it's
I will.
insane.
I mean, shit. It's like I'd wait to 100 fucking subs to play that, but that already sounds fucking dope.
And then when it only moves when you're staring, when you like blink or look away, like bro, like it'll make you
I would
want to
tape
just
my
keep your
eyes
eyes
open.
open.
I'd tape my eyes open. Oh fuck! I blinked twice just in the matter of that. Me talking 3 times. Fuck. I'm like paying attention to my webcam as I'm doing. I'm like, I'm trying to keep my eyes open. No. Give me 1 second.
Right.
Let me piss, and then I'll be good.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. All right. Ready to get my butt touched.
That game looks fucking insane.
No, it looks fun. No, it reminds me of that Alien game where it detects your mic.
Yeah.
That shit's dope. I love those kind of games. It feels so much more interactive. Plus, you know what I mean? You put like I don't even know what.
Nope. There we go.
Let's see.
Alright, you ready?
Healing. There we go. Alright.
That'd be cool if that actually charged up.
I know. I just threw it. I didn't even mean to make it in.
I can see a cup. Nope, never mind. That was that green thing.
I see a pocket watch. Yay! Whole $600 fucking dollars. Oh, hole. Oh no, that's just downstairs. Ooh. That's a lot. I heard a shot. Land. Land.
There's expensive stuff over here, fine.
Okay, I found something expensive too. I heard a gunshot, I thought.
Yeah, you did.
Seen that up there.
It's something right here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab the big thing I saw really quick.
Okay.
What did you see in here?
Oh, it's right here. And then this.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay. Only found our whole run all in one spot.
Yep.
How do I keep on finding stuff over here I didn't see before? Move it this way. Here's that. Go. Okay. I was just dropping this just enough so I didn't have to fucking waste it. Yay! I left the thing over here. Is there anything else? No, just that. I don't like the sound of that shit. What was the sound of that?
I don't know.
Okay. Here, I'll bring you to the trolley.
Okay. Yeah, there's a vase.
Yeah, I got the vase. Yeah, I've been finding stuff as we're going. As I'm going, that looks like it was missed because the highlight's yellow.
Yeah, as soon as I killed them two monsters, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna wait for him. I'm not gonna try to carry these back.
You're good. Hold on, let me grab this shit.
But it's gonna be that weird baby-looking thing with 6 legs.
Oh, fine.
And the duck. Yeah. This was the Duckini boy. And then this was that fucking 6-legged thing.
There's something big up there. What the fuck's up there?
What?
There's something big up there. Hold on.
I didn't even go up there.
I know, I just saw it though. Oh, like a 3D printer. The fuck was that?
I don't know. Let's come back there and see.
take this up there to grab that. Oh. There you go. I want to drop it, so I'm going to bring this up there for, well,
What is it?
At least right here. 3D printer.
Oh. The hell is that?
Yeah, but at least this, I can grab the other big stuff too. Here, 1 second. I'm just trying to get this out of the way so I don't gotta worry about it.
Yeah.
Honestly, not sure how I'm gonna fit all that on there.
Can get that big old. Well, yeah.
Oh shit. Just another day in the life of Repo. Alright, how do we want to do this here now? Push that
And
in.
then you can push. Yeah, that's up. And then move this to the side. But I'm pretty sure it might fit. If it's like sideways, maybe. I don't know. I really don't know.
Be ready to push that thing in there.
What, the cart?
Yeah. Push it in like this. There we go. That's a lot of fucking money, bro.
Holy Jesus. Hell yeah.
Hey, you son of a bitch, you're breaking our money.
I didn't do nothing.
No, I'm talking about the machine.
Oh, okay. So I was like, that wasn't me. I don't want to break the money. Okay, so...
It's most likely going to be the way that we were already going, because that other side's a dead end.
I got the pistol out. Oh, I hear something. Gnomes.
No. Hear gnomes.
Yep, I heard them.
All I heard was that bubbling water.
Oh, then that might have been that then.
Because if we have the baby and the, well, the baby leg guy and,
the duck.
The duck. And this wasn't the one with the vanishing guy, never mind. Oh, there's a computer.
Something was in here. Something's been through here.
Sorry, friend, if you're there. Why did my stream reset? What the fuck? Weird. Oh God. Oh God. Oh my God. See this laser? Awful lot of honkies in here. You're stupid. Oh, what the fuck? It wouldn't hit him. Are you alive still? You're dead because of it? Fuck me, man. Fuck you. I got you, friend. I have a feeling I should just go recharge this gun. I'm gonna go recharge the gun. I've just got this feeling. What the hell? How am I missing shit constantly? This Squeeze! Scoundrel, I got you. Need to get that out there somehow. I'm gonna try dragging that this way a bit. It seems like an advantageous time to do this right now. Fuck you. Shit. Okay, we could probably drag that down here, yeah? Where did I drop it? Wrecked. Fuck you. Oh, it is this one. Never mind. I almost went to. I was like, this isn't the right place. Come on. Why are you doing that? Bro, don't even be doing that shit. Wait, you want to go that way then? We'll go that way then. It's easy enough for me. No. Hey, you little shit. You stop that. Fuck you. Alright. Well. Going back down. You see the new first new button? Yeah. Fuck. I knew it was gonna make it all the way. God damn it. Gonna get it there. But yes, Goblin, I did see it. Oh, no you don't. No you don't. Rotate. There we go. You fucking with me? Ads are done now. But yes, I did. I was talking about it a while ago about I can't wait till the tarantula comes in. This door, you can go the other fucking way. Fuck you. Keep dropping the goddamn weapon. Oh, I should do that. There you go. You're forced in. Hey, right there. Fuck. Bro, it's not stopping. Careful coming out, sir. Here you go, bitch. Holy shit. No. I mean, there's a thing out there here. It's empty right now. I'll have to go recharge it.
I need to buy my make it.
They are back in that one room. Oh, I just killed Laser Boy. But we have Potato Hands over here still running around. I'll go first. Oh, let's grab that.
So where is the med kit?
I'll show you. To the right.
Oh.
Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck, boy. Take that. How you like that? Huh? Huh? Huh, little bitch? Where you going? Where you going?
Is it in this room?
Yeah. They're both in here.
Okay.
And what you call it? The spawn point isn't super far.
Okay. Is it through here?
Yep. LP's up above. Never mind, I guess that was something else. Over here, over here. Sir, where'd you go? Oh.
Over here.
What's up, little bitch? All right, onwards.
We got 2 monster orbs over here that we can come back and
Shut up, Doug. Oh, we're close to it. I could hear it. Can you aim off the thing and it'll like jump off?
For sure. I was gonna wait till I was closer to the next extraction and kill it.
Your gun's right there.
Oh my god. How did it drop?
If you push the left clicker.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wrong way. Uh-oh. Oh my god. My lord, my lord, my lord. Oh no! Oh my god, come on. Let me get on here. Flan. They said about bigger chest too. Oh, nice. Fland.
Help me!
Run.
I can't! I have no stamina! It won't go up no more.
You're good.
Oh. Alright, let's get out of here. Fuck this place.
Oh my god. That was a big one.
Oh my god. We got a lot of money.
Oh my god.
91.
45k each. Jesus Christ, bro.
I got
40k for the cart cannon. Oh my god.
I mean, that's what you want to spend that on.
No, I honestly want to get strength upgrades.
Alright, I'm gonna get an energy crystal so I can continue doing that. That's, well, hold on. That's 12. Hold on, I'm taking that off. Get out of here. There's one over here for 10.
Yeah, it's like, okay.
So 10, so that gives me 35k left.
12.
Health.
It's 30.
I got 22K. So I got 23 left, I think.
Good on my health.
That's it.
I'm gonna get this upgrade just because. Why not? And then I'll get a range upgrade. Rest is yours.
The rest is mine. Okay.
Yeah, I don't care about the extra 1K. It doesn't matter. We'll forget next time, anyways.
Yeah, probably.
Well, because I know I had extra on one of them, but I can't remember if I ended up using it or not. So it's like, yeah, I mean, honestly, we're not going to remember. I want to turn.
Oh, 92.
Why is it aiming backwards? That's my problem.
I'm good with what I have. We got 2 health, a crystal.
Oh, there we go.
And...
That shit's wild.
Wonder how long it'd take to kill a monster. If it'd be like a one-shot.
Right. Oh, edge it more.
Yeah.
All right, strength, range, and player count. Dude, my strength is at 5.
My stam's at 5.
I've been getting at least 1 strength or so per round almost.
So we got some energy crystals. I'm gonna recharge my gun. Alright, and then start this and back out.
Y'all. Swift
cool,
Bloom Academy.
I don't like this place anyway.
Oh wait, what? Oh, there we go. I was like, I cannot.
GG's, my friend.
GG's, pal.
That was fun. I might be back tomorrow. I'm not sure. Me and the lady might watch a movie tomorrow, so it's kind of in the air at the moment.
Um.
But
I know Tears was saying something about Friday, but
Something about Friday.
Did you hear anything about it today when I told him today? Maybe.
Yeah.
It is what it is. We'll see.
We'll see what happens.
Ugh.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
All
buddy.
right, bud.
Hit
We'll
me up.
see. I'll hit you up, bud. Appreciate the games, man.
Yeah, GG's.
And I'm gonna take one last ripper before I get off.
Oh, fine. I'll be fine for it. Cheers.
Peace, bud.
Peace.
On the idea
I think
of
that's true. Yeah, I mean, at least sitting down.
Pokemon that were created but never released into the games. Back in May 2018, something huge happened in the Pokemon world. A hacker released hidden files from Nintendo's servers, and inside that leak was the demo of Pokemon Gold and Silver that was shown way back in 1997 at Nintendo's Space World event. But here's the thing, this demo had over 40 Pokemon that never made it into the final game. You see, Generation 2 almost had a completely different starter trio. Instead of Cyndaquil, Totodile, and Chikorita, the fire starter was originally a little bear called Flambear that grew into Volbear and finally Dynabear. On the water side, it was not Totodile, but a plesiosaur called Kurusu that looked like a cousin of Lapras. If those lines had stayed in, Johto would have looked a lot different. But that's not even the wildest part. The thing is, some of the most popular scrapped Pokemon were the electric tigers, Katora and Raitora. Katora was a round baby tiger that was supposed to evolve into Raitora, the Thunder Tiger, at level 35, and fans loved these designs so much that they became legends even though they never officially existed. But the legendary Pokemon we actually did get almost looked nothing like what you remember. As it turns out, Entei, Raikou, and Suicune began as smaller, dog-like creatures named En, Rai, and Sui. They looked way less powerful, almost like rough sketches compared to the majestic beasts that later defined Johto. But believe it or not, the scrapped list also included evolutions for classic Pokemon that could have changed everything. What I mean is that Farfetch'd was supposed to evolve into a Pokemon called Madame. Ditto was supposed to evolve into Animon using a metal coat. And even Slowbro's Mystery Shell was revealed to be its own Pokemon called Turban. These designs solve mysteries fans had been wondering about since Generation 1. But there's actually a sad reason that these Pokemon were never released. The Space World demo proved that Game Freak had planned 251 Pokemon for Gold and Silver, but they had to cut 51 of them because of space limits and game balance, and some of those scrapped ideas were later recycled into future Pokemon, but many were lost forever. Pokemon that were created but...
Jeez, good to know.
And working together is better than doing nothing. I think that's definitely true.
Europe, paying for Europe's defense.
Sure.
And I think a lot of Americans don't understand that the EU GDP last year was about $19.18 trillion, if I'm right.
That's a lot.
Give or take. And the UK's is about $2.9 trillion.
Sure.
Ours is $29.8 trillion.
That's a lot of money.
You know,
So
you know the numbers better than I do. You should be Treasury Secretary.
Yeah. Sorry, Scott, I got your job. No, but so this is a lot of money. Europe has the money to defend itself.
Yeah.
So the security agreement, my question to you is, why should America carry the lion's share of the burden from now until Lord knows when for Europe when Europe has the money to defend itself?
Well, I don't think we should carry the burden here. I think that we should be helpful if it's necessary to stop the war and to stop the killing.
Yeah, sure. I think that's
but
what
I
most
think that
people
we should
think.
expect, and the president certainly expects Europe to play the leading role here. And what he said very clearly is, look, the United States is open to having the conversation, but we're not going to make commitments until we figure out what's going to be necessary to stop the war in the first place. And I think that it's, the president is very good. He never takes anything off the table. He never puts anything fully on the table because he doesn't want to give away his leverage. And this is a private conversation that we're all going to have about what's necessary to stop the war. But no matter what happens, no matter what form this takes, the Europeans are going to have to take the lion's share of the burden. It's their continent, it's their security, and the president's been very clear they're going to have to step up here.
What's it like meeting Putin? Just what was he like, just one-on-one?
So I've actually never met Putin. The president did that meeting. I've talked to him on the phone a number of times.
Pizza they get? Probably Little
It's
Caesars.
interesting. He's more soft-spoken than you would necessarily expect. The American media has a particular image of him. He's soft-spoken in a certain way. He's very deliberate. He's very careful. And I think fundamentally he's a person who looks out for the interests as he sees it of Russia. And I think one of the reasons he respects the President of the United States is because he knows the President looks out for the interests of the American people. And while they often disagree about issues, and obviously the President has been very critical of Vladimir Putin, the President's also willing to work with anybody if he thinks it's going to accomplish an important goal for America. And we all agree an important goal is to stop the killing.
Let's move to the economy because
I believe that shit when I see it, man. It's been going on for a while. I do think that the probability of the Ukraine-Russia war ending is very, very high right now. Very high. I think it's pretty much going to happen for sure at this point. But I think we're going to also have to wait and see. That's just my guess.
that is still the #1 issue in the United States for most voters.
I could be wrong.
The Democrats seem to be banking on an economic downturn, just like they seem to be banking on chaos in the streets against the National Guard.
Sure.
How do you see the economy in the next 6 months as we're seeing some continuing uncertainty regarding interest rates and Jerome Powell?
Well, unfortunately, you have the Democrats. I think they really are betting against the United States. We're betting on the United States and the American people. There are a lot of good things happening in the economy. You have a lot of new investment coming in part because of the tariffs. People are trying to avoid the tariffs by building in the United States, which is their whole point, Laura, and why the president has been right about this issue from the beginning. You see blue-collar wages rising at their fastest rate in 50, 60 years. You see inflation cooling off, so there's still a lot of work to do there. So I feel very good about where the economy is.
Yeah, let's be honest.
You can never predict the future. But I think what people all over the world recognize is that it's a time to build in the United States of America. If you want to build a car, you want to build a car manufacturing facility, if you want to build a next generation technology facility, if you want to build houses, whatever you want to do, we are the place to do business.
How about rare earths and magnets, which is what we're dependent on with China, which gives them an enormous amount of leverage over us.
And that's something the president has really directed the entire team to fix that issue, because whether it's rare earth magnets,
I think moving manufacturing here is a good idea, especially with automated plants, which I think the majority of them are going to be now. I feel like this is obviously the right decision. Like, I can't see how it's not, really.
Pharmaceuticals. He wants the United States to depend on Americans. We should not be in a situation where foreign adversaries or competitors have control over critical parts of our economy. Think about this, Laura. God forbid Americans are in some sort of conflict and we can't get antibiotics because we're in a conflict against a country that makes the antibiotics.
Right.
You don't have economic freedom and you don't have real prosperity unless you make your own stuff. That's why the President of the United States is making it so much easier to build things and make things in America.
Now, I know you love talking about politics because you're going to say, well, we can't look forward to 2028.
Yeah, sure.
I understand that.
I'm sick of politics,
But Democrats are still doing their 2024 autopsy.
Yes.
Okay. And part of their autopsy is that going forward, they need to kind of be more like Trump in tone, tougher, have nicknames. Newsom's given you a nickname.
I don't think that they need to do what Trump does. I think that the idea of that is silly, because really what you're saying is that they need to just copy something else. The problem that the Democrats have is that they have no real identity that people can get behind and support authentically. And making a, like, cosplaying Donald Trump on Twitter, that's not really going to resonate with a lot of people. It's not. And you know, like, really, you can look at people like AOC or Zohan Mandami. I mean, you can say these people are wrong about everything, but for the most part, at least from the perception of, I think, the public, they seem more authentic. And I think that's a big issue that people have.
Which I don't even understand, called Just Dance Vance. So I guess, what's your
Just
favorite
Dance
dance? What's your
Vance?
favorite dance music?
What?
I mean, it's the dumbest nickname. But how lost are the Democrats right now? And you can answer the dance question.
I mean, look, the autopsy for the Democrats, some free political advice from the President of the United States is
Don't help them too much.
Stop sounding like crazy people. That really is.
Yeah. Had to really do it, huh? Yeah, quit being fucking nuts. Quit being retarded. Jesus. Y'all gotta stop.
Is all it is. I mean, this idea that Gavin Newsom is somehow going to mimic Donald Trump's style, I think that ignores the fundamental genius of President Trump's political success, which is that he's authentic. He just is who he is.
Yeah.
You've got to be yourself.
He's right about this. Like, Gavin Newsom pretending to be Trump is not really gonna it's not gonna motivate people. It's just not. Like, I mean, it's cute, right? And some of the things he said are funny. Yeah, definitely. But, like, it's not really, that's not a winning message.
You've actually got to talk to people honestly about the issues. I don't think it's that complicated. Don't be a crazy person. Be authentic. If the Democrats did that, they'd do a hell of a lot better. But the thing is, the Democrats really can't help themselves. If you look at the transgender issue,
he's completely right about this. That they are the Democrat Party is the dog being wagged by the tail. Is that the most extreme 10 to 20% of the Democrat Party are hamstringing the entire party. And they're doing it with divisive identity politics and extreme issues like Hamas being favorable towards them in Palestine. Like, that's what that I think it's like a poison pill to the entire Democrat Party, that they have a couple of these like super unpopular social takes, like, you know, trans sports, fucking illegal migration, illegal immigration being okay. Like, I think that the, you know, pro-Hamas stuff, like, that stuff is super, super, super unpopular. Progressives killed the party? Well, these aren't progressives. They're just retards. They're nutball retards.
Still talking about letting, you know, men play in women's sports. If you look at the crime
Great
issue,
example.
they're calling Donald Trump a fascist for taking action that in 9 days has dropped armed robberies by 55%. So part of sounding less crazy is being less crazy, and at the 5%. So part of sounding less crazy is being less crazy. And
he's right. Whenever you watch one of these like protests and it's a bunch of screaming, screeching white liberal women that are just angry, I can just give you my take as a guy. I'm voting for whatever is not that. Whatever makes that stop. Like, I want to vote for whatever is going to make that just nope, no more. Settle down. Yeah, whatever they want, it's the opposite of it. That's simple. No, you're not. You don't vote. I might, if J.D. Vance runs again, or if he runs, well, not again. If he runs, I will probably vote for J.D. Vance. I mean, I'm not decided, obviously. I mean, I wouldn't decide until probably the week of the election. But at this point, I would probably vote for him. Yeah, for sure. Me too. Yeah, I mean, I know some people are negative about J.D. Vance because of his, you know, connections with Peter Thiel or whatever, and I think that's fair criticism. but I don't see another alternative, right? I mean, like, I'd vote for Marco Rubio too. I think he's great too. Sure.
Democrats were less crazy, I think we'd all get along a whole lot better.
I'm not trying to pick on California because I am a
It's
member of the
okay.
California bar, so don't get me here. But
Hunter
look, we've
Biden.
had a situation where they're giving commercial driver's licenses
That'd be a hard
to
one.
illegal aliens who can't speak English.
Who don't have basic English competency.
And they're killing America.
Yeah, that is stops. That is part of the category of stop sounding crazy. It's nuts. How much did Palantir pay you? Not enough. Message Alex Karp. Tell him I need another payment.
Which
And as we
matters a
saw
whole
in
lot
Florida.
because if you're
Yeah,
going
I
to read
need
a
another
road
one.
sign, Laura, you might as well, or you need to actually read the
another car.
language the road sign is written in. And of course, this illegal alien in California killed 3 innocent people because
What a
he was
retard.
reckless, he was
Yeah.
dangerous, he shouldn't have been in the country. But now we come to find out he can't even read in the language the road signs are written in.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, again, it goes to the Democrats' basic problem, which is just they're just too crazy. Imagine if you
Yeah.
had a Democratic Party that was focused on enhancing the prosperity and the safety of American citizens rather than bringing in
Well,
millions
that's not going to happen anymore. That's done. Nope.
of millions of low-wage illegal immigrants, giving them the right to vote and allowing them to effectively make it harder for Americans to
Road
live.
signs have nothing to do with language. I wish that if we lived in like a virtual world, I wish I could just teleport you to like the middle of Russia and tell you to start driving. Go ahead. Go ahead. All right. Let's find out. Let's find out. I'm not going to be in your car. I'm going to be in a car like next to you.
Good life. That's all this is about.
Yeah, Serbia.
They care more
Yeah,
about
China.
low-wage foreigners than they do about their own people. That is the fundamental craziness at the heart of the Democratic Party. And until they change that, Gavin Newsom can mimic Donald Trump all that he wants to. They're still going to lose unless they get better policies that actually serve the American people.
Given the
He's
fact
actually totally right about this, is that Democrats lose because they have policies that don't resonate with anyone except for people that have mental illnesses. Like, as soon as they can get over that, I actually think that a lot of Democrat policies are majority American opinion policies. Like, generally, Democrats win the popular vote. And why is that? It's because a lot of these policies are actually popular amongst a huge amount of people. And I think that Democrats losing the popular vote, and especially like now, you see like way more people registering as Republican too. I think that that really should be a wake-up call. This should be a come-to-Jesus moment. Like, what are you doing? Why are you focusing on like these weird trans issues instead of focusing on, you know, school lunches, for example?
that they're endangering the lives and killing American citizens, as we saw with that horrific crash in Florida.
Someone says it's such a retarded take. People driving countries with languages that are not known to them all the time. What the fuck? As I said, if you think that's retarded, I am not going to argue with you. I'm not going to elaborate on this. All I'm going to say is that I wish that we lived in a digital world where I could just instantly teleport you to a foreign country and watch you try to drive around. That's all. That's all. It's so retarded. It's not even worth engaging with.
Killing American
Literally
citizens
killing
with
Americans.
immigration
I mean,
policies.
these are not made up statistics. These just happened. I mean, federal highway funds, that's leverage that the federal government has over the states that refuse to do the basics.
That's
Would
exactly
you
right.
consider advising that DOT and the administration pull back on federal highway funds for these states?
So I don't want to get ahead of any administration announcements, but we are looking at a whole host of points of leverage we can exercise over California and other states to make sure they comply with the law. Sanctuary cities are killing people because you allow these violent criminals to set up shop in your
Then
cities.
stop giving them money. Shut down the federal funding. And then find the people that are allowing it to happen and not, you know, like, it's like if you have somebody that makes a decision to release an illegal alien that has a criminal record and then the illegal alien kills somebody, put the person who made the decision on that up for manslaughter. Do that a couple of times and this stuff is going to instantly stop happening. This is, and I was going to make actually like a recorded video about this, is that I don't think that we're ever going to see the end of this until we have direct personal accountability applied. Because until that
All
happens,
right, guys, I'm gonna head
you're
out, go get the
continue
missus.
having these
You know
same
how it is, and we'll be
problems
back here in a minute.
Because this illegal alien is just a symptom of the issue, right? Some dumb fuck that, like, oh, he doesn't know how to read a turn sign. Okay, yeah, he killed people. That's a tragedy, but this is still small potatoes compared to the apparatus that creates these people. That's the real problem. And unless you can attack the apparatus directly, then you're not doing anything other than placating people that are too stupid to realize. That's what I would say.
Obviously, you saw this case with the person who murdered people on the road, 3 people on the road because
stop funding the third largest economy in the world. Well, yeah, I mean, like, obviously, I mean, California is a really big economy. I don't understand. Do you think that California is it's the 4th, by the way, largest economy in the world? I know what you're trying to say, but you're wrong. But do you think that it's the 4th largest economy in the world because they have a bunch of illegal aliens? Do you think that's the reason, that they have a bunch of illegal aliens that are working like housekeeping jobs? That's why they have so much money. How could you even what are you even thinking?
Even read the road signs. We have a lot of points of leverage here, but fundamentally, I think the American people have to stand with us here, because when we go and tell the governor of California or the governor of New York that you have to stop putting the interests of illegal aliens over American citizens, we need the American people to stand with us. And I think that they will. I think that they are. But we're definitely not going to let this slide.
Well, I think you've got more. I think that this is the same thing, like the same problem that Britain has. I think that we have too. There is still a sizable amount of people that think that bringing illegal aliens into the country is somehow a moral duty that we have as Americans. We still need to kill that ideology more. Like it's like a fraction of what it was like 3 years ago or 5 years ago, but it's still big enough to be a problem. Do you think lower labor costs contributes to the large economy? I think a lot of things contribute to California's economy, but to assume that they're extremely liberal policies that allow crackheads, illegal aliens, and other types of problematic people on the streets, causing problems, shitting on the fucking sidewalk, if you think that's the reason why California is a large economy, you're just retarded. It has nothing to do with that.
Laura, you can't do it. You've got to stop putting the interests of foreigners who don't have the right to be here over the interests of American citizens. That is the entire point and purpose of the Democratic Party. If you go back to the election of 2024, what was the big issue? The big issue was illegal immigration. They were actually defending the rights of illegal immigrants to come into our country, to vote in our elections, to collect Social Security and Medicaid that all by right go to American citizens, to say nothing of.
A lot of people criticize and they counter the point that J.D. Vance is making by saying that illegal aliens don't claim those benefits. That the reality is that a lot of illegal aliens just commit identity fraud, and then they claim the benefits of people that they say they are, but they're actually not. This is what happens. It's very, very common. It's extremely common.
Housing. Yeah, this is actually the biggest driver of housing costs in some of these big blue cities, is that they've flooded the zone with illegal immigrants. As we've kicked illegal aliens out of our country, you actually see housing costs start to level off. So fundamentally, the difference between Republicans and Democrats is we care about American citizens. They actually don't like American citizens and want to replace them with low-wage foreigners. It's a very stark difference. And I think the American people...
It's a problem. It's a huge problem. And also, like, keeping a effective, like, indentured servitude underclass of people working is I think it's a very bad mistake. Comparing it to just simply, developing automated systems and services that solve these problems better. That's it. That's really what you need to do. You need to stop relying on outdated farm laborers, and instead of that, go and try to create systems, tools, and robots effectively that do it for you.
We continue to
reward
us
just says this stuff. Yeah,
Right.
I know.
When Elon Musk departed, he said it was, dramatic departure.
Yeah.
And I know you know him well, you're good friends with him, but
Very
he said he was going to
dramatic.
start a third party, and that sent everyone into the stratosphere.
Yeah.
But he's since kind of backed off that. And now, according to the Wall Street Journal, he is considering backing you in 2028. I know you don't want to get ahead of the president. He's only 7 months into this. But would that be something you would welcome, certainly his staying in politics and perhaps supporting you down the road?
Yeah, so I saw the story, and as far as I can tell, the story is completely fake. I've never talked with Elon Musk or, frankly, any other donor.
Yeah, Elon said it was fake, too. Literally invented by the media to get people to talk about it.
About 2028. I do think that it would be a huge mistake for Elon to go forward with a third party. And my argument to him is, whether you like it or not, you are now perceived by the far left as on the side of the American right. You believe in law and order, you believe in closed borders, you believe in economic growth and prosperity, you believe in making things in the
JD Vance is right about this. And from a pragmatic perspective, even though I agree with Elon in principle on making a third party, I think that in a pragmatic outcome, what a third party would do is it would split the Republican vote and guarantee Democrats to win. Like I agree with this in principle, but in practice, I think that it will backfire.
States of America. The idea that Elon is ever going to go back to being sort of in the middle where Democrats and Republicans both like him, that's just not going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen either. I don't. I feel like ever since he aligned with Trump, this is like a red line that was crossed with a lot of people, and they're never going to forgive him for that or get over it or anything like that. I mean, think about YouTube content creators who said something bad 10 years ago, and people are still bringing it up every single day today. This is, really. I mean, what's this? It's not even close.
Perceived as being on the American right. And so if he doesn't like things the Republican Party is doing, my advice to Elon would be try to fix the Republican Party. Try to push it in your own way. Disagree with me all you want. Disagree with the President of the United States. But don't pretend that you can make a big difference with a third party. I think Elon would make a much bigger difference if he stayed loyal to President Trump's Republican Party. And if he had disagreements, express those disagreements from the inside as opposed to from the outside.
The New York Times just reported that the Democrats are in a voter registration spiral. 2.1 million Americans ditched the Democrat Party between 2020 and 2024.
Jesus.
Meanwhile, the GOP is doing pretty well. They're gaining 2.4 million. So is this a moment where we could see the midterm curse reversed and the Republican Party gain some ground?
I think we have a good chance, but take nothing.
I think that if Trump is able to settle the Ukraine war and probably get one other W, then it's a pretty much guarantee that they're going to win all of the midterms. They're going to win all of the midterms. It's going to be a total sweep. And it's probably going to be even bigger than the presidential election was.
Nothing for granted, Laura. You have the Democrats are still trying to register.
And they need to stop the census thing too. Like they need to retroactively go back and make it to where the people that were counted and that have seats in the government and types of representation because of illegal aliens counted in the census, you need to take those, just immediately go back and get rid of that. They should be doing that tomorrow.
Illegal aliens. They still explicitly say that they want illegal aliens to vote in federal elections. We still have, I think, a lot of headwinds from the media. They never tell the truth about what we're doing, about what the president has accomplished for the American people. So don't rest on our laurels. Keep on achieving victories for the American people and keep on trying to win. That's our path to being able to continue to govern this country. I'm not going to bank anything in 2026.
I think that it's actually very tenuous. That's my opinion. I think there is a good probability that Trump could actually end up losing a lot of support, and there could be a massive amount of Democrats that end up winning because people are unhappy with how things have gone. I think it's absolutely possible. Right now, I would say the possibility of that is 45-55, right? It's less likely than likely, but that can change very quickly. And I think the reason why is that the problem is that I think that a lot of the illegal migration raids, I think that they need to take more control of the narrative and try to shut down the narrative that they're arresting, like, you know, just like random families. And even if they are doing that, embrace it and say, that's exactly what we're doing. Too fucking bad. Cry about it. And I think that doing that is better than trying to play this middle of the road thing. And I think that you underestimate how much people care about Epstein. You overestimate how much people care about Epstein. No, that's not the only thing. Like, I would say that right now, the main issues that people are upset about is the cost of living has not gone down tremendously. That's a very big one. I think another big issue that people care about a lot is the ICE raids. This has been very polarizing for a lot of people. The Epstein files do matter, and I think that they, you know, there's like a 5 or a 10% of the voter base that maybe would be more demoralized and less likely to vote for a Republican because of that. And I think that you also have maybe just a handful of people. Like, I mean, right now, off the top of my head, that's what I'm thinking of. It hasn't gone down at all. Yeah, but I mean, I'm giving, like, I listen to polls and stuff like that. I do, but I never, I always, honestly, I just make up my own mind. I just make it up. That's the truth. My polling system is that I made it the fuck up. I read Twitter. That's what I think people think. Yeah. That's literally it. And we'll see what happens. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Maybe I'll be wrong. Sure. And also the redistricting. In my opinion, I think they should totally redistrict everything. Like, because again, it's like, you think about it like this. This is my outlook on it. Is that if you think that you are going up against a party who is trying to actively destroy America by importing infinity illegals in, from my perspective, I think you have like a moral obligation to shut that down in whatever way you can possible. And so from my perspective, what I would do if I were them is that I would gerrymander and redistrict everything. I would shut it down as much as possible. I would disenfranchise as many fucking people as possible, because that entire party is toxic, in my opinion, right? And so, like, I would be doing this to help people, right? Comment section's best vibe. Yeah, and I know it sounds crazy for actual retard take. Okay, that's fine. But, like, again, I'm not interested in being retarded or not. I'm interested in winning or not. I think this is an action that would create an outcome that would be beneficial for me. That's what matters to me. So you always do the thing that causes you to win. It's common sense. Then Newsom will do it and win big. No, like, you're right that California has a lot of seats. But collectively, there are more Republicans that I would say redistricting would be beneficial for collectively across the country. Like, you're right that California is the biggest state, and so, like, him redistricting would be a massive thing. Sure. But there are a lot of other places where Democrats are totally 100%, but there's a Republican amount of people there, and it's like, let's say 30%. They already tapped the market. Yeah, exactly. And so, like, I know that he would do that. California's already gerrymandered. They can't gerrymander the state anymore. Well, even if they could, I would still say do it anyway. Because if you do it, you will win the war of attrition. That's what I would say.
Keep working at it.
Who's your best friend in the cabinet?
We have a lot of good friends, right? I mean, the weird thing is, you say it's one person, then fundamentally that's an insult to other people. I mean, Marco and I are very close. We were close in the Senate. He's been a great friend of mine. I think he's doing a great job. Pete Hegseth, who I went to Union Station, I think is doing a great job as Secretary of Defense. And really, the D.C. swamp tried to destroy Pete Hegseth, unlike anybody.
I think that also, like, some of these questions, I think that Fox News runs the risk of damaging their credibility by asking questions like that, because I think that they fall under the same category as questions like asking Biden what his favorite flavor of ice cream is. And I think that people that are undecided voters or who are very skeptical will see that, and it will make them uncomfortable.
In the administration, and that really kind of, whenever I see the
credibility, yeah, I think people, like, what credibility? The same credibility that people give MSNBC or CNN or Fox News. Like, whether you think that they should have credibility or not doesn't matter. That what, and also, like, shouldn't that be something you should actively work against?
People in the world trying to tear a guy down, that makes me think
I try to be
he's on our
pragmatic.
side.
Are you doing push-ups with him and Bobby? Are you?
I have
know
not
it
yet
sounds
done. I'm
crazy.
sure they can do more push-ups and pull-ups than I have, but I am. You know, it's funny. I do love this presidential focus on fitness.
Yeah.
And Bobby and Peter obviously leading the way.
It's better that they're in the gym than they're fat. This is an improvement. And I think also, like, I mean, there's another element to this that I will be totally honest with. I like the focus on the more masculine ideals, like working out, being fit, being strong, being aggressive, law and order, etc. Like I don't want to live in a Karenocracy. And so when I see a bunch of guys that are at a gym working out, doing pull-ups, I think to myself, okay, thank God, like this isn't some like weird fucking soccer mom government. When are you going to look like it? You know, like, okay. All right. Anyway.
But I'm going to participate as much as I can.
You're going to Georgia, big, beautiful bill. Can we expect any fireworks down there? What can we say?
Well, I guess it depends on who's going to show up to the rally. But yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun, talk about the big successes of the big, beautiful bill, the fact that it lowers taxes for the gross majority of Americans, the fact that we're making it easier to build things in America again. So we're going to have a good time, and we're going to talk about all the things.
I don't know why they don't talk about raising taxes on corporations and raising taxes on like very, very wealthy people. Like I think really it's like it doesn't take a huge amount. They just need to increase a few percentages. I think it would make a huge difference, and I think ultimately it would probably win them more favor. And it would also like break a lot of messaging that is against the Republican Party. Are you dumb? No, I'm saying like if this is, a lot of people think in terms of absolutes. If they can do something that has the messaging and the perspective of something that is of the opposite point of view, that damages the people that are criticizing them, and it weakens their message against them. Everything should all, like, you have to look at things as a strategic action. A lot of people look at things as an action of like what's right and wrong. This is silly. You shouldn't think that way. You should think about what is the most effective way on how to solve a problem and how to take advantage of an outcome. It's a strategy fundamentally. The top 5% contributes about 60% of federal tax. Yeah, of course. You know exactly why they don't do that? No, I don't agree with the idea that the Republican Party is controlled by rich people and Democrats isn't. I think they're both controlled by rich people. And I think also that, and I think if anything, it weakens the argument, right? Because if the Republicans do that, then it totally flips that back like on its head. Reduce government spending, no higher taxes for anyone. Well, I don't know. I mean, from my perspective, like I've said this before. Like I think it's like 41, it's like 39 or 41% tax that you pay if you make a lot of money, like the highest tier of tax. I think they should probably have like 2 more tiers that go up by like 3% or 5%. And I think really being able to take advantage of an American economy, the best economy in the world, being able to become a multi 10 plus, 20 plus, 50 plus millionaire, I think it's okay to ask that guy to chip in a little bit more. I do. I think it's all right. And I'm going to be honest. That would be me. I'm one of the only people probably here. Maybe I know there's some, maybe Saudi princes that are watching or something like that. Well, I guess you guys aren't paying taxes here in the U.S. But like, I'm sure some of you guys are making a lot of money too. But like, I'm advocating for something that would directly affect me as an individual.
It's doing just to make people's lives better. That's the whole reason we're doing this. We want Americans to be able to live safe, prosperous lives in their own country. We made a lot of progress in 7 months. We're going to make a lot more.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
No,
hey.
I think that's true. But I feel like, again, they need to think about one thing that they can do that will make them very effective is figuring out ways that they can effectively subvert a lot of the Democrat talking points. Again, how many points in a graph of the government wasting our tax dollars do you need until you get a line? Well, I think that you're talking about 2 different things, right? And so like you're talking about, so number one, like, so I agree with both things. I think that absolutely, like, I was a big supporter of Doge. Like, when I heard that Elon Musk was leaving, I was really sad because I was hoping that they would audit the Pentagon. I mean, I understand that this is like, you retard, this would never happen. Yeah, of course. But I still hope that this would happen. Like, I mean, there's a lot of things that I hope that would happen that are not going to happen. So, yeah, I hope she texts me back one day, right? And so anyway, yeah, there's many examples of this. So, yes, you're totally right that the government wastes a tremendous amount of money, etc. But at the same time, I want both, right? I want a better, you know, a better way of us using our money. And I also want higher taxes for people that are making money. That's it. Most rich people pay nowhere near those tax rates. Oh, I know all about that. I know about that. Like, for me personally, what percentage of my income do I pay in taxes? I would say it's probably around 35%. If I had to guess, it's probably about 35% of my income that I pay on my taxes. Like, I don't do any weird tax haven stuff. I don't do any crazy tax avoidance. I don't do anything. I just simply pay my taxes as a fucking individual, and it is what it is. Yeah, that's an insane amount. I have no problem with it. I was a beneficiary of government welfare for many years, and now I'm paying for the new generation of NEETs to sit home and jack off to bullshit. I have no problem with it. That's the circle of life. Yep, absolutely. And easy, thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, you want to ask my honest opinion. Why don't you structure your wealth? Because if you want the honest truth, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter to me. Like, oh, wow, I'm making this much money. There are a lot of ways that I can make more money. Like, there's plenty of ways I could, like, you guys saw, like, the Kick thing. I was making a lot more money. You know what I do with that money? I got a statement from my bank. I didn't even open it. I just threw it away. Actually, to be fair, I don't throw them away because, like, you know, it's like personally identifiable information. I separate it. I put it somewhere else. But I don't even open them. I don't look at them. I don't care about any of this shit. I don't care. Like, the only thing that I care about is playing video games, doing what I want to do, eating fast food, streaming and making my YouTube videos, and that's it. That's all I care about. That's all. It's my whole life. I don't need I don't need a bunch of bullshit, okay? That's because you can. Of course, but, like, I could care about a lot of other stuff on top of that, and I don't. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but, like, that's enough. Yes, I don't need, I don't want a complex life. I don't want all of these things. These are complexities and issues and problems, and I don't want to deal with any of that. A good yacht for the mods win. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Why don't y'all relax, all right? More money, more problems? Yeah, sure. No woman, no housekeeper? No, I don't have a girlfriend. I don't have a girlfriend, not married, not engaged, anything like that. Housekeeper, I mean, I don't really make a lot of a mess. I mean, really, like, I could clean up all of the mess in my room in like one day. I could clean it all up in one day, and then it would be pretty much clean. That's it. No, I'm being serious. Like, yeah, it would be nothing.
From County 911, what's the location of your emergency?
2004 7th Street.
Okay, what's going on at 2004 7th?
My husband is out front. I'm at my parents' house. We're not getting along, but he's just out of control.
Okay, what's he doing exactly?
Shooting a gun in the air.
Okay, is it a rifle or a pistol?
I have no idea.
Okay, how many times has he fired it?
Once. He's trying to get me to go out there and talk to him, and I'm not going out there.
Okay. Is he intoxicated?
I don't think so.
Okay, and y'all have been arguing?
Yeah.
Can you still see him?
No, I couldn't see him before. He was calling me.
You haven't laid eyes on him, you just heard him out there shooting and he was calling you on the phone?
Yeah, he was calling me on the phone. It looks like he's gone home. It looks like he drove off because I can track him on my 360. But
what does he drive?
A white Ford F-150 short bed, little pickup.
Okay, you said you're tracking him on Live 360?
Yeah.
Where is he at now? Okay, what road is he on now?
He's on First Street. Looks like he's fixing to pull up at the house.
Do you know if he does drugs or anything?
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Okay, so he's just possibly been drinking?
Yeah, I'm probably not even that. Our daughter was in a car wreck earlier. It's been a very intense, very long day. Everyone is upset, and he just can't get a handle on it.
Is your daughter
So
at
I
home?
left him. No, she's in college in Belton.
Okay, so there's nobody at home that he would harm?
No,
Okay. Did the vehicle stop moving?
No, he's still driving.
Okay, where is he at now?
He's on Austin Avenue.
Okay, we're out on Austin. What road did he turn off onto?
He turned off on Norwood. He's going to his shop on Corrigan.
Do you know the address of that?
302 Corrigan.
All right, well, I have officers that are going to arrive at 7th Street first. They're going to talk to you, and then they're going to try to locate him, okay?
Okay.
636 Roundwood. Units are 23 on Corrigan. We'll be holding our position until we determine if there's an offense or if not.
I'm gonna get out of the car.
Let's go and move around, I guess, as he comes by.
Appears to be in Norwood and Prince Street. Get down!
36 Roundwood, shot fired. No, I think I'm good.
Oh, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go.
Good? I think so. I don't know for sure. He's kept rolling. He's coming back. He's coming back. I don't know. I don't know if I'm hit or not. Get in your car. Let's get in your car. Let's get out of here. Oh, Jesus, protect me and my man.
We're going to 23rd Norwood. Where do you need us?
We're unsure where he is at this time.
I've been hit. Salazar's been hit. You're good, Bassett. Handle it. Get out of the truck! I'm at Austin and Norwood. Austin and Norwood. Truck is stopped. It looked like he was slumped over. 42 is maintaining coverage on it. I need medical. Stay over there, sir. I just got shot, sir. Stay over there. No! Maintain coverage.
Switch me. Yeah.
Stay with him.
Where is he?
He's up ahead. He's on my car.
Okay.
Take me to the hospital.
I got you. 25 to 42. I'm coming off the corporal's car.
What happens when an entire city essentially comes to a standstill because many of its residents are afraid to be outside?
Huntington Park, California now feels it has a bullseye on its back because of ramped up ice raids.
So almost half the people living in some California towns do so while living in America illegally. And while the lawless residents of these cities gripe to the news of how ice raids are shutting down their entire economy, critics say they've got no one to blame but themselves for encouraging people to break the law. And as you're about to see, there's more than one town in America where this is happening.
The once vibrant city center has now become eerily quiet. It's nearly 96% Latino, and as many as 45% of its residents are undocumented.
We see stores that are open, but they remain with the gates locked. Because the reality is that folks are scared of coming in, that folks are scared of being taken.
The percentage decline would equate to a loss in California of more than 271,000 jobs for citizens and more than 193,000 jobs for non-citizens. Edward Flores, lead author of the report, told Cal Matters, if there's disruptions to the work that undocumented immigrants do, it has ripple effects.
Now, they said they wanted her undocumented husband, who did serve time for a violent offense, but that day she was questioned, not released. Now listen.
He said that they're after my husband because he doesn't have papers and he has a criminal record from 9 years ago.
Downtown Santa Ana has slowed down.
This is 4th Street downtown, and you just saw one car pass?
Shops are closed, sidewalks are quiet, and street vendors are scarce.
Federal agents do not need an arrest warrant from a judge in a case like this. ICE officers have the authority to arrest aliens without a judicial warrant.
So if you fill your town with fugitives, don't be surprised when the worst of the worst decide to make it their home base. And what nobody's talking about is this is exactly what's happening in these sanctuary cities. And while the television might defend places that exist only because of illegal immigration, the truth doesn't. And ICE agents have been blasting open the homes of wanted fugitives and raiding apartments in some of these places for months, looking for dangerous individuals who've shacked up in these sanctuary cities for the benefits, like free healthcare and freedom from immigration checks made by local police who aren't allowed to talk to ICE. Which means you can be a gang member with known ties to international criminal organizations with a horrendous rap sheet, and if you're arrested in a sanctuary city, they'll put you in the back of a police car and release you on your own recognizance, and if ICE asks them to hold on to you, they don't even respond. But this has allowed these communities to become bastions of guerrilla armies of criminals who hide in plain sight knowing their radical neighbors will throw themselves at police to defend their neighborhood, thinking that law and order is somehow evil, even though ICE is out there trying to save these places from themselves before they fall apart. Which brings us to the real reason some of these cities and towns are entirely abandoned at this point. If you've got half your population who's not even supposed to be here and you've allowed that to go on forever, when law and order finally shows up, that's gonna cause a lot of problems, and those problems are entirely self-inflicted because these places only had population growth because of illegal immigration. And when you look at all of the businesses here that are now closing and are shut down, they were all getting rich off America's open border, which reveals why so many in these local business communities say they support immigrants, a term which they use to lump together legal and illegal immigrants. But now that everyone who's an active criminal isn't coming out and doing their shopping, what purpose do these businesses even serve? Should they be allowed to shut down so the law-abiding can start their own businesses while hiring people for fair wages? And all of those workers who are here illegally and lost their jobs, well, should that be allowed to happen? And if that does happen, what would be the possible fix for that?
A crowd of employees of the Los Angeles Equestrian Center huddled together Friday morning, moments before they were taken into a closed-door meeting, where they say they were all fired because of their immigration status.
So one way to look at what you just saw is that a company no longer has any workers. But why would they have fired those workers if they didn't think they could get new people to legally fill those positions? This reveals that there are many Americans and legal permanent residents out there just lined up for the very jobs that have been stolen from them. Plus, a recent study that's supposed to make us all feel bad about what ICE is doing estimates that the job losses to regular citizens are almost the same number as the job losses from illegal immigrants abandoning their posts, which means any unemployed local residents could just fill these newly available positions. But that might not be possible in certain parts of America where a critical mass of locals now no longer want to hit the streets.
So how has the community here responded to the ongoing raids?
They're scared.
Jonathan Sanabria sits on the city council. He also grew up here.
We are a target for them because we know that they are stereotyping and they're racially profiling us, and they're targeting folks that look like me.
Sanabria took us along Pacific Boulevard, Huntington Park's main commercial thoroughfare. The once vibrant city center
This place is empty,
eerily
though.
quiet. Jose Lomeli is a longtime resident.
I remember Pacific Boulevard was always packed, but since the raids have been going on, it's a ghost town.
You hear that? A ghost town. But let's get one thing straight. They've already told us that about half the people who live in this city, Huntington Park, are in the country illegally. And this guy, this politician here, he's not being truthful because he says everyone's scared. Nobody wants to come out, but he's out. And then they find another guy on the street who's out, and then they say that, oh, everyone's being racially profiled and that's why nobody feels safe, but here they are walking around feeling safe. And this is obviously false. ICE has zero power over someone who's not attacking them when they do their job and who's not in America illegally. Their sole job is to enforce immigration law. If you're not in violation of immigration law, you got nothing to worry about. Everyone knows this. Yet there's a massive effort right now to make it look like ICE is just out there arresting the wrong people, which isn't true in the least. And as you're about to see, all of these job losses that are taking place, well, they actually might be a good thing if all of those jobs and companies only existed to serve a criminal population.
Places are surviving.
The councilman showed us how business owners are trying to lure customers back into these stores.
So here's a sign. There's people inside conducting business, but they now have their doors locked. They're saying, hey, knock so we can open the door, provide the services for you.
That's weird.
ICE agents would need a warrant to enter.
No.
We see stores that are open, but they...
No, they wouldn't need a warrant to enter. They don't need a warrant to enforce immigration law. If someone's illegal and they run into a business to try and hide there, ICE doesn't have to go get a warrant to then track that person down. No, they make legal arrests when they apprehend fugitives. They've got permission to do this. Now, of course, they can't just raid a business for no reason, but if they're on a targeted enforcement operation, they can enter publicly accessible spaces like parking lots and such, looking for the fugitive they're after. And if that fugitive enters into a private location, they are allowed to pursue that person. But what's crazy is these businesses, apparently they're so terrified, they've got barriers to entry preventing people who might be walking down the street from just coming in. They're willing to shut down and sacrifice business to protect the fugitives that are apparently working inside of these places, why else would they have a sign at the door that says no one can come in unless we let you in? If everybody inside was legal and nobody was violating immigration law, none of this would be a problem. But here's why job losses in these parts of the country might actually be a good thing. All of these businesses that are making money off of a criminal population, hiring workers who don't have proper documentation to begin with, possibly not paying them fair wages, well, all the extra money they make just jacks up the rent for all these businesses because now the landlords benefit from illegal immigration too. So you've got an economy that has inflated itself to a level that wouldn't exist if the criminals working in these businesses who are breaking immigration law weren't serving customers who are in the country illegally. You see how that works?
It's locked. So this is another way of the
Gates
stores
locked.
protecting themselves and their customers from unwanted interactions with
There are
us.
no customers.
A woman emerged from behind the gates. She runs this bridal shop.
How is business?
That's crazy.
¿Cómo ha estado el negocio estos días? Very bad.
Very bad.
Because the reality is that folks are scared of coming in, that folks are scared of being taken.
These places are gonna shut down. If they don't have any customers and they got the gates up like that, the writing's on the wall. They're not gonna be able to pay their rent forever like this. And the other thing is nobody is being taken if they're here legally. That's a fallacy. But from the behavior of these stores, we know that the statistics pointing to almost half the population here being here in violation of the law are probably accurate. There's a 50-50 chance if someone walks up to the door of one of these places, ICE could be looking for them. Now, whose fault is that? Is that the fault of ICE, or is that the fault of the city or town that said, hey, it's okay for fugitives to live here? Come on in. Make yourselves part of the community. Let's operate like this for decades. And then when law and order finally shows up, they want to blame law and order for the consequences of their decisions and their actions. The city said it's okay to break the law. People breaking the law showed up. Now that's over. And what? It's the fault of the police? That's dumb.
Publicans continues to remain high. Many of them say immigrants who've entered the country illegally should be deported. Sanabria disagrees.
When we look at a lot of different sectors of our economy, the reason we are able to keep it at a lower rate is because of undocumented workers.
What? Did he just say that undocumented workers depress certain aspects of the economy, like the prevailing wage for workers in this neighborhood? Did you just hear that? I think I sure did. This guy just let the cat out of the bag. Cheap labor is what these businesses are thriving on. It's easy to come in here and set up shop because there's so many people willing to work illegally off the books that you can pay them next to nothing. And who cares if you have to put up a gate and block people from coming in because your cost of doing business here is so low, it doesn't even matter if you sell anything. That's ridiculous. And it reveals this whole illegal immigration system takes advantage of people. It takes advantage of the law-abiding who have to pay for the services that many of these folks get. And then these folks are out there taking jobs out of the economy, keeping costs low for businesses, but stealing jobs from law-abiding people who can't go get a job off the books because they're here legally. But there are a few places throughout America where you can now get a job who are hiring. The only problem is these places only hire legally.
This is body camera footage provided by the San Francisco Sheriff's Department.
Sheriff's Office, open up. We have a search warrant.
We're not here to promote them, but to show you the aspects of their work you usually don't see. Except that recruitment has been challenging in recent years. It worsened for law enforcement in general right after the summer of 2020, and a call to defund law enforcement gained prominence. The numbers speak for themselves. Every year after that, the Sheriff's Department has had a net loss of deputies, except for this past fiscal year, 24-25.
You don't say. Look at that. So recruitment is way up at the San Francisco Sheriff's Department. Look at that. Absolutely fascinating. You know what? You have a little bit of law and order start happening in this sanctuary state. You have ICE come in and start doing their job without having to apologize for it. You have the president and the American people backing that. And even sanctuary city cops are now emboldened to do their job and protect people in spite of the fact that their own laws force them to do it with one hand tied behind their backs. And it's not just happening in San Francisco. Oh no, it's also happening in New York City, where we just had one of the largest graduating classes we've had in decades.
Afternoon, class.
Despite the increase, they are still short about 180 deputies,
I
forcing
believe
the
it. They've been
department to
decimated.
incur massive amounts of overtime. Last year, that department billed the city for nearly $27 million in overtime alone. Some want the overtime, others don't. In fact, their union compared the forced overtime to slavery. A recent newspaper report found that the sheriff's department had 19 of the 20 biggest overtime earners in the city. One
Wow.
sheriff is reported to have earned more than $785,000 in total compensation.
What? You can earn that kind of money as a police officer with the overtime? That's insane. But whose fault is it that these cities are spending so much money on overtime? I mean, we just heard how some of these places have a population that is half criminal, who is here breaking the law every single day they remain in America. And what does that do? That causes gangs. That causes the worst of the worst to say, you know what, I'm going to go to these places and I'm going to make this my home base. You know why? Because I am totally protected here. They're going to give me benefits. If I get arrested, they're not going to tell ICE. On top of that, a lot of these criminals, who are their initial targets? Other members of the illegal immigrant community. Many of these people, when they come across the border, they're exploited by gangs and cartels who, if they can't pay, bless them with a $10,000, $20,000 debt for bringing them into America. And a lot of times they get staffed in illegal labor situations like what we've got going on in this city that's decided to board itself up and lock itself down to quote unquote protect people who are breaking the law and suffering because of it. What do you think about all that? Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Who's verifying these Class 1 licenses in Canada and the US? Huh. Are you supposed to do... When I see this, you're not supposed to... Are you supposed to do this? You can do... I don't think you're supposed to do this. What is this? Yeah, bro, this guy's playing Grand Theft Auto. Like, what's going on with this? Somebody is saying it in chat, highly illegal. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm inclined to agree. This seems like a big problem, guys. I'll tell you that. And when server transfers open in ARK, completely changed the game. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I played the game a little bit, but I just could not get into it, man. I just could not, for any reason, enjoy that game at all. But anyway, so... yeah, basically, they did arrest the guy. They are going to arrest him, and I think this is a good thing. Obviously, you know, they took the license away from the company, I think, that hired him, you know, like their business license, which, I mean, again, that's a good thing, but it doesn't really do a whole lot. Let's see here. Oh, here it is. Yeah, here's the video right here. The illegal truck driver who killed 3 people in Florida has just been taken into custody in California and was loaded into a plane sent by Florida. So basically, bro, they rounded this motherfucker up, man. They got him, and I don't know what's gonna happen to him now, but I bet it's not good. Let's go ahead. Let's watch it. Here we go. So this literally, it just happened, I guess, a half hour ago.
Singh actually being led by Florida state authorities onto the plane there. So Singh actually being led by Florida state authorities onto the plane there. It looks like he's in shackles as he's being taken back onto the plane. What exactly, Senator, would your legislation do
Gotcha,
pertaining
bitch.
to this and other potential similar cases in the future?
Oh. Oh.
Well, look, there's already a basic requirement of English proficiency that some of these blue states, these sanctuary states, are just ignoring in issuing commercial driver's
No, they need to do something like this federally immediately. Like, they need to pass, like, an executive order or some shit that says, like, if you are a, like, fucking interstate truck driver, you have to pass an English literacy test right now. Like, I mean, that's it, you know, like that's really the problem. Because, like, if they want to have a bunch of retards that can't read in California, like, I mean, that sounds like a personal problem to me. But, and also that's not good either. But, you know, I think that if you're talking about, you know, like multi-state lines, I mean, yeah, obviously they need to have a degree of quality control for this. How is it even a question? So, yeah, it's insane. You should learn how to English to get any job, learn how to do English to get any job. I don't know how a person gets into America without speaking English. I mean, it's the national language, and by the way, I know that up until recently it wasn't. It always has been. Everybody knows it. Every presidential address is in English. English is the national language, and it always has been. So the fact is that anybody who's not speaking English shouldn't fucking be here. Like, I don't know how this is even a question. How is this even like a conversation? What the hell are we doing?
License to truckers.
Yes. Oh my God.
I think two things. Number one, these states like Washington and California that want to keep issuing commercial driver's license need to show that they are complying with that basic requirement, that the people that they're putting on these roads that are going into other states can actually read the signs.
Yeah, imagine expecting somebody who drives a truck that could kill people to be able to read traffic signs. I mean, I don't know, guys. That seems a little bit it sounds a little bit racist to me. Geez, guys. Like, yeah, it sounds kind of bad. Wow. How many families need to die for this? This is so horrible. Well, I don't understand. And I think that, again, like, it's just in general, like, anti-American, Western racism, or like a sense of, like, guilt where it's like, oh, well, we can't force people to learn English. Like, absolutely you can. 100% you can. It's not even a question. I mean, this isn't like a, you know, a restaurant. This is a life and death situation very clearly, right? And so that's where we're at.
Understand English and be able to communicate with motor carrier.
So I disagree. My mom's Puerto Rican. She does not speak English. Puerto Ricans are legal and they're not obligated to speak English. I'm on your side with a lot of things, but not that part, man. Wow, okay, so there's like 1% of Puerto Ricans that don't speak English, so we should just let... And also, like, they automatically became U.S. citizens, right? Because Puerto Rico is a U.S. territory. So that's like a very different thing than what I'm talking about, right? I mean, you clearly... Like, what I'm saying is that people should... If somebody is coming into the United States and they can't speak English, I think that should be an automatic decline. Should be an insta decline if you're not proficient in English. I don't even see how anybody can argue against this. It seems like the most obvious common sense opinion, but for some reason it eludes everybody.
Safety inspectors.
Well, that's a gotcha. Yeah, of course.
And instructions for driving, and they need to be permanent and lawful residents of the United States.
And also, by the way, if your mom drives a fucking semi-truck, she better learn. Like, I got no problem. She wants to sit at home and do whatever the fuck. Yeah, fine. Don't speak English. It's okay. You're a U.S. territory. It is what it is. But, like, if you're going to go around driving a fucking truck, you better learn how to read the goddamn signs. I mean, what are we even doing here, guys? Come on. What is this? Talking about CDL? Yeah.
Basic minimum, and that way you don't have other states that are following the law. As you know, Florida is a law and order state. We comply with the laws because we know that that ensures the safety of our citizens.
Yeah, it's obvious.
We shouldn't fall victim to or be penalized by other states that don't do the same.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, like, again, it's just what an unforced error. What a massive. And in my opinion, I think that from everything that I know about the government, I don't think this had anything to do with liberal policy. I mean, maybe at the top it did. I think this just had to do with another person that works at the government who doesn't give a fuck about their job. They don't care about how things go, and they're just doing whatever the hell they want, right? I think that's really what's going on here more than anything. So, yeah, and is driving that hard? Yes, apparently it is. And it was absolutely liberal policy? Maybe, right? I don't know. Is this kind of stuff another reason why people push for autonomous self-driving cars? I mean, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I think that truck driving is that job is on a, it has its days or numbers, basically, right? I think that very clearly you are going to see truck drivers losing their jobs. Whether this is sooner or later, it's hard really to say, but I do think it's going to happen. The reason why is because it's safer and better for everyone if you could have an autonomous driving car. Because another thing that people might not consider is that even if these truck drivers are, you know, like totally, you know, like, you know, they can speak English, they're born in America, there's like no native or no, you know, like a non-native element to this. Like, a lot of truck drivers drive for a really long time, and there's a level of human fatigue that happens with this. And so that's why they have like beds at the back of their truck. So I would say that probably a lot of drivers are probably sleep deprived at some point or another, if not most of the time. And because of that, everyone is, but locally. Yeah, exactly. Right. And so because they're sleep deprived, and this is a job that they can only do theoretically for 8 to 12 hours a day, 15 at the best, and that's not a good thing either. It would be better for everybody if you had autonomous driving cars that could drive at 100% efficiency 24 hours a day. Like, this would just simply be an improvement for the human race. It's not something that would be good for truck drivers. It's not something that would be good for companies. It's something that would be good for everybody. And I think that a lot of the, reluctance from AI actually comes from people afraid of losing their jobs. That's primarily where it's coming from. It's not coming from people that are actually, people that are against AI fundamentally, because I don't see how an ethical person cannot come to this conclusion, right? I mean, in my opinion, I think it's inevitable. So yeah, you need infrastructure for that, designed for AI, not human drivers. Well, I don't think that's even really true, because we already have AI. So, like, based off of that logic, how do we have self-driving taxis now? How many Waymo and Tesla auto-driving car accidents do we have? Because, like, I feel like if there was a Tesla auto-driving car and it had an accident, everybody on the news would be hearing about this forever. And I'm sure it's happened before, right? I mean, it's definitely happened. But, like, if I compare, let me see here, rate of self-driving cars versus real drivers, rate of accidents. Let's see here. We'll go ahead and look at this. This is obviously AI, so like it might not be accurate, but let's go ahead and find out. 9 million drivers. Okay. With Waymos, 4 million. Okay, so human drivers have accident rate of about 4 to 4.5 per million miles driven. So it's about 9 crashes per miles driven. Recent studies, Waymo's improvement is 2.1 miles driven. Okay, so it's 8.5. So apparently Waymo, according to this, right? Waymo is a caveat. Yeah, and this is also, AVs tend to have fewer severe crashes but struggle in specific scenarios. Yeah, I mean, like, well, let me actually ask, this is a better question. How many fatalities have happened because of a self-driving car? Right? Because, like, I mean, I think it's a big difference. You know, you're talking about, like, an accident. Like, you know, there's a fender bender, and then there's people that are getting killed. So only one fatality has been directly attributed to a fully autonomous vehicle. So this seems very, very unlikely, right? I mean, there's literally a list of them, and each one is labeled by the year, right? So that very clearly this doesn't happen a lot, and it's extremely fucking minor. And yeah, how many? You want to get the rash on your face from? No, I don't actually. I think I was washing my face yesterday. I took a shower yesterday, if you can believe that. Yes, I know. And I took a shower yesterday, and maybe it's from that. It's lying to you. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I don't think that it necessarily is. I mean, you can just look at the web pages and see what happens. Self-driving car statistics. I mean, you can look through all of this. 393 crashes. I mean, and this is from May of 2022. I mean, look at how many crashes happen with people all the time, right? It happens constantly. Now, obviously, you'd have to account for, like, per capita and how many mistakes happen. But in a general sense, no, I feel like this is a very, very obvious thing. Allergic to soap, yes, clearly. But fully autonomous vehicles are also deployed in places like Arizona where driving conditions are consistent and easy to navigate. Yes, but I would argue that most highways are probably one of the easiest and most consistent driving navigation areas anywhere. You simply go in a very long line, one direction. Like you go on I-35. That's one of my favorite things about going on the highway, is that I can go on the highway and I just turn my fucking brain off. I don't have to think. I just like, okay, I have to go this way for 22 miles. Great. All right. let's fucking just totally disconnect. And that's it. I bet the human driver crash is actually higher because a lot of people not reporting too. Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know. But anyway, so that's generally the way that I see it more than anything. And this is as bad as it ever will be. And I think that's another thing too, is that if you look at this here and you look at the amount of it, it's obviously going to get better. Waymo's 56 million miles driven showed no fatalities, with an 80 to 90% reduction in certain accident types compared to human drivers. So here we go right now. And so this is inevitable. So going back to the truck driver thing, what's my point with this is that even if truck drivers, every single one of them spoke perfect English, they all had an English degree, this problem would still be something that's worth solving, right? And so that's generally what I was saying, and that's what I think overall. Let me go back. I'll look at a few more of these and take a look at it. Oh, and apparently, I don't know really if this how recent this one is, but it did happen again somehow. Here we go.
Which is great. You okay? For sure. Yeah. I was coming this way, and I see the whole thing. It's crazy.
Man. Hard to know where this is. I don't know if this is in the U.S. or not, but yeah, I think this is obviously a very big problem, and this is the governor of Florida talking about it. Here we go.
Ron DeSantis of Florida is talking about the illegal immigrant truck driver who had the driver's license from California that killed 3 people in Florida. Let's listen in.
Arrive in Florida today.
Oh, they got him.
He will get the book thrown at him very shortly after that, I can guarantee you. So,
I don't even like the guy that did it is obviously a dumb piece of shit. Yeah, okay. But like, what about the people that hired him? What about the people that employed him? What about the people that gave him the license? What about the people that approved the process that made the license that he got possible? Like, you've really got to look at those people, and that's really where you've got to look at the fault, right? You've got to look at like that's where you've got the problem, obviously, right? Preach, yeah. I mean, that's really where we're worried about.
stay tuned. You're going to be able to hear more for that. But how ridiculous is it that somebody would get a commercial driver's license who doesn't understand the language of this country, doesn't understand road signs, doesn't understand these things. And the feds, when they had him detained a couple days ago, they did an English test, and he failed abysmally, not even close. Like, not only like, you know, a little English, no, he was terrible. And yet he's getting these commercial licenses from these sanctuary states. And you know, in the U.S., we all kind of have our opportunities to run our states the way we want. We've chosen to be the free state of Florida.
Well, that's not even no. Because if you're driving federally, like, I mean, this is such an obvious thing. I mean, if you're doing something that crosses state lines, then states' rights are not paramount anymore. There's a reason why you have federal government and state government. And it's so fucking obvious. Things that are inside of that state and stay inside of that state are the state government, generally, not always, but generally. And things that are not are the federal government. We all know this. Everybody, it's so obvious.
I think most people here appreciate that. California, Washington State, they're choosing much different pathways. And I think it's been very destructive to the people there. That's why people have fled those states. But, you know, their policies and their recklessness spills over to other states in this country. And it's spilled over, in this case, to the state of Florida. So the 3 Floridians are dead, you know, in part because of the recklessness that we see out on the left coast. And, you know, I think it needs to stop. But ultimately, you know, it's going to require Congress to get off its rump and actually do something about this.
Exactly, yeah. They need to solve the problem systematically, because the system that created this person will create another person like this. So getting mad at the person is solving the symptom and not the disease.
Defund sanctuary states, defund sanctuary cities, rein in the excesses that we've seen in these states time and time again, and I hope that happens, because we cannot just sit and allow these tragedies to occur on and on and on. It's got to stop. We're here today.
It's ridiculous. This is such a ridiculous unforced error that nobody should have ever even seen.
to talk about our support for rural communities in Florida. And our state.
Right, so that was Governor Ron DeSantis talking about how this illegal immigrant who killed 3 people in that accident, he's going to be extradited from California to Florida today. And Governor Ron DeSantis saying that he is going to have the book thrown at him.
Yeah, they're going to take it very seriously, obviously. And basically, again, just to recap, an illegal immigrant who can't speak English, who didn't understand the road signs, somehow gets these commercial driver's licenses in California, Washington, kills 3 people.
This is so fucking retarded. How is this even real? This is crazy.
Florida. And as you heard the governor say there, when he gets here to Florida later today, as you mentioned, we are throwing the book at him.
Yeah.
So
he will said that there will be more to come, and we will follow that as it happens. In the meantime, there's this.
Thank God. Thank God. And again, they need to fix the system that creates guys like this. That's really how you solve this problem. And he'll probably get charged. He'll probably get manslaughter. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the odds are the guy's going to spend a lot of time in jail, and that's really what matters the most, right? I mean, individual specific things, it's really kind of hard to say. This is, you know... Yeah. Can't read the sign. What? What? Huh? CDL gameplay? Yeah, I guess so, guys. Looks about right. Yeah. Well, there it is, right? That's where we're at. And yeah, I missed a turn. Yeah. If you could only read the stop sign, man. But yes, anyway, so that's pretty much what's happened, and I'm not really that surprised by this, but yeah, anyway, so this is, and I think this is one of the big reasons why they let this happen. Listen to this.
And I know there's different issues involving the census even apart from that, but the census that was done, and it started under Trump administration, but it was processed and the results were promulgated under Biden.
Yeah.
Just with that, if we just take that and applied it properly, Florida would have at least 1 more seat. That's just the truth.
It's crazy that they count illegals in the census. Like, I mean, how can you have such a blatant, obvious fucking exploit? Like, I mean, this is, what are we even doing here? What is this?
So the Attorney General has written a letter to the Census Bureau, the Commerce Department, copying the White House, saying, please fix this remuneration and award Florida what we're entitled to, an extra seat in Congress. And if we get that, that's not only an extra seat in the House of Representatives, we have 28 now, that would also mean an additional vote in the Electoral College when it comes to presidential elections.
Jesus.
And so we should have had that in 2024, in 22 for Congress, 24 for both Congress and the Electoral College. And we want this fixed now. We think it's really something that's important. So.
No, it's not even a question. I mean, like, why the fuck would you count an illegal alien in the census for the representation of the government? It doesn't even make sense. It's so stupid. And so, yeah, it was a brain rots or cancer in society. Well, I think this is a lot simpler, right? I mean, it is. It's a lot simpler than that. They want to bring in illegals because it gives them more power, right? I mean, you don't need to have, there doesn't need to be a benevolent ideology for this. It just simply has to be the interests of these people. That's it. It makes perfect sense if you're gaming the system. Absolutely it does. And I think that's clearly what's happening here, right?
Hey y'all, welcome back. Please leave a like so this video is recommended to others, and hit that subscribe button so you can keep seeing videos just like this.
Bay Area teenagers were staying at the Marriott Delta Hotel in Garden Grove last week for a water polo tournament when someone using what looks like a bent wire to try and open the door. One of the teen girls, who only wants to be identified as Charlotte, tells us she woke up to the sound of the door rattling. When she saw what was going on, she woke up her 2 teammates and started recording. Eventually, Charlotte also decided to grab that wire. She asked us not to show her face, but she and her mother spoke exclusively to us about the whole ordeal.
It's like our first thought was that like someone was trying to come in there and like
us, I guess, or something. So we were all just really scared.
That's exactly what that was.
They did confirm that it was an employee, and when I asked if the employee had been terminated, I was told that he was going to be terminated.
Charlotte's mother, her coach, and other parents filed a police report. We did reach out to Marriott and the general manager of the hotel repeatedly to ask about this incident, but have not yet received a response.
Yo, it was the employee? That dude was for sure gonna kidnap them. That's crazy. It keeps happening. It keeps happening. We keep seeing videos about this. You gotta be careful, man. You gotta be careful. You gotta stay on your toes.
Well, I'm currently in the ER, but let me show y'all why. Yo, all I just went to go pick up a mug just to be funny. It's a literal bat, bro. I just got scratched by that. Well, I'm currently in the ER, but let me show y'all why. Yo, all I just went to go pick up a mug just to be funny. It's a literal bat, bro. I just got scratched by that.
That's actually crazy. I hope he sues the store. I'd be mad. I'd be pissed. That's gonna ruin a full year of your life, especially if you're scared of needles. Not today. Hey, the shirt's working. The shirt is working, I'll tell you that much. It worked. I need to buy that shirt. That thing is magic.
Fala. Você se liga, hein? Volta aqui. Oh. Tô falando com você, caralho. Eu tô falando com você mesmo.
What's wrong with him, man? He looks like when people have like those cow rugs, like those cowhide rugs in their living rooms. It's like one of those, but it came back to life. Damn, Ozempic got the dogs now. Bro's a success story. He used to be 400 pounds. Hold up there, before we get to the rest of the video, I got a question for you. Have you ever Googled your name in your email? And if you have, did you find out that dozens of broker sites had all of your info for anyone to see? Super sketchy and annoying, right? That's why I gotta tell you about today's sponsor, Aura. Whether it's too confusing for you or you just don't have the time to do it yourself, Aura can remove all of your information off of those shady websites for you. They'll even let you know if they find your social, your phone number, or your email on the dark web. And they'll tell you if anybody tried to use that information to access your bank account or open up a credit line. They can protect your devices with antivirus software, VPNs, and a password manager. And if the worst was to happen, you also get $5 million identity theft insurance. You can go to mylink@aura.com/awaybo to try 14 days for free. And that should be plenty of time for Aura to find out if any of your data has been compromised. That way you can stay on top of things and not wait for another company to have a data breach to give you the bad news. And I highly recommend you do this now, because the only thing they're going to do for you is offer free credit monitoring. If protecting yourself seems like too much of a hassle, let Aura do the hard work for you. Avoid all the headaches of getting your data stolen and go to mylink@aura.com/awaybo. Thank you again to Aura for sponsoring this video, and again, you can get this deal by clicking the link in the description below.
It felt real. Real mellow. Yeah, I actually didn't mind that one either. It was pretty nice to me. What about the rest of you? I did not like that at all. Well, I'm not exactly sure we should. If it happens again, I'm getting violent. Not really sure I was a good influence. I'm definitely going to Ragatha.
That's pretty concerning. They should probably call for help or leave immediately. Baby, you at the Dollar General, they supposed to do that. That's true. There's always something odd going on there. That and the Dollar Tree. Uh-oh. A ghost steer? Was that a glitch? This was recorded on somebody's phone. That's not a security camera. Somebody explained that. Dude should have followed him. Well, there wasn't really anything to follow, but you get what I'm saying. He should have went to go look. A phone glitch, maybe? Or we're all collectively tripping?
I know you're not serious right now. There's nobody in that car. There's no one touching that. That's a boo-boo. Are we serious? Nobody's touching that. Nobody's in that car. What? Huh? What? Nobody's.
I don't know how heavy those things are, so maybe it was the AC, or maybe they are cursed. Just trying to make a break for it.
You're mad because you missed, and I understand your frustration, but listen, I'm a pro here. I'm not a idiot out here in this jungle, all right? So don't play with me, bro. Do you hear me? Don't play with me.
What the hell, bro? Yo, I'm on the alligator side for this one. Poor guy actually looks frustrated, man. Talking smack to an alligator is wild, bro. Huh? Yo, the clowns are back, and they're freakier than ever. I saw a little more than I wanted to there. I am horrified at that. Where's Batman when you need him? We actually need a Batman.
Hi, you are currently being recorded.
On March 9th, this TikToker posted a video from her Ring camera of a woman acting incredibly strange and clutching something in her bag. And this would turn out to be one of the most disturbing Ring doorbell videos I've seen. But before I explain everything in full, I'll let you see the video first. Take a look.
How may I help you? I can't hear you.
Hi. Are you aware of me coming by today?
No. Who are you?
Oh. I'm Joy.
Okay, and who are you looking for?
Oh. Alright, I'm sorry. I probably got the wrong house.
Yeah.
As you can see, she's acting incredibly odd and standing in place for long periods of time, and viewers would later discover that this video was of Rhonda Polynice, whom just days later would be caught on body cam during a welfare check for her son, Ramil Peer, who hadn't shown up to school in weeks. And during this encounter, she acted very nonchalant about the whereabouts of her son, until eventually allowing them inside, where unfortunately the police would discover the body of Ramil at the hands of Rhonda during an exorcism, claiming he was possessed. Here's a short clip of that encounter.
She's just trying to pull up a picture of her ID and then go inside. So we got at least. He's in it? That's what she said. Oh.
Rhonda would eventually confess to taking the life of young Ramil, which makes this Ring video even more disturbing, knowing that it was only days earlier. And what many people don't know is that she had a TikTok account, and in it she described her troubles with her ex-boyfriend, as well as her rough upbringing. But this clip I found was one of the more disturbing videos taken from her social media. But let me know, what do you think?
How the saying goes, if you want something done correctly, you have to do it yourself.
Hi.
When people do this to their own kids, that's always the craziest thing to me. Just like the Chris Watts guy. He did it to his whole family, but just in general, when people do things like that to their own kids, legit, that just blows my mind. She might have been the one that needed the exorcism. A dry leaf? That's not a dry leaf? Then what is it? Oh. Oh. Oh my god. It's your nightmares disguised as a leaf. I never want to come in contact with that in my life. Leaf mimicking spider. That's what it's literally called. Okay. That's very on the nose, but I'll accept it. Oh dear God. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Dude's taking 3-second power naps. Oh my god. Maybe self-driving cars aren't so bad. Maybe they are the way of the future.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. £200 off your family tour. We've got millions of free child place holidays available, with 22 kilograms of baggage included. Book now with Jet2 holidays. Package holidays you can book at 20%.
Dude, airport crash outs are my favorite. You just know that they are never gonna fly again, and they still decide to go through with their crash out. He was so calm too. That's how you know bro just snapped. He did not give a damn about anything.
You will blow into this mouthpiece for 3 seconds. Do you understand?
I bet you like that.
Nice. Try that again. One more time.
What number do you want?
What?
What do you want? 1.6? 5.
Stay right there. Lady, back up, and when I say go, I want you to walk in a straight line towards me, all right? Ralphie. What's going on?
This chick's supposed to be.
What does that mean?
I don't know. The system says she did 3 years
Hey
ago.
guys!
What?
I'm gonna go!
I don't know.
What the? Stop! You know what? You under arrest!
I'm joking!
Lady!
Are your body cams on?
Yes!
God! I know the government, I know the president, I know the social service aspect.
Turn around and put your hands behind your back.
I know it's not your guys' fault. I'm going through like a lot right now, and I'm on my period, and it's like I'm being choked.
You're under arrest.
No! I don't want to have to, guys, I do not want to have to do this to you guys. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm bugging you.
Holy Stop! 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 Stop!
I told you I didn't want to do that.
Lady!
I have to go.
Stop! Stop! Hey!
What movie is this? She just started floating away? Bro, sometimes movies are so bad that they're good. Oh god, that was funny. What do we got? A delivery driver. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh, let me just... Oh. No, stop. He did it again. Yeah, no.
No. Oh, Daddy, no. You guys.
What is this, a courtroom? It's the ghost of all the people they gave double life sentences to. That's why they're still there. They're serving their second sentence.
So I picked up this cat scratcher toy that also looks like
an oil painting. And that is my real cat in it, but she's not moving, which is making it a little bit more like creepy haunted mansion vibes. Holly.
That's actually pretty cool.
Holly. Can you blink? Can you move? Holly. No one's gonna believe you're real. Holly. Good job. Good job. So I picked up this.
That's actually really trippy looking. That's a 10 out of 10 product right there. Would make some pretty cool Halloween decor. Amazing.
We have to talk about this Venezuelan stalking case. This is Rebecca Garcia, a 32-year-old Venezuelan woman who's seen here just moments after she was caught hiding out in her victim's apartment building. And this week's podcast episode is all about her 7-year reign of terror. Here's a video of that moment where she jumps on the car of a woman that she's been stalking for 7 years named Coco. Unfortunately, Venezuelan police told Coco, who's hiding out in this car, that there were no laws to protect women from harassment from other women, so she's never been able to get help. Though over the past 7 years, she has all of these videos of Rebecca showing up to her house, harassing her, and then refusing to leave. One time
7 years.
Up to see that Rebecca had come to her apartment in the middle of the night and left messages for her in pink chalk all over the street. And if that wasn't bad enough, Coco eventually found that Rebecca had self-published a book online full of fantasies, all about stuff that she wanted to do to her victims, like keep them in windowless rooms without food or water for days on end. So many women in Venezuela have come forward with their stories of Rebecca's harassment that the police finally decided to do something about it. Obviously, there is a lot more to the story, including more victim testimony, so you should definitely check out this episode.
Well, damn, women on women stalking. Wouldn't it just be person on person stalking? That don't even make sense. If behavior is unlawful, why does the gender of the victim or perpetrator matter? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is what it's like to drive on a raft bridge. Oh. That looks really horrible. Why is there speed bumps on there? Yeah, that's a big no for me. What happens if they stop driving? This is like a Mario Kart level. If you stop, it probably launches you or something. I'll skip on this bridge. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God. I know that did not feel good, man. Oh man, that's gotta be an awful feeling. Somebody said I'd rather watch a guy finger a bobcat in a phone booth than experience this. Excuse me? I don't really know what that means. Who's doing what to a bobcat in a phone booth? What is going on here? What is this comment section, my guy? It's all about fingers and a bobcat. I am flabbergasted. I'm never driving to San Diego again. Oh, I know those people. Is that the same truck from the movie too? Are they in the middle of filming? Does this mean there's a new Strangers movie? Let's not forget Strangers is based on a true story. Is that movie based on a true story? That's terrifying. Those movies were good. We need another one. That'd be nice.
He's on AFK. Whoever the f***'s controlling him needs to f***ing nip that in bud sharpish, mate. What the f***?
I'm not Tom, I'm waiting. You can do, bro. I don't want to listen.
What the f***?
How many people just don't give up? It's typical, isn't it?
What is he doing?
His controller died. Probably paused his game and went up to go pee. This is a simulation after all.
Yeah, a body cam or dash cam that I'm gonna show you is crazy. Like, it's one of the craziest ones I've seen in a while. Not only because of like what happens, but makes you question like why. So right now the car is parked in some type of club that's known to have people drink and drive after they get out. So right now he saw a car. You can't really see it on the dash cam, but he knows exactly where the car went.
I mean, the other car is moving though.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Oh shit.
All 20, I see a rollover TC, Houston.
The car just flipped.
Yeah.
East of the Black Olive. Copy,
So right
rollover
here,
TC.
it's blurred, but this is one of the victims that flew out the car.
Oh my
Code 3.
Wait, pause it, bro. Did he just shoot that person?
Yes. No warning, nothing. Just keep watching.
I've got an unresponsive female. I got a male in the car, refusing to get out.
Copy, give your cross on Black Olive.
Just her? No, there's a male in the car, refusing to get out.
Acting like he didn't just shoot him.
Just hang tight, okay, ma'am? Here. And he hits right in here as I watched him come through. He was trying to get away from me.
He's still alive.
Yeah.
He just said the cop.
In the video also you could see him like he's like looking on the ground.
Yeah.
People theorize that he's like
looking for bullet shells.
Exactly. He ends up obviously going to jail. He ended up only getting 180 days in prison. Now
180 days in prison. Wow. That is crazy, bro. And when he gets out, he's probably just gonna move to a new police station. When you've been wondering why your dog has been barking all day. Oh, damn. Just a mountain lion casually stalking them. At least they saw it before the cat took their dog. That thing was for sure looking for a meal. Damn, that boy ugly. Jeez, bro, look like he been through it. This is real, right? It's not AI? Oh, it's real. A telescope fish. Though rarely captured, they are found in cold, deep tropical, subtropical waters worldwide. The common name for these fish is related to their bizarre tubular eyes. They are slender, slightly tapered fish with large heads, dominated by large forward-pointing telescoping eyes. They should rename it the nightmare fish. This thing looks like it would be in The Conjuring or something.
Kim Jong-un has banned foreign tourists from visiting North Korea's new beach resort just weeks after it opened. The resort opened on July 1st in Wonsan and was meant to be a big part of Kim's plan to grow tourism in the country. At first, it was advertised as a place for both locals and international visitors. But now a notice on North Korea's official tourism website says foreigners are temporarily not allowed. The change came just a week after the resort welcomed its first group of Russian tourists.
Damn, there goes my summer. I guess I'm gonna have to cancel my plane ticket. Man, that's so unfair, man. Literally ruined my whole vacation. Mm-hmm. 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 Right through the panel. Oh my god. Wow. Well, at least they know it's secure. That ain't going nowhere. Would that technically mean it's grounded now? That means there might be less of a chance of getting electrocuted. I could be completely wrong here.
The scariest thing I learned this week is there are around 20 active supervolcanoes on Earth right now, capable of killing over 1 billion people. So what if one erupted? The most famous is, of course, Yellowstone. There's a 1 in 730,000 chance that it has a super eruption this year. If it did, things would get bad fast. The surrounding area would be covered in lava and ash. Hundreds of megatons of ash would be sent into the atmosphere surrounding the entire Earth. We would be plunged into volcanic winter. Temperatures would drop by 5 degrees Celsius worldwide. Acid rain would cover the earth and agriculture would collapse. Mass famine would the Earth, and we would be set back for centuries.
So there's a better chance of a mega volcano exploding than there is of me winning the lottery, I guess. Wow. We're in a shooting gallery, so there's constantly things missing us in outer space. We're about to give birth to the Antichrist through AI, and also that giant UFO ship, what they're calling it, a UFO ship, it's on its way over here. There's too many things going on. Oh dear Lord. Single-handedly destroying the ozone layer here. Bro had Taco Bell the night before. That's how it goes sometimes, man.
Bro, literally fell out the tree. Landed on him. Man, get your... Ah! Bro, literally fell out the tree. Landed on him. Man, get your... Ah!
It actually screamed in agony.
Every day with this. Every day. What's up? All right. You gotta be so damn disrespectful. I'm going.
That's kind of weird. So they're just chilling on the sidewalk, just mean mugging people as they walk by. That's bizarre. They're not even attacking. He actually looked like he was having fun. Dude just wants to be domesticated. He wants to be part of the family. They should have let him go at it. I wanted to see him pick through the candy.
If you're not following the Devil's Den things out in Arkansas, you're seriously missing out on one of the most unsettling cases unfolding right now. But fret not, I'm here to get you caught up. On July 26th, Clinton and Amanda Brink took their two daughters, ages 7 and 9, on what was supposed to be a peaceful family hike through Devil's Den State Park in Arkansas. The trail they chose was short, just 1.5 miles, and scenic, but not too difficult. The Brinks family had just moved to the area from Idaho only days earlier, hoping for a quieter life closer to family. However, what they found instead has left the entire region in shock. While police are still keeping the exact cause of death quiet, they have shared that Clinton and Amanda were brutally attacked and murdered in front of their children while hiking on the trail. Their bodies were found at 2:40 p.m. that same day. We know after Clinton and Amanda, the perpetrators spared the children's lives and fled the park. However, the suspect didn't make quite the clean getaway he was hoping, and instead was caught in a photograph from the back by a fellow hiker. Authorities described the man as a medium-build white male wearing black fingerless gloves, sunglasses, and a hat. Witnesses also described a black four-door sedan with duct tape over the license plate leaving the area around the time of the killing. While investigators have yet to identify the mystery man, it appears the attack was clearly planned in advance. However, it's hard to imagine that the victims weren't chosen at random. Devil's Den remains closed at this time, as locals can't help but to wonder if this madman will strike again.
Yeah, this one was super crazy. They caught him though. His mugshot looks like pure evil, dude. One look at him and you would say he's pure evil. The craziest part is that the dude was an elementary school teacher. They caught him being inappropriate with his students, and they let him resign instead of firing him. And then he just moved to Arkansas. Let me see if I can find another video, but I'm telling you, his mugshot, dude, is like pure evil.
Why exactly did this guy decide to murder 2 people over the weekend? I'm a friend.
Here we go. That's the guy right there. Guy is pure evil. Look at that face. That's the face of an unhinged person right there. That's a demon, bro. Like, look at this man. Jeez. Well, guys, that's all I have today. Thanks for hanging out with me again. And let me know what you think in the comments below. If you made it all the way to the end of this video, you're awesome and I appreciate you. And with that, I'll see you in the next video.
What's going on, guys? This is Rob. We are back with Jonathan Hickman's Imperial, and the ending of this is going to blow your all's minds. People are going to be ridiculously excited. So, for those of you guys who need a little bit of catching up, nothing too lengthy, the long and short of this is that someone had been traveling around the universe, killing various leaders of empires, essentially, right? So, the Incredible Hulk's son, Hiro Kala, who was leading New Sakaar, he had been assassinated. Empress Victoria, the sister of Peter Quill, who was ruling over Spartax, she had been assassinated. And so this all came to a head at the ending of the first issue, when it basically seemed like the ones behind all of this were the Wakandans and the intergalactic empire of Wakanda, specifically because Jason of Spartax, the father of Peter Quill, he'd been very publicly killed by what looked to be a Wakandan assassin, firing a vibranium bullet. So all the clues are there. And this is why the story opens up with essentially all these other empires, the Shi'ar, the Badoon, the Kree, the Skrull, all basically waging war and getting into a conflict on Wakanda Prime. Now, for those of you guys who are not aware, yes, Wakanda has an intergalactic empire. We should probably cover that story because it's pretty dope. It's really cool that Wakanda's out in space. It's part of the aftermath from Secret Wars 2015. But the interesting thing about this, right, Wakanda was very technologically advanced and still is on Earth. And so out in space, their technology is equally advanced. So much so that these various empires that have been around for millions of years are not able to get through Wakanda Prime's defenses. And so because of the nature of the Kree and the Accuser Corps, one of the things that happens is that Oracle, basically a telepath and member of the Shi'ar Imperial Guard, that she tells Gladiator, right, the one who's leading the Imperial Guard, 3 Kree strike frigates are breaking the blockade line and making for the planet. The Accusers mean to throw themselves against the shield wall and hammer it into dust. Shield nodes are compensating and they're redistributing power. And that's what Gladiator was waiting for. Because once he realized that Wakanda Prime's shields are basically being maintained by a power source, the Accuser Corps, or one of these guys, would do something reckless like this, right? Prepare for ramming speed. And when that happens, they're going to have to divert energy to that part of the shield, which weakens other parts of it. Keeping in mind, Gladiator is a master strategist, but as capable as he is no master strategist against Black Panther and the Wakandans, because as soon as that opening is available, the Super Guardians go in for the attack. And that's when they get coordinates on the fact that the Black Panther is basically being removed from that area by what seems to be his own honor guard. And once they catch him, they realize it's not him. They've been lured into a trap. In fact, it's actually Shuri. And at that point, you jump to the vibranium moon of Wakanda Prime. And that's where T'Challa's told, they've breached a section of the shield and attacked our command center. We are getting reports that they took prisoners. One of them is your sister. And so that's where the question's asked by T'Challa, right? He asks M'Baku directly how much of their fleet is still in range. And the response of M'Baku, 60% is inside the target area. But those numbers are theoretical, right? We've never tested this system before. And that's where the Black Panther's like, then we'll wait until that number reaches 70. So they're just watching everything. Right? None of these empires are aware of the fact that they're being spied on by the very people that they're trying to defeat, who were not even on the planet they're attacking. And then at that point, you switch over to Richard Rider and Peter Quill. Now, these two guys are both wrestling with their own demons. And so Jonathan Hickman is very much pulling some plot strings from Annihilation. If you guys remember that story, this is literally how it opens up, right? These two guys just trying to stay alive. Peter Quill, of course, is wrestling with the fact that his sister's out of the picture and his father's dead. So he's really the leader of Spartax now. And Nova is wrestling with the destruction of the Nova Corps. Technically that happened in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 6, but ever since then he's kind of been on his own. Going into the events of Annihilation Scourge and so on, the fact that he's been the last remaining Nova for quite some time has kind of sent him into a state of alcoholism, which is the reason why when the story opened up, he had effectively been derelict in his duties as Nova. He doesn't really help protect the universe anymore. It seemed to be the only way he could cope with the constant crises and the constant death that he was surrounded by. But that's when they're informed, right? The Accusers are currently where the battle is hottest, and after them, the Shi'ar considered us the best option to debrief the prisoners, because they have Shuri in their possession. And that's when they go and have this conversation with her. Now, as you guys would truly expect, when it comes to Peter Quill and it comes to Nova, while these guys do operate on a galactic and a universal level, I mean, let's be honest with ourselves, they're cops first and they're superheroes second. And what do cops do? Well, ideally, they investigate things. And so that's where, while they're talking with Shuri, they kind of let a few things slide here and there, right? Shuri's like, you do know this is going to end badly, don't you? And the response of Peter Quill, well, my father was murdered by a Wakandan assassin 3 days ago, along with the representatives of every fleet member currently surrounding your world. So yes, I agree, this is definitely going to go badly for someone. And that's where Shuri's like, that's nonsense, right? We are Wakandan, and we do not traffic in assassination. We do these things without shame and in the light. We sign our names to it. Now, right off the bat, that tells Peter Quill that something's going on here, right? Because if it was truly the Wakandans that were assassinating leaders and the Wakandans were doing it brazenly, they wouldn't deny it. I mean, it's out in the open now, right? I mean, what are they going to do? Keep lying in the face of all this evidence? So the fact that she's simply saying this seems to be that it's true, because the response of Richard Rider is, that's exactly what you did. The evidence shows it. And the response of Shuri, what evidence, right? She has no idea what they're talking about. And that right there puts on the idea the Wakandans are not behind this. Now, there is in turn the action of Black Panther, because at that point you switch back over to him and he's told, we're at 70%, my liege. The system is armed on your command. And in turn, they fire this test weapon, which is literally the moon itself. They created a Death Star, son. Now, it doesn't really like destroy everything, but it is badass that like Wakandans made a Death Star. I think I'm going to title that the video, right? Like, Wakandans make a Death Star. But it's nuts, right? It's wild, because their goal isn't to destroy. Their goal is to neutralize. So quite literally, it's basically a targeted EMP. They shut down all the ships within their blast range. They're just floating dead through space. The people on them are alive, right? We don't know for how long, but like they're floating through space and there's nothing they can do. So like that, Black Panther neutralized 60% of the Empire's fleets that were attacking Wakanda Prime. It's pretty insane. It's pretty insane here. And that's where you switch over to the Shi'ar, right? And Oracle tells Gladiator it's the same all across the fleet. Most of the vessels are on emergency power, ship to ship, broadcasting only. Wideband is erratic. Right, then he talks to Smasher, right, the only human to join the Shi'ar Imperial Guard. That, of course, happened during Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, but she says, like, I'm seeing Wakanda frigates inbound from the moon and the planet below. We're gonna be boarded, right? And that's where the question is like, what are your orders, Gladiator? And he's like, can we contact the magistrates, right? The leader of the Shi'ar. And the response is yes, right? And some good news there. The magistrate ship was outside the attack vector. It's still under full power, connecting us now. Because here's an important thing to understand. Despite how powerful Gladiator is, because he's one of the many allegories that Marvel has for Superman in Marvel Comics, his duty is to the preservation of the Empire above all else, even if that means sacrificing his own life. And so his only concern is to make sure that Xandra Naramani, the leader of the Shi'ar Empire, is kept safe. And that's why he says, I will hold them off as best I can. Get to the Stargate, get out of here, and I will come and find you if I survive. But the reality here is it seems like a death mission, right? There's no real way for them to come out on top here. The funny thing about this is that the first ship, or one of the first ships that's boarded by the Wakandan forces, is actually the Rigelian Man o' War. The funny thing is that when Black Panther and his forces get onto this ship, they're met with the arrival of Hulk, right? Because keep in mind, the whole reason the Incredible Hulk is even involved in all of this is because of the fact that his son Hiro Kala was killed. And that was kind of our initial linchpin and entry into the story. The son of Hulk is killed, the Hulk goes to investigate, and then it turns out his son was poisoned, and now we're here. So it's kind of the crazy thing, right, with his involvement. And so at that point, you switch over to Shuri, and specifically, you kind of kick things off with Peter Quill, who's being told that something's happened. Everything has gone quiet, and most of the fleet appears to be adrift, powerless and helpless. And so that's where Peter's like, okay, like we're on our way back up. And so that's where things get cool, because where they initially tell Shuri, like, we don't have time for this whole thing, like we have to get topside and we got to figure out what's going on with all these ships out there, that Shuri's like, no, you need to stay down here. right? You have to wait, because is this all the evidence that you have? And that's where Noah's like, I mean, do you think that it's not enough? And she says, the money looks real. The transfer is not fraudulent. And she's like, I need to let my brother know about that. But the rest, the vibranium bullets, they're counterfeit, right? And they're like, I mean, can you prove that? And she's like, of course I can. Like, I'm Wakandan. Vibranium is our thing. Like, why wouldn't I be able to? She's like, of course they got away with it. How would you know any different? This is the weakness of being a society that holds its secrets close. The metallurgical signature matches neither Wakanda Prime nor Earth, so it's been fabricated. It's expensive, astronomically more expensive than the real thing, but you can produce a vibranium yield from any number of base metals. Titanium and vanadium have the most stable result, but the signature is obvious if you know what you're looking for. This is all a ruse. In essence, she's like, we've been framed and someone is toying with us. Now, that's the other part of the story, right? We learned that in the first issue. There is a game afoot. There's two people involved here who are playing this game with the universe itself, and we don't know who they are, and we don't know why they're doing it. Now, this is where the story goes off the rails, because at that point, you switch over to M'Baku. Because one of the things that goes on here is that M'Baku says they fight and they die in fire and folly and the fragile way that men can be broken. And one of the other guys says, Bass protect them all. And the response of M'Baku, right, like, you're wasting your breath on prayers. I'm sure every single loved one of those who are out there dying lifted up their names to whatever gods they worship, saved them, protect them, and yes, the gods may hear, but they will not listen, because they know this is what men really worship: conquest. The universe is dark and violent, minister, and religion no longer matters. And that's where the minister says, you're wrong, M'Baku, it does to some of us. And then he says, for Varenki lives and will live forever, only for us to find out the guy's a Skrull. He's a Skrull duplicate, right? They immediately stab M'Baku on the spot, and they're like, and here's for what you worship, right? More silver, a traitor's gift for a traitor's life. Not only that, you end up finding out there's a boatload of Skrulls on the Wakanda ship. Black Panther has inadvertently left his forces to be killed by Skrulls. And one of them asked the question, right, is it time? And the other, the word was given, the signs written in the stars. When Dorek the Eighth dies, then the Kree-Skrull alliance is no more. The old ways will return. I feel pride down to my bones. How many are we? And the response, we are legion. In every ship and in every land. We simply wait for the word. And then he says, then I give you the word. Varenki. And then in turn, they launch their attack. All the Skrulls start manifesting across every ship, right? Dropping their ruses and going after everybody. Now, here's the importance of this, specifically Varenki, right? Those of you guys who aren't really familiar with her character, Varenki's biggest moment was that she was the one that led the secret invasion of Earth. But Varenki goes back before that, right? That way back in the day, after Galactus had destroyed the throne world of the Skrulls, that Varenki had actually predicted it, right? Galactus will come for us. Galactus will destroy us. We need to figure something out. And ultimately, she was ignored. It was just kind of the ravings of a madwoman, of a heretic. But then when it all actually happened, people went to her side, right? And she in turn became the new leader of the Skrull race. Now, ultimately, of course, she was defeated and killed, and that was basically it. And there is certainly more to the story than I'm explaining here, right? But if you're curious, all that was covered through a combination of Bendis's Illuminati run and the Secret Invasion storyline. But the fact that she seems to be back and is unifying the Skrulls, well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that this is a Secret Invasion event. A secret invasion is one of the things that's taking place. Following that, you jump from Black Panther back to the Hulk, right? And you just kind of go back and forth with these guys. The Black Panther is able to hold his own, right? And it's one of the cool things, right? He's well aware of how to counter the Hulk, even when the Hulk is incredibly strong, right? And where he literally takes his sword and just like hacks at the Hulk's arm, the Hulk is just like, I felt that, right? And then grabs Black Panther and flings him into a wall, all the way to the point where like he has his hand on his face and has him pinned against the wall, right? Seemingly dead to rights. What does Black Panther do? He teleports out. It's just one of the small little dope moments, right? I really wish we would get a more complex fight between the Hulk and Black Panther, because one of the things that goes on is that between the two of them, this great big huge conflict that's going on, suddenly they're called off the fight with each other because the Skrulls are launching their attack. And again, it's happening everywhere. It's happening on the Kree ship, it's happening with the Shi'ar, it's happening with the Chameleons, that the Skrulls have secretly infiltrated every ship in these galactic empires. And that's where Gladiator is just like the Skrulls, right? It's like a return of a dormant virus. Secure the bridge, Super Guardians. And then he just says, Mentor, reach out to Deathbird, see if you can reach the Magistrix, because if Skrulls are here, Skrulls are most likely there. But Skrulls are not the thing that Magistrix has to worry about, right? Not only that, switching back to Peter Quill, right, and to Nova, the Skrulls, of course, manifest on their ship. Now, Shuri helps them to basically take these guys out, and then it's kind of like, okay, cool. So let's focus on what's actually going on here, right? Someone somewhere is playing a gigantic game. We need to go figure out who it is that's playing this game. The other thing that goes on here is that while the Skrulls are technically on the ship of Magistrix Zandra, right, so the throne ship for the leader of the Shi'ar, not all these Skrulls that are here are Skrulls. Because one of the things that happens, right, is that in the midst of what seems to be a Skrull attack against Zandra, one of them asks the question, you think the Skrulls are your problem? We are Shi'ar hobgoblins. So literally the Shi'ar have their own shapeshifters, and they have for quite some time. But this is not simply Shi'ar forces coming to the aid of Zandra and Deathbird, because they wipe out pretty much all the Skrulls on the ship. And even Zandra says, like, I don't understand, right? And Deathbird's like, Super Guardians, what's the meaning of this? What is happening here? They're actually told it's a coup. That what these Shi'ar are doing is they're launching a coup against the Magistrix. They mean to take control of the Empire for themselves. Not only that, the person doing it actually has a legitimate claim to the throne, because this is Electron. Now, we'll talk more about him here in a second, but those of you guys who are old school X-Men fans, going back to issue number 107 from Chris Claremont, you guys know who Electron is. He's a long-standing member of the X-Men lore. So the cool thing about this is, of course, it allows Peter Quill and Richard Rider to basically reach the Stargate and to kind of get out of all the chaos and all the pandemonium that's happening out there, which ultimately brings us to who it is that's doing all of this. And in fact, Richard Rider is the one that gets us there. Because one of the things that happens is that they end up flying by Fulcrum Station, which was kind of the great big huge meeting ground where all these empires were in the first place. The assassination of Jason of Spartax took place there, and so all these people are in a state of panic. But as you guys know, word travels fast, so the best place to broadcast the truth of what's actually happening here, or at least as they see it, is the place where all the rumors are stemming from. And so they tell everybody, right, what seems to be going on here is some kind of a ruse. We don't know who's behind it, but someone's instigating effectively a universal civil war among all the empires of the universe. They want to see us destroy ourselves. We're going to go figure out who it is, but until we do, please try not to destroy each other. Please try not to go crazy. And so at that point, Peter Quill, Shuri, and Nova end up at the remains of Xandar. Now, Xandar hasn't been a thing for quite some time, and like I mentioned earlier, the Guardians of the Galaxy have not been a thing for quite some time, but there is a reason why they are here, because as soon as they get out of this, Nova is just like, follow me, right? And immediately they end up heading to the treasury of Xandar, only to find out that what is there is actually a helmet of Nova, right? The Nova Prime helmet. But it's more than that, right? Because he says it's the Xandarian World Mind. And the question they have is, okay, cool, well then put it on, right? Because the Xandarian World Mind basically has cosmic awareness, for lack of a better word. So it'll be able to tell us immediately what all's going on, who's playing this game. But that's where Richard Rider is like, maybe I haven't been clear. There's a reason I or any survivors of our empire have not done this yet. This is the only backup of the global consciousness of Xandar. And right now, the World Mind is dormant. It's stable, but it's inactive. Once I activate it and it powers on, there's no returning to a dormant state. That would be the same as killing it. So what Jonathan Hickman is basically doing is laying the groundwork for the idea that if Richard Rider puts this helmet on, Richard Rider goes back to being Nova, and Richard Rider will never not be Nova again, which is great if you're a Richard Rider fan, but it also sucks because you know Marvel's going to come back at some future point in time and screw it up. But he says, if I take this helmet off, if I lose the World Mind, we would lose the only archive of our culture, everything that was gone forever. So if I turn it on, I have to keep it on. The energy costs to do so are almost unimaginable. And he's like, it'll cost money, lots of money forever, until it can build some kind of replacement system or a container. And so that's where Shuri's like, we have to know what's happening here. And this is the only tool for us to be able to figure that out. You have to turn it on. And the response of Richard Rider, can you promise me that Wakanda will provide what I need to keep it that way? But keep in mind, T'Challa is the ruler of Wakanda, both in name and designation. This is not one of these things post, Doom War, where he is the ceremonial Black Panther and Shuri is the leader of Wakanda. No. We're not playing that game anymore, right? And so she's like, I cannot speak for my brother, no, but I will promise to do all that I can. And the response of Nova, not good enough, right? That's not nearly good enough. Right? I need to know beyond a shadow of a doubt that with all your technological advancement, you can make this happen. But that's where Peter Quill kind of talks him into it, because he says, okay, well, my father's gone, and my sister probably isn't going to make it either, right? She's poisoned and suffering the effects of it. We've got her in suspended animation, which means that if I want it, the entire throne of Spartax is mine, along with all the wealth that comes with it. And I did say, I love the sound of credits running through my fingers. I can make this right, pal. I got your back, right? If Wakanda won't do it, I will. And so Richard Rider is like, deal, throws the helmet on and is like, I know who's doing this, right? So we get Richard Rider back. We get like the Richard Rider, like not the guy who's just a drunk trying to cope with this. No, the Richard Rider, right? Because immediately when that happens, we get the Xandarian world mind. Hello, Nova Rider. It's been a while. And so at that point, it's like, look, we can't deal with the pleasantries. What's going on here, right? Like, can you tell me what's happening? And so the world mind's like, of course I can help you, but it will take roughly 1/3 of all power reserves that I currently have. Should I proceed? The response of Nova, yes. And so in turn, that's when he learns everything that's going on. And that's when you switch back, you jump back to 1 year ago. And you get a meeting between the Grandmaster, which I told you guys at the very beginning of this series, this is something the Grandmaster would do, and Maximus the Mad of the Inhumans, son. The Inhumans are coming back, right? So here's the crazy thing about this. The two of them kind of agree to play this game together. They're the two behind all of this. Now, of course, as you guys know, the Grandmaster never plays any kind of a game unless what he would win if he won is worth playing the game in the first place. And that's where you get the stakes of what's happening. That Maximus says, if you win, then I will gift you with the long-held secrets of Terrigenesis, along with all existing records of Inhuman genealogy, which I know you want. If I win, you owe me a favor to be named at a later date. And where Grandmaster is like, yeah, but you never seek the favor of anybody. The response of Maximus, I mean, that's true. And so that's where the Grandmaster's like, so I then, of course, must suspect this is a ruse of some sort, which offers its own amusement, I suppose. But that isn't what truly interests me. It's the challenge. Now, what's the game they're playing here? That what Maximus the Mad wants is a war in the universe. Specifically, he wants this war to spark, right? To actually happen within 1 year. Because the initial response of the Grandmaster is like, look, I'm billions of years old. Inevitably, wars always break out. So sure, I mean, I can play this game if you're interested, right? But the challenge comes in the fact that he has to fast track it. He has to figure out a way to destroy alliances. Because keep in mind, the Kree and the Skrull alliance has been a thing ever since they were unified by Hulkling, right? They've been unified for quite some time. The other part of this is that the Shi'ar doesn't really have a reason to go to war with any of the other empires that are out there. The intergalactic empire of Wakanda is currently in the process of growing itself, and while it could certainly hold its own against other empires, as you've seen, they don't really have a reason to go to war. So the universe is at peace. How do you spark a war among empires in a universe that's at peace? And that's what the Grandmaster hits on. He was like, do not let that peace fool you. The reality here is that all these empires will inevitably go to war because it is in the nature of mortal men. It's in the nature of life to fight with itself for whatever reason is deemed fit at that particular point in time. Because when Maximus asked the Grandmaster to explain what his intention is, right, what his plan is, right, with this kind of game and all these little pieces on the board and so on and so forth, is he says, what we are doing is telling a story to all those who will be caught up in the web of it. And like any story well told, the path our players take should appear to be self-determined while it is anything but. So while they work from a beginning, the murders we will give them, we work backward from a desired end state. And just so, their efforts, guided by our hand, will lead to a conclusion predetermined by us. What's kind of ironic about this statement from the Grandmaster is, as I understand it, that's how Hickman writes his stories. He starts with the ending and then works his way back to the beginning, because it's much easier and basically better to tell a complex narrative if you already know how you want it to end, because then it's just a matter of figuring out how to get there, as opposed to just starting with a pen to paper and then potentially writing yourself into a box somewhere along the way. And so that's why the Grandmaster continues on. He says, some people see free people with hopes and dreams, but all I see are pawns to be moved hither and yonder, right? Speaking about the various races that exist in the universe. And he says, listen closely, child. I am an elder of the universe. I have seen galactic empires rise and fall. I have seen worlds born and their nourishing sons cease to exist. My life has been measured in eons, and I have spent all that time doing one thing, being a player of games. I have dedicated my life to it, and there is none better. This is art, and I am a master of my craft. And the response of Maximus, then show me. And so that's where Grandmaster turns to the Shi'ar, and he says, lesser players might begin by stoking the fires of external conflicts, deep-seated hatreds that are, in some instances, thousands and thousands of years old. However, I see a board with strong pieces in stable positions able to withstand such outside influences, but I do see the opportunity for internal pressure, beginning with the most warlike race, the Shi'ar. Their 10,000 worlds are ripe for a class rebellion. The people have always barely tolerated the heavy hand of the dynastic Naramani, but for the first time, that number now extends to the Imperial Guard itself. Don't you understand? Innovation has always been the enemy of loyalty. The number of decommissioned Super Guardians has increased recently as newer models have replaced the growing obsolescent older warriors of the Annihilation and Ascension Wars. So it is with great folly that the next Super Guardian class scheduled for retirement is Electron, for it is one of the very few classes where a common true-born Shi'ar citizen can join the Imperial Guard. They undergo an empowerment process so they might stand tall beside their more naturally gifted Super Guardian brothers and sisters. And what if I told you that this current, soon-to-be cast-aside Electron was rumored to be the secret son of the Mad Emperor Dekin? Suppose if, by his blood, he had a true claim to the throne, and, should he rebel, a small army of cast-aside guardians would join him. And what if we whispered in his ear a secret plan, not just to right this wrong, but deliver the same justice throughout the universe? Now, here's what the Grandmaster's talking about. A lot of you guys know about the Phoenix and Dark Phoenix sagas in Marvel Comics, right? Jean Grey's ascension to power, becoming the Phoenix, all that kind of cool stuff. The thing about that is, before any of that happened, Dekin, the brother of Lilandra, was the emperor, right? The magister of the Shi'ar Empire. Ultimately, he was defeated in some mad power grab to seize control of the M'Kraan crystal. When that happened, his sister took his place, so she was never truly the rightful heir of the throne of the Shi'ar. But with this idea, going back to Uncanny X-Men 107, that Electron, the original Electron, was basically the son, or at least appeared to be the son, of Dekin, he always had a claim to the throne. He was always the legitimate ruler here. And because of the fact that Naramani is so young, right? Zandra is so young and so inexperienced and relies so heavily on the advice from Gladiator, Mentor, and Deathbird, a lot of those individuals out there in the Shi'ar Empire do not feel she's a capable leader. And so ultimately the Grandmaster is just like, let's fix that. Let's basically incite a coup d'etat. It's what Dr. Doom did in Wakanda in Doom War. That's where you see all these strings being pulled from. And so that's why Maximus asks, and where might this influence spread? And the response of Grandmaster, I would insist that it be the Kree chain around the scroll necks. The belief that a tenuous union between a devout diaspora and a hawkish technocracy could be held together by a boy king was always laughable. And as the Imperial Hobgoblin shapeshifters are as undetectable to the scrolls as the scrolls are to all of us, it would be a true, very believable miracle that their holy Empress Ferengi, resurrected and reborn in all her glory, has So it's not actually Varenki. It's just being made to look like her. That's part of the ruse. And he says, how else would her people respond except with religious fervor? What would be more natural than a second, more aggressive secret scroll invasion? And in the halls of power and at the levers of hundreds of societies, my scroll seeds will flower. And so picking up 11 months later, he says, do you see the poisons, those who paid for them, the bullets, the fingers that pulled the trigger, all vectors leading to a single vanishing point. And so it comes to this, an inflection point, when all eyes turn and shadows rise to reveal the real enemy. And he says, you have to understand, all conflict spins on the axis of scarcity. It breeds contempt among so-called allies that they dare to have something that you do not, especially when the survival of a society depends on it. And blind men hate the truth. And so he says, take another look. A new alliance of worlds constructed on the back of an enhanced Stargate system dependent on vibranium, a rare element that naturally only exists inside the boundaries of Imperial Wakanda. Do you see how quickly the alliance's member nations all aligned against them? Do you see how quickly they chose war? Now, what he's talking about here is this. The Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda is the new kid on the block, and the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda did introduce a Stargate system across the universe, but you have to be an ally of the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda to be able to use them effectively. But the larger picture that's being painted by Grandmaster here is that the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda seems to be positioning itself in such a way that they're trying to make other empires dependent on them. And even if that's not necessarily the case, the Grandmaster means to make it look that way. So what's basically happening now, right, with the idea of a Wakandan assassin killing Jason of Spartex, is it makes it look like now the Wakandans are trying to seize power, make them out to be the enemy, and everybody will immediately attack them because they already distrusted them in the first place. And he says, the Wakandans had leverage, but I used it against them. The Skrulls had fervor and a righteous cause. Just look at what a mockery I have made of it. The Shi'ar had plans within plans, and now they have boxed themselves in. And you had a wager with your betters. You dared to play the Grandmaster, and so at the end, we come to this, a perfectly played game, painted across the canvas of cold, unforgiving space. I chose the players, I chose the board, and as such, I cannot lose. And so where Maximus is like, well done, right? Like, this is actually impressive. Within the span of 11 months, you instigated a war among the empires of the universe. Here's the cool thing about this, right? That Maximus is like, I will prepare the inhuman genetic records along with all we possess regarding Terrigenesis. And the response to the Grandmaster, keep it, right? I don't want any of that stuff. And none of that matters to me. All I care about is the challenge. It never mattered to me. But the reality here is this is my game, and we are playing it on my terms. So watch as I pull a singular piece and undo everything that I've done. End this war that you wanted to see so badly. Now, of course, that goes against the plans of Maximus, because here's a funny thing about Maximus the Mad. He is to never be underestimated. And in so many ways, he's kind of like the Inhumans' own version of Loki. And that's why he says, listen closely, Elder. I am a royal of the Inhumans. I too have seen galactic empires rise and fall. Our own was one of them, and as such, it sits poorly with us. But now, we change all that, for I have spent all my time doing two things, being a liar and being a cheat. I have dedicated my life to it, and there is none better. It is art, Elder, and I am a master of my craft. And he says, look, it seems to me you've missed a piece. That piece being Black Bolt of the Inhumans. And he says, there's one more king on the board. And at that moment, Lockjaw teleports Black Bolt in. And like, literally Grandmaster's like, what the hell is going on here? And Maximus is like, would you imagine that, right? The Grandmaster didn't see this coming. The guy who's a master of playing games suddenly left confused and feeling left-footed. And so that's where Maximus tells Black Bolt, tell him who's really in charge, brother. And Black Bolt just whispers to Grandmaster and sends him flying, right? Just literally, that's the end of him. And so at that point, Maximus is like, okay, so what do you want to do? I mean, it happened rather well, but like, I mean, what do you what do you want to do, right? Are you sure that you want to take things further? He says, after all, we could just spend a few more years wondering the universe, the very best of brothers, in search of enlightenment, or better yet, good old-fashioned fun. So do we keep this going, or do we just kind of let things end and walk away? And Black Bolt just looks at him, because Black Bolt has a reason for being here. The reason being the restoration of the Inhuman Empire. Because at that point, Maximus is like, fine, have it your way. Let's go get you an empire. The Inhumans are coming back, son, and I am so excited. With that being said, guys, we're going to bring this video to an end. Thank you all for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you did, drop a like, and I will catch you all later. Peace.
Bob, for the benefit of our viewers, someone out there that doesn't know who you are, tell us who you are. Give us your credentials and where you've worked.
Well, I'm a physicist and a scientist. I've worked at various government institutions, one of them being Los Alamos National Labs in Los Alamos, New Mexico. And also, I'm more prominently known for working at Area S4, which is about 15 miles south of Area 51 in the Nevada desert, which is a top secret government research facility.
Where did you go to school, Bob?
I went to school at MIT and Caltech, also a couple other junior colleges here and there in California.
And what was your field of study?
Field of study was physics and electronics technology.
And when you were working for these different installations before you went to S4, you didn't have any connection with flying saucers whatsoever, did you?
No, I didn't have any connection. And in fact, I didn't even believe in them. I thought it was just, you know, the rantings and ramblings of crazy people, more or less.
When was the first time that you actually began to believe or got interested in the subject enough to want to go someplace and maybe work with them?
Well, I was never interested in the subject at all, primarily because I didn't believe in it. It's when I was offered a job. Working on advanced propulsion systems is how it was advertised to me. And it was only later that I found out the job I was employed to do was to back engineer extraterrestrial craft, or an extraterrestrial craft. And it really happened backwards from the normal chain of events.
How did you come to get the job at the S4 area?
Well, that's a good question. And I really don't know if I can answer it. I don't know what motivated them. There are certainly more intelligent, more educated people around. There is a wide variety of high-profile scientists and physicists that they could have pulled out of the works anywhere. If anything, you know, your guess is as good as mine on that. I really don't know why I was chosen. I did have not really connections per se, but I did know a couple people that were also involved in the project. I really didn't know they were at the time, but you know, they could have put a name in, and you know, could have wound up that way.
You think that Dr. Teller might have had anything to do with it?
It's a substantial possibility. At one time, while I was working at Los Alamos, I went to see one of his lectures. I got there early, and he was outside, and coincidentally, at that particular time, I was on the front page of the newspaper he was reading, and he was reading about an article about a small Honda Civic that I had converted to run on jet power. And I introduced myself and explained what I was doing, and some years later, I had sent a resume to him and some other national labs when I decided to get back into the scientific field after I had moved to Las Vegas. And you know, it is substantially possible that he had a hand in doing it. He did refer me to someone at EG&G, which in turn did lead to the employment at S4.
When did you actually see the first vehicle or ship or craft that you knew for sure wasn't of this manufacturer on this planet?
Well, I did see it probably the second or third time I went out to the facility. And at that time, I wasn't convinced that's what the craft was. When I first saw it, I thought that this was a US-made, very advanced next-generation fighter, and in fact that this would explain all the UFO sightings. It was only later to find out that that wasn't the case when I started receiving some documentation on the craft and actually got to go in it and found out what the scope of the project was. But you know, I had seen it earlier on but really didn't know what I was looking at.
And what was the scope of the project? What were you supposed to do to this craft?
Well, the scope of the group there, the people at S4, were to back engineer, essentially take apart and discover the manufacturing process and materials used to produce this craft, this flying saucer. More specifically, my group consisted of me and another person, his name was Barry, that we dealt with the power and propulsion system of the craft, and we were to back engineer that. We were to see if the power and propulsion system could be duplicated, and if it could possibly be duplicated with earthly materials instead of any exotic foreign materials that we might have come across.
When you saw that craft and you realized it was an alien craft, did that upset you in any way, that knowing that here was a vehicle from another system sitting right here on the planet Earth, and of course always believing that there was no such thing, it was hallucinations and so forth? What was your feeling inside when you were confronted with the reality that all that you had believed before was gone now, and you had to take a whole new look at things?
Well, actually, that's a good question. A lot of people have said, boy, that must have been exciting, and that really wasn't the case. The feeling really came over me when I was permitted in the craft to see the placement of the subsystems that we were going to be working on. And it was not a feeling of excitement at all. It was a very ominous feeling, a feeling, like I've said before, that you shouldn't be there. It's very hard to relay, but it was a real overwhelming, odd feeling that I had. Without trying to use a pun, it was a very unearthly atmosphere, and as it should be, because none of the materials were familiar, none of the architecture of the device was familiar, and it was very odd.
Yeah, because obviously they were here and we weren't there, so being a scientist, you would know the ramifications of such a situation. Which brings me to this question: how far in the future do you estimate that craft was to what we're doing at the present time?
Well, I've heard other people estimate things like that, saying, well, it's 1,000 or 10,000 years advanced of our technology, and I don't really find that to be the case. All I really find to be the case is probably a technology that's about 100 or 200 years in advance of us, and the only reason being is because they stumbled upon a device, a machine that can actually make gravity, that can produce gravitational waves. Now, this is something that our science and physics knows. We know what gravity is, we know how it works, but we really just observe it. We don't understand it, and we certainly don't have a machine that can create a gravitational wave. And because they've developed this, they have a unique propulsion system, and that has a lot of offshoot possibilities and other uses. Also, the power source is fairly unique. We know of its existence. There is a total annihilation reaction we know of. The 3 atomic reactions we know of are fission, as you see in an atomic bomb, fusion, as you see in a hydrogen bomb, and we're currently trying to make a fusion reactor to provide power cleanly. And we also know there's a total annihilation reaction, which is a extremely, virtually 100% efficient reaction that we're really haven't even begun to do any research with, but here are these systems in place operating, and it really didn't look that far in advance of what we were.
Well, one interesting thing, that reactor that powered this vehicle was very small in relationship to the power it produced, was it not?
Oh, it was tremendously tiny. You're looking at something that puts out more power than an average nuclear power plant, and if anyone lives near one of those, you know how big those things are, and we're looking at something, scarcely bigger than a basketball that's doing this.
Incredible. Do you think that these beings pose any threat to the human race?
I don't think so, and again, that's speculation. I really wouldn't know anything about that, but if the intent was to do harm, from all indications, it seems like, the Earth has been visited for thousands of years. And if there was any intent to do harm, it would have already been done. If anything, now this is just my personal speculation, I think we're more of a Disneyland, an interesting thing to observe, but I don't believe there's any real direct interaction. There may be, but I don't see any evidence of it.
Why doesn't the government just come clean on all of this? Because there's so much speculation on it, there's so much disinformation out there, why don't they just come forward and say, this is what's going on, they don't pose any threat, and it's just something you're just going to have to live up to, people?
Well, it's difficult to do that. First of all, if they're going to come completely clean, they're going to have to admit that as far back as 50 years ago, they knew this was going on. And in the meantime, they've been spreading disinformation and lies about events that, that have occurred. So they're not going to go and say, we've been lying to you for 50 years. So to start with, there's a problem there. Even if they started today and said, well, we found out a couple things, and here's what we found out. Because these systems are advanced and they pose a real unique function, they present a substantial weapon potential. And because of that, all the information is certainly not going to be released. However, I've always wondered why at least the existence of the craft, at least a statement to the effect of, we have found some material, we have some information, a lot of it pertains to national security. However, we can verify the existence of life elsewhere other than Earth and technology that we have, and perhaps release a little bit of information here, but they're not even doing that. And on that note, there might be several reasons that we haven't thought of. Who knows what beliefs that it might interfere with? It's a scary thought. We've pretty much put ourselves in the center of the entire universe, that we're the most superior race, and it might upset people to find out that we're really not that significant.
Well, with that thought in mind, do you think perhaps maybe that the aliens themselves may be saying, look, it's better if you just kind of keep it quiet and let us just go on about observing your little Disneyland, and you think that might be part of it too?
It could certainly be part of it. It could be the architecture of the whole plan might have been laid down by them. Who knows what kind of communication, if any, that we've had. But again, your guess is as good as mine on that.
How many different types of the craft did you see? Just one, or were there other styles?
Well, there was one craft that I worked on. That craft was a very sleek, thin-looking craft compared to the other ones that were there. There were nine craft. I nicknamed this one the sport model because it was a very sleek-looking 50s style flying saucer looking thing, and the name pretty much stuck and people were using that name. I really don't know much about the other crafts other than the fact that whether it was accidentally or just a coincidence that I happened to see them one time. All the hangar doors were open at one particular time when I was there, and normally they were closed, but for the most part the only information I have is on the craft that I particularly worked on.
So you don't have any idea whether the other craft came from different systems or they were all from the same system? You have no idea about that?
Well, I do know for a fact that the power and propulsion system in all the crafts were the same. Oh. So that either says, now you have to start speculating that, number one, they either all come from the same manufacturer, or number two, someone is subbing out parts. And your mind can run away on this somewhere, because you see obviously a vehicle like this is produced, well, there must be a factory somewhere, and eventually your mind just runs off with you, and you have to draw a line somewhere.
Of course. It may be the day that we will buy the reactor and the system and the components from this big galactic company that has the exclusive on it. Maybe there's some sort of a patent on this thing. Right?
It's possible, but to me, it's so hard to believe, and I know that's strange coming from me, but I kind of draw a line between the actual alien existence and a social structure, and I think that's to keep my sanity, and I pretty much only deal with the stuff that I know for fact and had hands-on experience with, because your mind can really run away with you, and who knows what's going on. You'll find yourself standing outside staring at the sky wondering why no one's going to talk to you. And so to keep my sanity, I just deal with what I actually know to be fact, and try not to speculate too much.
Getting back to that, did you actually see the craft that you worked on fly or operate?
Yeah, I did. On one occasion close up, and on several occasions from about 10 miles away. On the one particular occasion, there was a test flight going on. They came and got me to witness a short duration flight, and I stood at the door of the hangar, and the craft lifted off the ground, which was an amazing sight in itself, something about 52 feet in diameter, virtually silently lift off the ground and just move around a bit and set back down. But you know, that was the close range operation I got to saw.
Can humans duplicate that vehicle?
At the time I was there, that was not even in the realm of possibility.
How about, are they able to fly them?
Well,
Would they be able to fly them?
Well, there was a test pilot flying the craft, so apparently we had developed the expertise at least to lift the thing off the ground and move it around. As far as taking it any great distance or taking it out of the atmosphere, it's something I don't think would happen. This is, you know, a prized possession, an operating extraterrestrial craft, and you know, things change when you leave the atmosphere. Things like the fact there's no air outside, the fact that there's not exactly 100% chance you can bring it back now. So, you know, I don't think they're flying around to Jupiter and taking looks at planets. I think they're very careful with it. They're just testing it, and you know, and will remain that way for an extremely long time.
It would seem like the government would really be just